Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
One last week, one last champion, 6 teams left to fight for it. Let's talk about the very last North American Challengers. So far, M80 has been totally on script. They remain undefeated and are still the favorites entering the winners finals. But their opponents are not what everyone expected, because SAT managed to beat Shopify Rebellion Black to make it to the top 3. But they still need to win the whole bracket to make it to America's play-ins. Shopify's got a tougher go at it starting today. If they lose either of their next 2 matches, then M80 clinches a spot in the LCQ off points alone. And if QOR wins both of their next 2 matches, including the one against Shopify today, they'll be second in points, knocking Shopify out of the running. Meanwhile, Nightblood Gaming and NRGA Academy are fighting for their own fates alone in the other side of the losers bracket. They both need to win it all for their shot at champion. The stakes are set and the wait is over. Who goes home? Who goes on? Who goes down in history? The final week of Challengers North America begins right now.
Showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. You have to go in blind, and it's an extra body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off. You'd imagine. The spray through the smoke at least is going to guarantee one as X stands ground.
There's the flash, the dash. Oh, what a shot from Son of QOR in the knife right through Kumi's heart. But
Operator on high, Blaze into the run it back. Paint's gonna give it the old college try, but Vita quickly failed away. Paint making some space, and Zash covering his back!
Still pushed up C long.
Yeah, this could be bad. Yeah, there's just no exit. Oh, and the collab. A little bit more. And now all of a sudden, Paint, last one left, nowhere to go through mid. 2 flawless rounds in a row for Energy.
YFT on the edge of match point, and Atlas is just the final boss. He crosses up multiple, making
that first pick. And listen, recoil's down, so they had to go into sight. Barely any information given. They can't play the post plant with anything other than maybe Jakey watching Heaven in the extremities, getting these picks in. And you can see they're a little bit to work with here, but is the wide swing gonna happen? They know that information is there, and QOR, they just follow up on it. So a flawless round.
After all this time for VALORANT Challengers North America, 6 teams remain, and after today, only 4 more will be left. Welcome in, everybody, to another day, the final week of playoffs. The first day of the final week. Not the final day quite yet, but we're really rapidly getting there. My name is Sarah Dawn, host for you today. I've got Vance and Ash with me. The final week, the stakes could not be higher for these teams. I'm so excited.
I know, like Tendrick was just talking about it in our little kind of recap video heading into this second week and last week of not just the stage in these playoffs, but overall, it's just such high stakes when you're talking about those circuit points that these teams have been going for throughout this entire season, being able to solidify that spot straight into the Americas plans as well. If you win everything out, everything is on the line here, Sierra, and it's crazy to think that we've already gotten to this point.
It is absolute madness, especially too. I mean, we always have to have a little bit of a shake-up, Vance, when we look at the bracket, when we look at how things could play out, right? And it kind of seemed simple when we headed to playoffs, right? It was going to be an M80, it was going to be an SRB, and everyone else was kind of like the underdogs within it, trying to have to battle it out. But what we got to see on our final day last week is we still have left of room, like room left for surprises, with SAD finding their way into the upper finals instead, SRB having to fight for their lives. Like, this has been so much fun.
Yeah, these 6 teams are shaking up to create a very good last week of playoffs, because if you're looking at it, even though it was a 2-0 for M8 against NBG, there were still very, very close games that NBG probably could have had the upset against M80 as well. So to address the elephant in the room and to really go into the recap and underline what Tendrick was mentioning is focusing laser beaming into SRB for today, because they're not guaranteed a top 2. That was going to be the case if they made it to the upper finals with M80, but now at this point, if they lose out any one of these games, they're not making it to the play-ins. So that whole favorite storyline of the top 2 between M80 and SRB throw that out of the window, because now you have an opportunity for dark horses like SAD Esports, for QOR with the mix-up from like the X-Tier 1 players, but most importantly, somehow a resurgence of Nightblood Gaming going into the playoffs, doing a lower bracket run, but also showing great results despite not having that many circuit points, but still showing up so far in these matches on the playoffs. So this is super important and super nice to witness.
It's been so fun to see how it's been shaking up, right? And of course, for teams like Nightblood Gaming, NRGA, and for SAD Esports, if they want that chance for play-in, for this opportunity at Champions, they have to win the entire thing. Whoever wins gets the spot. But of course, talking about the circuit points, there is that other way. The first placing circuit points person, wow, first day of the week, essentially our Monday, you can really tell. The person with the most circuit points that doesn't win this event here, Ash, gets to go to LCQ. And with that race being between SRB, M80, and QOR still in the mix, who's still in this tournament, like that spot is still up for grabs.
It is up for grabs, and things also get really weird depending on how today's match ends up going there as well for these two teams in that lower bracket, and that's why it's going to be so important. Overall, it's just wild to think that it is going to come down to that today when we have a couple days left still in the competition.
Yeah, and just to underline it here, because even though it looks like from the circuit points there's still a big chance for SRB, if they're getting knocked out in these matches, QOR can move forward as well. They're probably going to be scoring more points getting into the finals, which is why, like I said, there's no mistakes that can be shown right now from SRB yet for any of these teams, because if we want to TLDR from an overarching view, SRB, M80, QOR are pretty much still in it for the runs in terms of points for that second place. While as for SAD, NRGA Academy, and Nightblood Gaming, as you can see around here, Nightblood Gaming at 14th, but they could still win it all and qualify. But that's the important thing. SAD, NRG, and NBG, they must win it all.
And today it's going to be an elimination day for not one, but two teams as we take a look at that lower bracket. So starting with the matches today, our very first one up on the board is going to be NRGA going up against Nightblood Gaming. Again, two teams here, Ash, that if they want a chance at this thing, they got to win it all.
They do have to win it all. It's crazy to think that with the elimination on the line, so much is riding on the shoulders of both these teams. NRG Academy is the squad that impressed us so much at the beginning of at the end of 2025, heading into 2026. They've grown as so much as a team, and going up against an NBG that we've been touting as that dark horse in this competition, particularly for stage 3, with how this entire roster has stepped up.
Just a side note, I don't want to be in the shoes right now of the casters for Shayo and Lemon Kiwi today, because in the past, I thought we were already over it when we had to cast Alliance Guardians versus Azure Dragon and go with ADG and EXG. But now you have an NRG against an NBG. No big deal. Good luck.
That's a them issue, not an us issue. Thank goodness. But let's talk about this teams, because even if the Dragoons are similar, the teams could not be more different. I mean, talking about NRGA first, this is a team that since their introduction into Challengers, we've gotten to see step ups from individual players, but sometimes just not being able to quite clear the cut, whether it's going to be Elizabeth, interview curse where NRGA all of a sudden fall off after that, whether it's just going up against really, really tough teams. They haven't always had the easiest go of it, but they got knocked into that lower bracket early. And Ash, what we got to see in their match versus Evil Geniuses, yeah, it was a game and a series that went all the way, truly could not have been closer. But for NRGA to be able to take that win, I'm hoping they can take that momentum into today.
Yeah, it would be really important, obviously, with it being elimination, to take that momentum into today from that win versus Evil Geniuses. I think that this is... it's tough, right? Because for all of these teams, there's so much pressure. But I think for this squad in particular, after getting signed by NRG, this Maryville squad, and having that kind of pressure on their shoulders, we've seen the peaks and valleys and then the growth heading into stage 3. And obviously, you're talking about some of that momentum with their streakiness throughout this stage thus far, and how they're looking to really propel that now, that with their backs up against the wall here with elimination on the line. And this is a squad where I think that Hayode has been a really big part of their success. He's been a really good fresh look for this team, a new kind of player that MCE can look to kind of mold, and we've seen the adjustments from NRGA Academy, the change in leadership there as well, and it feels like things are finally starting to come together late into this stage, and it's taking some time, right? Because when you're moving a new piece in like Hayode into the picture, you're going to expect some of that streakiness, and I'm really hoping that NRGA Academy can really push themselves off the backboard today.
I mean, even if it's taken a little bit of time to integrate Hayode into the roster, it's been time that's been well worth it, right? The impact that we got to see from this player from the get-go was immense, and that's something that the team's been able to adapt and like grow upon with. And their last series that went up against EJA, I mean, Vans, I don't want to put it all down to one player, but when you look at like just a casual plus 16 within the match and like how many kills he was getting, like I truly believe like he was that difference maker in a do or die series. And I think also going to go after huge today to be able to take this win.
Yeah, I think right now MC is doing a great job integrating Hayode into the system of NRGA Academy, where if you're looking at the series that he plays and you want to see great results coming out from Hayode, you definitely want him to play into the most comfortable pick, which is going to be the jet rule. But there's going to be some maps where he's going to play a little bit of Waylay, which then changes his play style a bit and the outlook of how you approach maps for NRGA Academy. Sometimes you even use Hayode as a Waylay to like sell fakes and not necessarily be the person that's always going to be charging in to get kills here for the team. So sometimes those numbers don't really play justice into Hayode, because he's also going to be the selfless player for that team from time to time, so that the rest of the team could be in a different area to fight for that map control and for those rounds. So I do like that integration that way, which changes that playstyle. And I think it also comes to show as to why we maybe have a little bit of a streakiness for NRG as a whole, of like a win-loss, just because sometimes when you're overcooking on certain rounds, especially going through the timeouts, sometimes like the synergy doesn't really work out too well based on everything that you've practiced for that game forward. But this is the most important one to move forward today to attempt here against NBG, and hopefully Hayode is going to be ready with the rest of the team.
I mean, for NRGA, it's looking to continue that very fresh winning streak they have going on, as they got bumped into the lures pretty early. They've had to try and win out from there. Whereas for Nightblood Gaming, they just got knocked down here after their matchup up against M80. A series 2 that, looking at that first map, I mean, there was a world, Ash. There definitely was this world, but not something that was quite meant for them. Now they're going to be fighting for their lives today.
I know, it's almost kind of heartbreaking, right? When the series is just that close between them and M80. A tough loss, but I think definitely a matchup where NBG, they've had a couple days to sleep on it now, work behind the scenes. They're going to be taking away lessons from that game up against a team like M80 to really solidify themselves into this lower bracket elimination matchup. And this squad has been such a dark horse throughout the entirety of this stage thus far. They've continued to level up. I think even though like maybe Ascent wasn't the best, we finally really got to see like Stunna popping off in that M80 match on Split there as well, on that Phoenix. Everything has been finally coming together, which I think is Nightblood Gaming almost reaching their final boss level, because beforehand a lot of that conversation was revolving around Son of Car, and we're seeing everyone getting a little bit of the love now.
Exactly that. I think it's revolving around Son of Car, but also thanks to like the coaching staff that they have. If you're thinking about it in the past, from like NBG, Nightblood Gaming, it was Monsi and Practo playing with Son of Car so that they could try to grind it into challengers and make it to the top of the echelon. But this time, Monsi and Practo take a step back. They become the coaches as assistant coach, and they try to build around the potential of what Son of Car brings here for a team. We always know that he's going to put out big numbers. So what do you build around that? You have now Zeke coming in from different teams and challenges as well, Stunna from NRGA Academy, but most importantly for me, Stellar as one of the best IGLs in my eyes still. That is criminal that he's not currently in a tier 1 scene still after his stint with 100 Thieves. So for him to be able to lead the charge as well and to have some great mid-round calling in general that Stellar is able to do, I think, as Ash mentioned, it allows for them to reach the final form into the playoffs and maybe really have a turnaround of like very similar to Division 1. When you get into the playoffs, despite just squeaking through the playoffs, you're still able to go for a deep run and potentially even make it to the grand final. So a lot to advise right now on Son of Car and what Stellar could do around this calls, but this is going to be super fun.
Especially for me, eyes on Son of Car going into today. I mean, this duelist was one of the stat leader going into our regular season. Last series up against M80 though, Ash, like, it was his fault some of these times. Like, he's just getting shot through smoke. Like, he was just not allowed to play the game, especially when we're looking at that ascent. I cannot imagine how frustrated he'd be. So, like, his stats for the last series up against M80, I would like everyone to erase those. Look at all the rest of the good he's done. And again, this is a duelist that definitely a lot of expectations on going into today.
No, for real. Like, I haven't been able to catch every single Challengers match or commit all of the numbers to my brain, but he was most definitely that stat leader during that Swiss stage, and overall has been such a consistent player, not just when it comes down to those opening picks, but Carson, I feel like we've really seen him evolve as that duelist, where he's a lot more measured with the risks that he's taking. He used to be kind of that very like explosive raised player, is how we were introduced to Son of Car on that big stage, but now he's really changed and I think refined his style, and he's coming for that title of the best offer in Challengers, guys. He's been saying it in the interviews, and damn, it's been looking good.
He's raised it with body pretty much of being one of those best duelists that we currently have in Challengers, and that's just come to show how much growth these two players have had going into the stage. So it's super fun to witness how Son of Car's been playing. But I think to what you're mentioning here, Sierra, is the amount of times that he was dying through smokes. I think that's also comes to show like the type of agents that he plays. A lot of it focusing on the Jet and the Raze. You're going in, you're going to fight. If they're going to be ready on the defensive side here for NRGA Academy to understand when these timings are going to happen for the hits, you can always pre-fire those shots and just pretty much get your opponent through that smoke as they're getting ready for that hit. So maybe you're going to have to think about how you want to maybe change your timing a little bit for Son of Car to get some great value into his dives. But overall, I think on the other side of the coin, you could also not change anything and still create big impacts into a game here for Nightblood Gaming.
I mean, you definitely know that there's going to be a big mind that was kind of dissecting that last game to make sure you're not going to fall into that same thing today. So that's where we get our Phillips Norelco head-to-head, because we have to talk about both of the great minds going into this matchup. On the one end, I mean, Stellar, I mean, he sometimes gets shoveled around on these rosters, has to rebuild them, but being able to constantly be put with these young rosters and be able to help lead these players, I think is just oh so impressive. And of course for Renz too, when we're talking about how NRGA has had to swap things up a little bit, Vans, again, looking to Renz for how he's been able to lead that charge, and I think it's been with great effect.
It was a huge responsibility for Renz for sure to pick up the mantle here with the IGL. I don't really recall him being an IGL in the past. It could be wrong out of that one, but he really had to pick it up after they've lost net pretty much. That went over to FlyQuest, who now who knows where he's going. Rumors are still out there until stage 2 starts for the VCTs, but nonetheless, it comes to show that he's done a pretty decent job where NRGA Academy are finding a little bit of results. And again, it's all a work in progress, not just on the integration of Hayode, but also just on Renz IGLing for the team and to have all of that work together. And I think that comes to show a little bit here. The first time I think that he was IGLing, he put some great numbers here for like playing a Phoenix, for example, on Haven. But I think going into the playoffs, I think those numbers slowly dropped down, unfortunately, where for Stellar instead, even if the ACS shows that it's lower than Renz, he's actually been stepping up in the last couple of games as the set T caller for the team. And I think, again, it comes to show the work that has been put into Nightblood Gaming's roster to build around Son of Car, because if you're thinking about Practo and also into Monsi, you know, both of them having that experience to play with this team in the past, none of them really were like IGL/Sentis that was needed here for a team for Nightblood Gaming. So Stellar fits into that mold quite well, and now the team looks like a true underdog.
And I think it's just such a really cool just juxtaposition between these two IGLs as well, right? Their general story that Vans is talking about here, the experience there from Stellar being in the VCT level, then IGLing for so many teams across tier 2, like you were shouting out. And then now for Renz to be stepping in as this kind of like new blood and having Stellar look like, honestly, I feel like this is the best form that we've seen him in as far as the calling goes. And then with him now being in that kind of final form, now that comfort that Vans is talking about creeping out, it's a really cool dichotomy that we're going to be seeing between these two IGLs in this elimination game.
I mean, if we're hitting final form now, it's just in time, right? Because again, this is a big series that we have going on ahead. And talking about that series, let's talk about the map picks and bans, what we can expect coming out from these two teams. First up on the list is going to be none other than Split, picked up by NRGA, but this was where Nightblood almost did take that map here, Vans, off M80. So you know this first map is going to be a close affair.
Yeah, I think it's also just trusting on what Hayode is able to do for the team as the Waylay, but both of the teams have had very close matchups throughout the series, or sorry, throughout the season overall. Lots of them going down to the wire of the last round of regulations or an OT. So I think at this point, it's just both teams kind of just liking how Split's being played, how it's very easy for you to go for like the 1-3-1, split the maps, going for hit the events. It's just an easier map to really allow IGLs to default to do some mid-round calls. So I think it works out quite well. I think what's important too is looking at the bans though. NRGA Academy going and taking away Ascent away from NBG is a smart call, just on how good they've been looking in the past overall with the double duelist look from the side of Nightblood Gaming to get rid of that. So I think this fares to be a nice little series that we're going to see a little bit from both, and where Nightblood Gaming might have a harder time on Fracture just because of the change of tempo that I mentioned in the past here that allows for a little bit of selfless plays and baits by Hayode or of NRGA Academy on that map that could really keep Nightblood Gaming on their toes.
Series that's almost ready. Before we get into it, I just have to go to our predictions and say a big thank you to none other than Lemon Kiwi, who is going to make sure we avoid that caster curse going into today. I love to see it, but now let's get into the map, into our agent select. I mean, it seems like we're kind of going for Nightblood Gaming across the board. I definitely think this first map, though, is going to be an important one, Ash, as we get our agents.
It really is. To nobody's surprise, there aren't going to be any changes. We were not expecting that, guys, between these two teams of NBG and NRG Academy on this map of Split. Overall, I think it's going to be really interesting to see the dynamics between these two compositions, with how NRG Academy are this solo duelist squad on Split, and then you also have the double, not quite dive, but the double duelist there for the side of Nightblood Gaming. I would imagine that the Son of Karg, he's going to be so good at just dealing with Giza's utility, but Giza's also been the most consistent rat and anchor for NRG Academy as well. So I think it's going to be fun seeing how the Raze tries to look to deal with that vice and how NBG want to tackle it at all.
I mean, for NRGA and for Hayode, a lot of pressure on that one agent to try and get it done up against this double duelist and Nightblood Gaming. But of course, they've had proven success on this map before. It's time to see, when the stakes are higher than ever, if they can get that win again as we head to Split. Let's get to it. I cannot wait to get our elimination set started, and neither can your casters. Let's head over to Lemon Kiwi and Chayo.
Thanks so much, Sierra and everybody. This is a fight, guys, for a spot in the Big Four. Both teams brought on new firepower for the stage to get further than they ever did in Stage 2. And Shayo, it's really impressed us how both teams incorporated and flexed around these new additions.
Oh, absolutely. Hareday's been like taking over Storms in terms of the stat page overall. On NRG Academy, you got 2Z as well, has been such a good addition, and making sure everybody's flexing up together and having the best options player to player, whether you're supporting a duelist or holding things down, anchoring a site. That being said, we kind of have the consistency of NRG Academy being a bit of more of a mid to upper echelon tier team inside the tier 2 system against NBG, who's more about is Son of Karg shooting on the day, how talented are the players looking on the server when they're actually playing. They have like higher peaks, I would say, but a lot of the time, sometimes if the games against them end up falling down. So NRG looking to stay consistent, NBG looking to hit those high peaks on Split here in map 1.
And you have someone like Renz, was known as that star duelist from Maryville, not only now flexing away from that role, but becoming that IGL. It's so impressive to see how NRG have gone through an evolution, as now we get to go and check out what First Blood is happening. Sean Dex now with Lurks going and activating over at A. Makes a lot of room here at B, as that lack of noise did give a sense of NBG that there's something around this corner.
Now, lots of proactivity here from NRG Academy. Really pushing in fast, setting the pace. He's found a little bit of a space here all the way up in the flank. That's checked by Ange as well. So looks like every single light in NRG Academy's camp is online right now, seeing everything work in motion, in tandem, with perfection almost. Tuzi, bit of a scratch on the play. Past that, I feel like the situation is so good for NRG Academy. Hold up. Tuzi's opening it up, and there's a nade towards backside. Suddenly a 2v2, and the retake might just be possible. A smoke is up in the play. Ange used to get in. Blocked by Son of Karg, and that's the defuse.
Shodex is like still making his way from across the world, and you had that nice first blood from NRG Academy, but it did not matter. I mean, NRG Academy had B set up, but the retake had so much patience, and we were wondering what version of Son of Car we were going to get today. And last time I casted him, this guy became server admin. He can take over a game so easily. He got 2 picks in this one, and even just taking control of Garage, NRG Academy seemed like they had their bases covered, but this too from Tuesday opened things up. We talked about Hayode versus Tuesday, and Tuesday's making his mark as well.
Yeah, that was huge from him. That kill on Pillar was doing the most. Bit of information gained over at B. Again, the pace is fast here from NRG Academy.
Now making sure they grab the orb in Garage and immediate spam from Tuesday. But you just really don't know the numbers that are around the other side of that smoke. So our NRG Academy giving a lot of respect to that. Now that there's an outlaw in the picture, I think NBG want to reinforce that A main after Shondex maybe got away with too much. You don't want to give that comfortability to NRG Academy, but having pistols on the attack is not going to bode well for their chances in this round either.
I was about to call the Leviathan special on attack right there, but not going for mid. All the way back to A, where, yeah, Shondex did have that bit of space, but as Lemon just said, does not, this team on NBG does not want to let NRG get away with anything scot-free. Stellar close by as well. This trap play could be amazing for NBG. The first 2 shots of the outlaw miss, and now things are getting disastrous. Close range from Stellar can only need about 2 players. The rest are free to run on site.
Still think that's fantastic damage for NBG. Got 2 down. Giza on his last life, and NRG, I should say, are going to get a plant going. There is a crunch coming through screens, and Zeke shows up, and now NBG, they put on the pressure. Their retake is the whole reason why Pistol went their way. As NRG Academy did manage to get an upgrade, but it may not matter. Hayode, your ace up your sleeve is down, and really stuns as NBG are on the board again.
Looking to wrap it up, not too much in terms of economy lost on that moment as well. Big thing for Split, again, is momentum in this map. I feel like winning pistol is so important, especially in a league like Challengers, where like you can have the most polarizing days, sometimes things going all the way pushing towards OT, and then other maps where you can really shove someone down. Win 13-4 on Split, especially on defense. Want to get these rounds up as much as possible. Bolster what would be the strong side of the map. And at the same time, I feel like it's a bit more likely you get more success double dueling on the other side of things. No Sentinel for the side of NBG, so they really have to get active on all sides of the map. Again, the B space held down by Tuesday, taking the pressure of what? 3 players for the moment. Paranoia traded out for that double dash, and he'll get it right back.
Yeah, good exchange of util. You get the dashes, you get the C's, the teleport out, everything. A-OK. NRG Academy taking these early rounds to gather as many orbs as possible, trying to get that first ult cycle online. Now the first exploration in mid, there's a stack of smokes, and there's a stack of NBG there. It seems that this defense always has a buddy system, some kind of crossfire, and this has done significant damage to NRG, giving them a chance for retakes. The Shondex lurk does get exchange, creates a bit of pressure on the perimeter. It's NRG Academy that doesn't inspire them to think that that's going to be the weaker side to hit.
I'll play patient for now. This run up though might be a little bit too much to ask for from the side of NBG. NRG Academy, that patience paying off for the moment. Some trap plays activating all the way across the map. Delivery in mail. Gonna be stamped and scot-free for Hayode. And that slow pace now, the switch up a bit from NRG Academy, keeps this round almost flawless. They've just lost Shondex in the business, but past that, haven't given away too much of how they want to approach the map.
And nothing is standing out to me for NRG Academy's approach besides really the weaponry here. They had this push and pull in Garage. They tried mid. They're really working the map, and they're not going into a situation where they don't have the advantage, whether it's crossing through smokes or anything like that. They kind of get as much util out of NBG as possible and really just rely on teamwork, which has been the NRG Academy special. And both these teams perform much better on Split when it comes to their defense. I mean, the desk talked about NBG having that 13-11 really close game against M80, and they came back from an 8-4 deficit when they started off on attack. So NBG can really put a significant damper on the score here if they can do more on the defense, which, hey, first rifle round for NRG Academy, we have ourselves a game.
Just want to see how they utilize the waylay on this map. Again, solo waylay on Hayode. There is a lot of pressure, not just to perform in terms of shooting, but also in the movement and making space. Well, they're not the easiest character anymore to really actively fight on all the time. Yes, Saturate lets you get back out of dodge, but or refract. Saturate, actually, excuse me, is one of the abilities that's a lot harder to fight with. Now it's more of a setup ability. No other duelist to set up really. I wonder what the situation is going to be. Tuzi getting across, have to dive on the thorns to go for the trap play. Carson's there to land the shots, and lots of players on the side of NRGA Academy are going to be affected by low HP. Doesn't matter. Tuzi's still by himself. Flash to regain the position again. Everybody, because they're so weak, end up falling for free. You got to love it. NBG really pushing back the pace.
And the comms around that flash too from Stunna when Tuzi was on the corner insert, like they know when to look away, they know when to engage, and NBG brought more aggression to Garage. That's been the first visit, the first stop on NRG Academy's map exploration. They get those orbs going, and NBG decided, what if we press the issue? What if we commit more members? They're starting to get a sense of what are the numbers from NRG Academy on Garage, and it's been a lot of 4-1. So NBG are reading that well. They got the spike down, and they get to carry all these weapons over with a lot of people still having most of their armor up. So I think this was a fantastic round for NBG to build off of.
Yeah, NRG Academy will be back as well in the next round with rifles to be able to have another chance at attacking the map. B has been locked down by Tuzi and multiple different trap plays from the side of NBG. I love it when the defensive side is so alive like this, Lemon. The biggest thing too is how do you defuse it from the attack side? You need paranoias of your own. You need so much early utility. A lot of the time though, there's a second place that the defenders can play. That's wasted utility for the attackers. So if they're really locking down B right now, I feel like every team in the world is starting B. This could be a big road bump for NRG.
We haven't seen Hayode really have his day in the sun. He's using these dashes to disengage. There were moments where Renz had a seize on an Omen, and yes, you get the teleport out, but NRG Academy, there isn't that antsiness or that eagerness to chase it when you have a Waylay who's gonna be much, I would say, easier to be mobile with, because, you know, the double satchels are great, but maybe the Waylay is gonna be easier for Hayode to navigate in those quick pounce situations. So I'm wondering when NRG Academy are gonna up the ante and be the ones that can go after their prey, so to say, because NBG are the ones that are kind of showing us some more aggression out the gates, and that's already given Stunna a run it back. So that could be now NBG wanting to amp up that energy yet again as a Garage encounter may happen again, and NRG Academy are going to be more ready for it this time.
Have less people to deal with this time as well. For us, they seem ready, but it's just NBG giving them this position, because like Lemon just called out, yeah, there is a run it back. There's so many tools on the side of NBG to come back and retake B entirely. NRG Academy not convinced with just taking that space for free or executing B. They want to move up mid slowly. Lots of pressure then on Zeke to perform.
Here's a 3-stack of NBG moving towards the right side. I didn't mark if Son of Kara already got the orb, because that actually he might be grabbing it now, which gives them the the showstopper. So NBG working around the map, and even if they don't get kills, they get something out of it. NRG Academy, though, they want the B site that has been the site that they've only hit so far to only 1 success.
And this is just going the right way for NBG. No utility on most of the players from NRG Academy right now. Renz, done. Hayode, gone as well. On flank, there's Stunna. Run it back is active. Doesn't matter. Hayode doesn't need that util. He's got the rifle. He's got the plays. Conversion pads also online. This meal bolsteration looking really good for the side of NRG Academy. Stop the ramp up. Hayode with a 4K. If you haven't seen him before, this guy just does not miss. He's not going to stop now in the playoffs either. What a round to turn around for Hayode, man. That's insane.
He was about to take over. I mean, you had a showstopper investment. NBG have been so good at their retakes, and despite NRG Academy looking like they were making moves towards Garage and they were protecting themselves from any flanks, then you just have Hayode go insane on in mail by himself, basically 1v3. And there's a reason why NRG Academy, they swapped all of their roles around to make room for this kid, a rookie in Challengers, absolutely a mechanical beast, in a moment where he had to react quickly to the pressure that he was getting. Stunna on the flank was starting to cause a nuisance, but this power position held by the duelists, and the big show match, I think, between Hayode versus Son of Kara of who's going to step up for their team. So Hayode is showing us some huge flashes of brilliance.
Yeah, that is a very difficult round to execute for him. We've seen some nice fun stuff from Suncar before. Here comes the play again for B main. If it doesn't stop working, never fix it, go for it again. This time though, conversion pads, light speed all the way through, but Tuzi is not seen. On top of the snake bite as well. He pushes into the smoke. What's this?
That is such a lapse. Like maybe Hayode thought that everyone was going to flood in behind him. Maybe didn't notice the snake bite. NRG Academy didn't mark that. And he got the teleport, but NRG Academy still have no safety at the B side. They haven't gone for the plant yet. And Giza's not even, or not Giza, Shondex is not even with them. But hey, he's having an impact on his own towards the middle of the map. NBG are still trying to regroup.
Spike planted.
Giza had first and front row tickets to that magic trick that was just played over by Tuzi. Shondex regrouping over at B main. Should be a very hard retake for NBG. I'm not sure if they even want to go for it with the pace I'm looking at right now from both these players.
Even with Tuzi having a paranoia, he was so worried about where Shondex was, and there wasn't a quick enough reaction for NBG to address the elephant in the room, the Viper in the room even, who got a kill in mid. And Stellar and Tuzi were kind of having split approaches. Did we try to get male controlled? Did Shondex go back towards spawn? Is he pushing through vents? Like, you had no idea where Shondex was, and too much on NBG's plate to deal with in that moment. So NRG Academy with back-to-back successes now on B after kind of faltering to a lot of NBG retakes.
The importance of Giza in these retakes as well, and the post plan specifically. Sentinel, not usually the best role to get you onto a site, but once that site is active, it can just end up winning you around or mitigating risk as much as possible. A sheer wall coming up, able to just stop the entire retake, force the save. But again, these moments are nuts. Tuzi being able to just run the shadows out of there as well is crazy. I don't know, an ultimate's not going to be available for the defense to really move around the map anymore now. 3-3. Econ's still good, I think better on the side of NRG. Then moving once more, flooding A so fast.
And such a different tempo push too from NRG Academy. They've realized this garage push is not favoring them a good fight. So now they quickly take advantage of A after really not showing this hand previously. And the Viper's pit feels like it secures everything as Stellar could be lurking for his moment to try and crunch in. He's going to be lacking health though the longer he stays in there, as the Boombot tries to check close there for Stellar. Prowler as well. This gets the attention of Ange, so but is not going to spam through. Stellar's going to wait for his health to come back. Nightfall from the pits is NRG Academy. They secure the outside of the pit as the walls stay up. Zeke is going to touch the spike at 1 HP. Still manages to get a kill. NRG Academy though more than secure after the Viper's pit lasted throughout that round.
Completely fumigate and raise him down. That is nuts from NRG Academy on the hold. And I thought it would be, you know, Giza saving the entire round as well from the position all the way in A main. Seems like he never even went and left his spawn, but even with that insurance, they didn't need it. Fighting on that site, staying behind back map, the different triangles they had active in terms of angles. NRG Academy, really good post by the challenge is just getting onto some of these sites. A seemed very easy in that last round, so NBG might do something to maybe stack A a little bit more, change the way it's held, because so far B main conditioned very well defensively. A's been a bit of a gap both in that pistol round and in the one that we just watched. Not going for that B side again though. They are pushing mid in a 1-3-1, and Zeke does not have the firepower to hold on too long.
With that tempo shift from NRG Academy, they're playing so much faster. They're leveraging their waylay, and this has gotten them a 3-round win streak, and probably this one as well, as there's only one hero rifle, and it's on the opposite side of the map. Could see Zeke, though. He just drops a rifle in front of him. He actually has no support, so I don't see this being a recoverable weapon for Zeke. In worst case, it's a trade, and you got to make this as expensive as you can, because NRG Academy are scaling through this map, and also in the economy department. Is Hayode just going to get above and beyond through the util, get maybe some vision on the B site, but the spike is going towards vents.
Devious from Edge. Patient, able to get it. Ren's also. You mentioned pace change over and over again. I mean, NRG are like a pendulum when it comes to speed and slowness. over and over, even with the jump peak. Things are looking so good with these guys, knowing when to really push things forward. Day playing patient too. It's both sides. It's fast and slow at the same time.
Yeah, and NRG Academy, I mean, still have so much chemistry together besides the Hayode, the new Hayode duelists. So there's a lot of trust in someone like Ange that had to clear through vents for the spike, and any slip up could have costed them the entire round. So NRG Academy, like you said, took it one step at a time, and Tuzi happy to get an upgrade at this moment, but a 1v3 seems so unachievable when you had to get through thorns and whatever post plant was available. But anything you can get on the exit would be nice, but it's NRG Academy now that have had pretty secure and convincing attacking sides, from either using speed directly through main or kind of figuring out in the mid calling what they're doing with that mid control they've had.
Pace has been amazing. Mid-rounding's been really good from NRG Academy as well. And again, some of the shots they've been hitting have stopped the game plans of NBG entirely. Out of the bets today, I feel like are upset preds for the side of NBG versus NRG. You're the only person in London with her head on right, you know?
Why?
Why do you believe in NRG so much? What's the you never got to state your case.
I know. All right, well, I'm good. Like, thank you for taking the time out, NBG, as I state my case. And I mean, just this core from the Maryville side, I mean, they have had good results for so long. These are players that have been known around the scene for so long, very consistent. They can swap roles. And I think Renz was even incredible during the Neon meta as one of my favorite Neons to watch. And he's able to take a seat and be the caller, be the enabler, because he knows what a duelist wants and what they need in that moment. He's taking a pretty heavy, I would say, IGL tax at the moment, as NRG Academy kind of found their footing, which they certainly have now that they have a 4-round streak. And look how that's set up Hayode, which I think also Hayode is setting himself up when he gets 4Ks on his own. So yeah, how fast NRG Academy have incorporated this new player, how they flexed around him. I've just been really impressed by NRG Academy. And that's no shade to NBG. They could win as well.
Literally all those reasons are why I sometimes am wary of predicting NRG Academy, because it seems too good to be true sometimes. I've seen them, like some of the teams I've seen in playoffs, fall asleep and not live up to those expectations, right? So, especially against a team that might just be shooting all the time. There it is from Son of Car, this time finally fishing out Sean Dex. More action on the B side. We'll get over to our reasonings in just a little bit. The round is now speeding up again as NRG Academy at pendulum tick-tocks and swings once more. The speed is fast over towards Pillar as Prowlers try to growl around it. I don't see Tuzi really affected by more bullets. That pressure though has drawn 3 players to the side. Hayode still in mid though. He's the form factor here for NRG. Can he find more and still push these guys, open up the map over maybe towards A? It is a 3v4. They're at disadvantage. Somebody on NRG needs to be a hero right now.
I think Hayode is really worried about testing the waters when the op was already shown towards the A side of the map. You know they're probably going to be rotating through vents, so you need something to kind of test. Is that op there? Besides using your own body, especially when Hayode is the best fragger on this team right now. So still don't know where that op is, and it's already rare to see on a defense on split, as Son of Car is going to get some vision. He's already spammed through the walls. Good pressure from NRG Academy.
Barrel discovered. Option select. Move all the way in. Pass mill. Light speed. Not taking the second part to get straight to the space-time vent position. They'll just walk in instead. No op here for now. The issue is for the other side, the defender, Son of Car, has so many different angles to worry about. He is locked in on ramp. They think that there's a lurk coming in. It's on the other side as Giza spreads Tuzi's position. Stellar is not going to be able to get the cross stop down, but Heyo, Raid Boss is gone. Stellar's still alive. 66 HP, drops down the pillar. Still Gordon. There's a timing on this one, and they can slow it all down to wait for the guns to come back.
Yeah, Hayode was so busy trying to make sure he could go after the op. I mean, they know that Son of Car is at very low HP. They don't think he's a threat anymore, and there was a trust in this NRG Academy split. And then Hayode drops, so now the Viper's Pit to try and give them some room, maybe even a distraction. This is going to cover the spike, so Giz is going to lose some health being in here. As that dwindles, he hears the drop, knows that Son of Car is low. Someone's on the spike. That's a spray of all time, but hey, the final bullet rings true, and Zeke ends it all. He was so clutch in this round to not only shut down Hayode, but to save this at the last second. 5.46. Oh my god.
Patience pays off there for NBG once again. That being said, ultimates, lucky timings, a 2v1 that might have gone just too close, making a 4v3 really just come down to a game of inches towards the end. That is the caliber of team they're facing. That is the NRG Academy effect of still having a voice in the round, even then when there's just 30 seconds left, smokes in front of them. They'll go for the weird spray. They go for Hayode, just making a distraction as everyone else moves in.
Sorry, that was Stellar that dealt with Hayode, but Zeke still was that first kill on the retake. So like to see someone be able to anchor and get the ball rolling, as the op is still part of this, and NRG Academy, they're worried about it.
I'm just worried they might just run into it. Do they think the op stays towards the same side? Because on split, it does really jump around the whole map.
Just being able to smoke it off, that's how you deal with it. How close can you set up someone like Hayode to kind of break that line of sight, break the crosshair of an op, because you need to commit so much pressure before, so you don't drop any bodies, but just swing it like that is not how you do it. Stunna with great support for the op, and it stays in the hands of Son of Car.
Give him one more second, they might have been ready for it. Giza activation was coming in as well. Everybody was rotating over. I like the proactivity for NBG to get back on this angle. Then they back off again, gift the spike over, leave it under the Christmas tree. It's snowing op shots for the side of Son of Car right now, over and over again. This guy's just not missing.
There's something about ramps that confuses everybody. I mean, both teams have been able to shoot each other in the back and have these lapses, and NBG, they get back in the picture post timeout. NBG have taken 2 rounds in a row. They clearly have talked about this op where they want to position. NRG Academy are trying an approach of smoking it off, thinking that was going to be enough to have the op maybe go all the way back heaven, like in this position. NRG Academy thought they scared off Son of Car enough, and they didn't. Not only that, it got Stunna to be rotated in, and that pair of duelists was something NRG Academy could not face.
Yeah, it's not just a pair of duelists. Yes, Son of Car might have been the spotlight over there, but the entire technology around it and the person that's been affecting these off-spawn fights for the side of NBG going so well, Stellar. He was there in B main, re-flashing to get back in. He was there getting the double on the ramp once the op shot went down. He's been so good at linking up with his teammates earlier on. This time, no link for him. This time, NBG really slowed things down, going for a mid pinch instead. Orb falls, and again, the assist to break the haunt, to get the op shot down. These guys are all working in such good tandem, protecting the saturated teammate as well. Raid boss, Son of Car. Operator might go right back online.
And the immediate recall, as soon as you saw it wasn't just Son of Car, it was Zeke as well. There's always someone protecting that golden goose, and to know the crossfire is there. NRG Academy had to be careful of spacing because of not only the op, but the showstopper that they know is online.
Side characters are also fighting all the way across the map. Showstopper, yes, it's one of the main tools, but again, the extremities. Shandex has been doing such a good job at absorbing this pressure. He's opened up mid entirely, but they've gambled the right way. Finding the Viper, slithering in her den. Ooh, gonna be able to get a bite before going down. Zeke, though, implanted, spraying, praying, and a miracle comes through for Nightblood Gaming.
3 bullets, 3 kills. Zeke is just a laser with back-to-back clutch rounds from this guy to start off a retake in previous rounds, to be the one that ends it all, to after losing your duelist, you would be worried the showstopper got traded out. There's quite a resistance from NRG Academy, and he just taps away. Like, that is really impressive out of Zeke to have such a formidable anchor like that. And just like that, the lead swings back in NBG's favor as it's the last round of the half.
NRG's got to be the most potential man team on Split I've seen today. Getting so many good openings, but never being able to just finish that round, finish the book, get the arc completed. Always if, never when. The Shandex is getting some good openings. The team is playing really well with pacing, but it is NBG closing things out round after round, slightly ahead now. 1-4 this time. The conditioning is starting to take into effect. Shandex, who's always at A, has attracted 2 different players to stay on this side. Meanwhile, the rest of NRG really focusing on B and that mid space.
And you got the conversion paths. You have the Nightfall. It showers down on the top of Heaven for B. And another insert from Tuzi is going to be a problem. NBG address it. And one problem down, many more to go. You've reset the run it back, and NBG will have to take a seat. It's a moment where Zeke has to choose carefully. Shondex knows there's always a nuisance at the staircase. He's going to decide to zone it off. And with the smoke, there's some security from NRG Academy. But that shell is starting to break. Now that there's some mid presence from NBG, NRG Academy have no space to work with. They just have to defend. They have to overcome and just play the time, play their lives. Such a tough angle to try and beat NBG at. 3 versus 3, last round of the half. And this is where NRG Academy, they shine when the pressure and the spotlight is at its brightness. Zeke will just take care of it all. He's taking over the lobby, but still needs to defuse and does so 4K and just barely with enough time as my feed breaks. It does not work out. Okay, there we go.
0.5 towards the end. So close, but a successful round for NRG Academy, who were getting trapped down on site. We talked about individual flames inside this game. Hayode started it all off. Unfortunately for him, though, he's been extinguished towards the end. His teams, or his teammates, kind of carry on that torch. They try to get as active as possible on the site, but for the side of NBG, these guys were just rolling in. Zeke was looking so good on that retake. Luckily for him, even though the lines of fear were painted on the ground, being able to land all the shots just took too much time, and as a result, NRG evened it out 6-6. Moving on towards this half now, we have some different qualities for these compositions on each team. Finally, Giza gets to play the game, influence the map a little bit more, not just in the post point, but how NBG like to approach, and they've got the double duelist rocking down. I wonder how active they get.
And I wonder how this map's going to go, because NRG Academy have usually gotten so many more rounds on defense. That is their stronger side by far, and they did much better on the defense against M80. So we'll see if NRG Academy can start to take over. It is going to all rely on this pistol, as it's quite the NBG death ball going on, following in the footsteps of the Prowler to check that close corner, to just the paranoia goes right through the entirety of NBG, and the Raze still is self-sufficient. Son of Car is still alive, plays his life, and adjusts to the tempo that his team calls for.
NRG Academy flooding in fast, though. Viper wall screens, disrespected as Angie. Let's take down Zeke for the moment, and screens. More pushes happening on the side of NBG. They're getting away from their compact positions on the site. They're pushing past the darkness and elbow, seeing the sunlight of this post plant towards Heaven. Lots of damage though from the side of NBG, though, as they go back towards the site, retake on their own timing, not giving the chance for NRG to really play their own game at all. Ren's now on the site, has to really do everything by himself. Every single player solved on NRG. Not a single fight won, it felt like, from their team on the post plant.
It's just how NBG can bail themselves out, bail each other out. There's some really good chemistry there, and you wish that there was more done around that insane paranoia that Ange had, but it was really just trying to delay the storm that was coming, and the umbrella just got ripped right out of their hands. So for NBG to now get the pistol is bodes pretty well to try and make sure the defense doesn't flourish too much, which is definitely the better side for NRG Academy as well, when they won 13-7 over ADG. And this is NRG Academy's choice of map after all.
Smoke us to come in. Trying to play against this anti-eco just a little bit. I might be choosing the wrong side. So many players from NRG Academy up in the business are ready to receive that pressure.
NBG knowing that NRG Academy like to be a bit flashy, a bit dashy. And when are they going to show their hand? Is NBG kind of like to create some panic around the map, placing these smokes in positions that NRG Academy like to hold, like in vents, to set up a good fight for NBG, to just spam through with their better weapons to kind of force whoever's in vents into submission. But they don't know if there's a threat in mail, and seeing the stack out of garage, NBG, they were shaken but not stirred, and this does mark that there is quite a stack on the left side, so they'll push towards the opposite.
As Zeke's also pushed the entire way through. A lot of the times you send a weaponless person, maybe just with a sheriff or a ghost, to buy that space, and not only is it not its own on this side, Ren's also not getting too much value. It's just about the kills here for the side of NRG Academy. I'm gonna be able to find too many. This one should be really good to even a few things out. A little whiff on the back of the head. No haircut today for the side of Sunup. It's gonna be not the most valuable round for the defensive side. Still, 1 kill onto Tuzi. Lots of space gained from Zeke in that round as well. It's gonna be 8-6 as rifles start to come online for one side of the teams.
And this is a product of why you run a Phoenix. You get that ultimate online so fast, just like Stunna did at the beginning of this game. He was the first ultimate online. He's always having an impact early, which allows him to get ramped up. Now, NBG had to use that running back on defense last time, so I don't think that it ended up working out there. But to use it on attack is going to be so much better, especially when he can even just go in before Sunup car. Be that extra insurance, but man, the util from the defense to trip them all up. The blind too. NBG just tried to fight their way through the flames, and they walk into a trap.
One enemy remaining.
I just don't believe it. NRG Academy making it look like Waylay needs a nerf right now. I mean, what is going on? That saturate, stopping the double blast back. The read is just so good. Again, both these teams have had such amazing proactive defensive rounds where they decide where the fight starts. They gamble it up. They work for the space, and that work is working out for them. 8-7. If you blinked, you must have missed that round. And it's so fast with a 5-stack over on attack on the A main side. This time we should see a little bit more nuance, a bit more of a slow ambiance even, as NBG explores B, has their own Viper, Zeke all the way towards the A side. It's that classic split round.
I like that NRG Academy knew that the Zolt was going to be online. They didn't let them execute or develop a plan around that Phoenix, knowing that you kind of have to wait for the Phoenix to make the space. And NBG, they've taken both pistols, both anti-ecos, can't convert the bonus, and the score is only 8-7. So we're in for an absolute treat when it comes to this series. NBG not scared to spam through the smokes, even through the tracers, the prowler. It's just they don't know what kind of stack could be on the other side of this vent. Is it going to be a solo or a duo?
Not only that, NRG right now, since their sheer wall was not tested, the Vice setup on B, they're so comfortable playing all these positions. Usually the default here is to actually proc that wall, then go and work mid. If you don't do it, the solo anchor has so much comfort in playing this left side. Yeah, an attack smoke here is usually a really big threat on the B side. Even on rotation, caught a little bit. Heode should have been moving maybe through spawn or light speeding through. Even in this hit though later, 38 seconds left, they still haven't taken care of the wall. Thorns activated on all the sides. You have one person playing close on top boxes as well, and a crossfire could be possible if you just drop down to hell as well. Playing on top rafters, I mean, this will be a tough situation. Son of Car in the business, unchecked is Ange, and with 20 seconds and Thorns in the way, this might be an impossible situation for NBG.
NBG knew the Sentinel, this Vise was going to be there, and man, NRG Academy built the wall. Still, NBG pierced it through. 8 seconds left to plant. Renz could try and prevent it. Still looking for that secondary, and Zeke is as dependable as ever. NBG close to double digits.
So I guess the lurk from Zeke coming in to really help and keep the team active and alive. That being said, the last-minute desperation solo swings don't really give me the most confidence in the protocol for NRG there. It feels like they had the advantage in that round and just threw it away with about 15 seconds left. So I'll have to lock in a little bit. First time out for their side to decide exactly how they want to start playing this game as a team. Not going to have enough money for rifles on every single person across their team either. Heyo, who's been so good shooting for them, will be affected a little bit, but might be able to get an orb down, get those convergent paths online, that ultimate that can really shift the tides of a fight. NBG though, if they win this round, that should be such an advantage at taking this map away, throwing NRG into an eco situation, putting themselves in a spot where they can really get all the way closer to match point.
You're absolutely right. Like when you have 3 Thorns, a flash, a wall, like that was triggered. You had a heads up that there's someone around garage. NRG Academy just thought, there's no way. There's no way they come through here, and if they do, we have a plan. And that just got cracked in half. So it's pretty insane that NBG were able to overcome, such a setup that Giza has. Now, does that break NRG Academy's trust in that setup? How is it going to change? Is it going to affect the number of members that could take advantage of it? Because I think there was Ange, maybe one other person, and NBG didn't just double satchel in. They're not sending Son of Car to Narnia. Like, he's still playing more with the team these days, knowing that they could be split up because of this Vise. So NBG, they're doing well to adapt.
He's just switching it up as well, so they can't really challenge this wall, going for more of a receiving delay play. Trying to isolate some fights, make sure they don't try to spread over towards site too much. Same time, look over at the teams, really walk through mid, surprise over in vents as Heo gets traded, Son of Car down. I'm not sure who benefits off this trade as much for Vents. Head to head, is able to get another pick as well. Question is, where do you move from here defensively as a team? So many question marks on the map, although you have map advantage or player advantage in terms of numbers. How much space do you control? Zeke, who's been so successful so far, gonna get taken down. 1v2 for Ange. Gonna cut off one of the heads of the snake, and after that, just keep staying alive.
And on some lower buys too, because Ren's upgraded from a Stinger, an NRG Academy. They really just balance kind of how crazy they need to be. Like Ange getting that one pick, smokes off, but man, there's no help for the planter. Tuzi is off on his own into heaven, and he's gonna have to, I guess, make magic happen on his own. But in a 1v4, we don't believe in magic.
Sometimes, especially from this angle, I've seen some crazy things go down. But today, yeah, Houdini's not here. The rabbit's asleep. And the hats just don't exist. Really good round defensively. The value each player got in their kill and then staying alive afterwards is one of the keys there, I feel like, from NRG Academy. And the best thing for them right now, again, Vice doing a lot of work at giving them confidence to be on other sides of the map. They're really utilizing these setups very well.
And the lead has never been larger than by 2 rounds, and it's swung back and forth. It's NBG once they took the pistol. NRG Academy were able to up the tempo off of their waylay. They took over. Then we had a 6-6 half. Now NBG won another pistol. They're in the lead, and here's NRG Academy in the shadow. Like, it's such a war between these two teams. As the stack from NBG, it's actually a 1-3-1, trying to really assess each section of the map and see what they can really create. But if NRG Academy, they just outnumber them in moments, this could break NBG apart. They're not careful.
Have to move in as a unit as well. Their weapons are not as strong individually. Pain shells coming in. Gotta back off. Sean Dex linking it up with the rest of the team. On A now is where that interruption utility is. Tuzi not going to be super punished, saturated in the way, but at the same time, he has one more shot to use. Not going to be able to get anything out of it. We move over to the rest of the team, kind of skilling over on other sides of the map. Okay. Light speed, refract, getting lots of information, seeing 3, taking a picture and saying bye-bye. We'll send it to you in the mail. We know your home address is that A site. That's where you want to end right now, NBG. Shondex Flash is able to almost get the heist away, but it is stolen by NBG. Zeke again with alert. This guy is untrackable, unsensible, cold-blooded as he moves through these sites. Renz has the timing, and he is not going to stay on the clock. Son of Car wants to lock the round down. A showstopper pushed in. Aode has a bit of a gap. Can move forward slightly, but is scared of that rocket.
Just heard that rocket whistle by. You know the planter is behind the site as safe as they can. Stunner with the run it back. He says, come at me, bro. Heyode gonna give some respect to it. A moment for Stunner to not only get an upgrade, but to wrap around. Time expires. He's back to neutral. Good for Heyode to wait for that delay. And now here's to engage. This costs Heyode time, but will it cost him the round? And he gets the last laugh. An NRG Academy tie.
Can always rely on Heyode, and again, value from every single player on their life. It's insane that he's able to isolate that 1v1 on the screens, take his time, delay the run it back, and then just be so confident in the fights overall. I feel like right there, fighting screens, Stunner's supposed to swing and peek, but was just not ready for it just yet. Having the run it back, sometimes too many options, too much power can be too much for one player. 9-9 now. You're talking about the pendulum swinging back and forth. Lemon, that's how one team just can't win more than 2 rounds. It seems to be that magnetization that's still in effect here between both these teams.
And just for NRG Academy, know when to slow it down. Like, it's in moments where Ange plays his life, Heyode plays his life. Just stayed in cover against that run it back, but just front and center with the op. And okay, the opposite of what I just said happened. He's not able to refract and shot through the wall. And NBG, they're just not going to wait for that retaliation of NRG Academy to close that gap.
It's the mental stack. It's the pressure. Soul Whaley alone trying to get some space down in mid. Another team push and this off angle is dangerous. 2 kills. Your smoker down for now. Still a few screens to put in. Nightfall coming in to push a lot of these players back, not giving them a chance to really attack at all. Scans way deep, so Renz knows where to peek, and it's not going to be able to actually attach bullets to heads for this time. Look at the space though, all the way Omen on the other side of the map. 2Z is solved. Lemon.
Such a mixed game plan here. As NBG, they had put their Phoenix wall up. They had a really good setup. Their Omen got beat for free, and this kind of delay, this hesitation, cost NBG an opportunity that I think they could have pressed the advantage that they had, but they weren't sure what to do. And NRG Academy got to step back into the game, and they will maintain that lead, which was tough because NRG Academy took a timeout and they looked like they were making these micro adjustments, I should say. But then they played way too fast. They dropped the op. Some friends had to go and pick it up, and then they kind of NRG Academy seemed behind on the game until NBG just took a break to talk about which site they wanted to hit. And I think 2Z being over at B really confused them.
They still solved it. We're still able to lock things down. And yeah, for NBG, so many spoons in the pot stirring, nobody actually tasting the food. I like it. You have so many lurks active, and it happens almost every single round. I feel like Zeke is getting so much space as well, even on these ecos. But if you're not going to use any of the space, if everybody's lurking, nobody's getting that spike down. Nobody's actually going to be able to touch that site. 1-3-1 again for these guys as we move through, trying to get some semblance of control. B is going to be the option. And the best play for them to make, it's some of the tightest sight lines here if they can segment them. With all these sheriffs and the stingers, they're going to have to really look for close range fights.
This 1-3-1 is something NBG have done before. It does weaken their fights if they do meet NRG Academy face to face. But playing this front to back, they scale through the map. They don't let any gaps to NRG Academy by having at least someone on each side of the perimeter. NBG, they've been given mid, they've scared the defense into submission. Now where do they go? They have to try and crunch with Zeke into heaven. They can get Zeke in a position to Viper's Pit. This could be a moment to get away with a thrifty, but the op has shown its face. Hayode is going to be a threat. No way you repeat this. The bait and switch gets the op down, and the pistols, the stingers, they ring true. Son of Car recovers the op, and NRG Academy have to retake.
Got some time to work with. Spike just went down. Defensive players already here. Lots of people locked down in sight though. 2Z will be the solution if it's possible. First stop shot hits.
Oh, and it's just a one shot, and it's just not good. NRG Academy, no, the op doesn't have a lot of space. You do not want to touch that angle. Giza's at half health, and, well, okay, managed to get Stellar through the wall. NBG weakened, time running out, and the op gets distracted, but Son of Car takes out the pistol and ends it in a thrifty to tie our game.
He's just so talented, and again, both these teams having their star player rise up to the occasion when a clutch or hold a site down in ways that are super unrealistic. How you describe to your friends you'd win a 1v4 against some of the pro players in the world. Would it actually happen? Well, if you're Son of Car, absolutely. Insanity, even with the classic towards the very end. Staying compact on site. I don't think 2Z was a part of any of those fights either. Just some level of insurance there that they're not going to need to use. 10-10 for them.
2 rounds in a row, the NRG Academy, they try some stuff with the op and it gets dropped, and NBG, they are able to punish it. NRG Academy need to find more safety and play an op in a much safer position, which I think Hayode is anything but that. He's a duelist that loves to get in your face, but he is also an incredible shot. So NBG, they have the weapon advantage, and they're coming up to a nice pair of ult cycles. They got Showstopper, they got Run It Back. They have a lot to try and push to the finish line, and NBG know they smell blood in the water. They dispatch Shondex. They're spammed through the smoke, and NRG Academy are in submission. They do try to bite back, bark back even, and NBG just decide to ignore it. But Stunna is in a position that you would think he is trapped, but you're trapped in there with him. As NRG Academy not looking like they could pull off another thrifty at this point, not with NBG finally leveraging their advantage.
Really getting confident, pushing over here to that site. Solo player Stunna still a bit of a worry for me. You don't want to give away too much in these rounds. but at the same time pushing over towards match point. No orb to gain for Senna either. This is just confidence, a good read from him in this time, and a good section of the map to cut off in terms of the retake. Getting closer towards defender spawn though. And screams. You look over at Giza, who has a chance, but nobody, I think, on the side of NBG really stands a chance when these guys are starting to get active. Okay, that's one. Big two from NRG. Ange cutting down the line a little bit.
Big TP too. That was really funny, and just kind of playing the mind games in a moment where you just thought any other player would just run and thinking they had the time to escape, and he just kind of knew the spacing perfectly to get 2 kills in a position that a lot of players would have just died with that weapon. Ange lives and gets a double kill out of it. So pretty impressive in a moment like that, as NBG though still are in the driver's seat when it comes to this. On, again, NRG Academy's map pick. The final timeout now used from NRG Academy, both used in this half, and the first one just a few rounds ago in round 17. But this netted them a lot more success on their defense, even pulling out a thrifty at some point. So moments like this really gives composure to NRG Academy.
Have to try to find as much as possible. Because again, as you said, Lemon, yeah, this game is going very back and forth, trying to break that streak as well of the amount of wins they have in a row. MG want to get to 4 to finish out this map entirely. Going to be tossed over on Eco. NRG Academy have 2 rules now. The first one's always there, try to win the round, but the second new added rule for this one is try not to lose too many players. This timeout as well could be discussing from the shadows, could be discussing a lot of the Viper's pits and different ultimates available for them, because they will make a difference in this round.
And spending down to 0 with light armor for Hayode, this is a big risk when you've seen less consistent value from the op. Now that NBG are not scared of it. If anything, they're even stealing the op from them once it gets dropped. So I think there was only one time Renz was able to recover the op. So NRG Academy, they have usually been able to babysit Hayode in those moments, and this time it will be Giza, who could easily steal Garden. Worse comes to shove.
You know, it could be here. Flash, run it back, up and away, light speed, and Stunner gets denied. Trade, I didn't think that would happen. Showstopper active now on the side of the attacking team to really slow down the B take. Not gonna find much yet. Okay, Op still online. Chaos as these guys try to enter the site. Giza's hold is just too strong.
Steel Garden almost came out way too late. Like, NBG were already knocking at the door. They didn't even trigger the Vise wall. I mean, Tuzi bought so much time playing his life once he teleported past it, but kind of a messy round for NBG. They still are going to try and push through no matter what. NRG Academy, equal numbers. And now the Vipers pit, but Car down. Neighbors close by. NBG trying to maintain the crossfire. The trust is there, and the plant will be as well as the regroup. Shondex and Ange on opposite sides. The Nightfall as panic and the pressure as NBG don't lock any targets, but hey, information gained. Stellar checks the corner. Shondex checks him at the door, and Zeke has to live on, but he steps out of the pit. But this is all a ruse. Ange and Shondex don't know. They step in. It's a bad moment for Zeke. But a moment he strikes as Ange now. Skies are clear immediately on the spike. Can't even get it to half. He loses HP in the process as Zeke. It's a chess match. The mind games and the patience paying off. He's not even going to blink, and Ange is just going to be sent to heaven at this point. One last swing. Zeke tucks away. I mean, he's playing with this food, and no time to defuse. Match point for NBG.
We talked about some of the reasons why NRG Academy can't even lose players in that round. 12-10. Map point, as Lemon said, and no money to work with. Having a Guardian half armor in this one. You can see dodges and toes. You can see so many things right now from the side of NBG. Whatever they want to do right now will be at advantage and will work here. Fast play, something very slow and deliberate. They have the better rifles to be able to fight with. Retake will be so much harder for NRG Academy.
The win rate goes up tremendously if Zeke is deep into these rounds. I mean, how many times has this guy closed it out? Not even just the number of kills, but the game IQ, how cerebral he is in his decision making. And he's just on a Viper too. He's not even on anything that could really throw you for a loop. The snake bites too, how he's able to break up Hayode from the rest. I mean, this guy has been a clear MVP for me. But that only matters if they win the map. And NBG, one step closer. The lead has never gotten bigger than 2. And NBG, they won both pistols, and it's still this close of a match. You have to give respect to NRG Academy. It's not over yet.
Don't try staying locked in. This is where Zeke's found value before. Nothing there this far. Prowler towards the top of ramp. This off angle. Seen. Found by NBG. So fast. And again, Zeke, this guy has been piloting this attack side slowly, silently, this time screaming in rage, trying to end the map with these shots.
And Ange has been in that spot before to go for these 4K paranoias and NBG. They just are so aware. Their reads, they're clean, not giving an inch to NRG Academy as NBG take a mile in their map pick, 13-10.
Towards the end there, NBG finally came alive. Every single player was playing their piece perfectly, covering each other, being able to get one when somebody else went down, and at the same time get the value of 2 players over and over again on that attack side. The best thing about it too is that was at such a comprehensive level. They were playing a multi-tiered game of Valorant, slow sometimes with executions, even on defense, challenging all the mains. If you wanted to watch a split from all angles of that Rubik's Cube, NBG gave you a very good show in that one.
And they were so well-rounded. Yeah, some attacking rounds got a bit messy for NBG, but it's to punish NRG Academy more often than not, stealing away their ops, shutting down Hayode, which looked like he was heating up and gonna be server admin after that 4K, like so early in the map, and how kind of, not like Hayode fell off, but just he wasn't the server admin that he began to be, and there was a lot of respect from NBG to deal with that. And it's not even like Son of Car just ended up going up solo. This was such a team effort from NBG. So great to see, 13-10. And you know, you were already kind of questioning if this was the right map pick after NBG put up such a challenge against M80 on this very one. But hey, Playground up next on Lotus, a 3-site mapper for NBG. We'll see how they do after this.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly Mealy comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. Yeah, they're going blind, and it's an extra body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off. You'd imagine. The spray through the smoke at least is going to guarantee one as X stands.
In such a close series for both of these teams here in the lower bracket. You know it's going to be a close one as we headed to Split as the very first map of the series. Something that was well-versed for both of these teams. But once we got down to it, it was close, but it's going to be Nightblood Gaming to take the victory in the end, 13-10 for the first map in the series. Again, Ash, we knew it was going to be close, tied at the half, close almost all of the way. Like, we got to see a lot of back and forth between these teams.
We did get to see a lot of back and forth between these teams. It was a pretty streaky matchup to kick things off, honestly, for our first map of this series in this elimination game. And overall, it really felt like NRGA Academy, they managed to really find that control, I think, on Split on that first half, especially once those weapons came into play. They found so much success into those post plants there as well. It was so difficult for NBG to find anything into those retakes once you saw NRGA Academy just being able to shut things down, whether it was with utility there for Shondex or Giza just slowing down that push, or just the fact that even for NBG, there were rounds where they didn't have the numbers to even contest our NRGA Academy in some of those retake scenarios as well.
It was a really nice approach from NRGA Academy on the attack side. I really like how they leveraged the Vice, even though Giza wasn't putting numbers up. It was the utility that was super important. So using the Vice wall at aggressive angles to block rotates, to block spawn retakes, it was something huge that even G2 started using as well in stage 1 of the VCT. So I like that approach from NRGA Academy in that way, so that Shondex as the Viper is going to be your main lurker installer here on the A side. I think what made it very close for Nightblood Gaming to start to come back here on the defensive side was thanks to Son of Car starting to bring out the op towards the end. But really it was those 4 rounds from round 5 to 8 where, you know, the hits from NRGA Academy with utility were so good and the stalls were perfect that it didn't allow here for NRGA Academy to come back in the first half until, well, tides have turned once we got into the second half. And Nightblood Gaming did a great job actually on the defaulting on their macro play as well.
I mean, that second half, when you're talking about just the back and forth, it was the most back and forth for quite a bit until it was Nightblood Gaming finally being able to pull ahead there and just be able to close out quite strong after that. I mean, it's a team that when you have that double duelist, you have some really, really strong, capable shooters on the team. Ash, they can get the momentum, they will be able to close out. And again, Son of Car just crazy. Actually allowed to play in the series and he puts up an impact. Imagine that.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. It's not even one of those games where you have Carson taking over. Everyone was pulling up and stepping up to the plate here. You're talking some of those individual plays. This is one of the main ones that I think we were all in awe of, seeing how Zeke played this one. It was really well done in that 1v2 to be able to ensure that he got that wraparound. And it's just moments like that, I think, that for NBG is what took them over the line in today's really close matchup here on Split.
Exactly. Everybody was kind of quiet on that first half for Nightblood Gaming, except for Stun and Son of Car. They were doing whatever they could. But once we got onto the attack side, man, they were really good to play off with each other here for Nightblood Gaming. Zeke getting that clutch in that 1 versus 2 allowed for him to just laser beam 3 players into the closing round in round number 23. So you saw that momentum build up. But I think on the other side too, you have to tip your hat over to, even though Hayode, yes, getting a little bit quiet on the defensive side, has done an excellent job creating space on the attack side, but also Ange has always been a great impactful player in these high stake matches where we know Ange was able to do in the past for so many iterations of different teams that he's played for back in the day. So I think, again, we preface this to be a very nice matchup between these two teams where both teams will really just leave it out all on the table and see who's going to be able to take this over. But it only excites me to look into the future rounds, into the future maps where even on Lotus, I think it should be a mirror matchup. So we're really going to see probably another very close game.
I mean, for Nightblood Gaming, I mean, we talked a little bit about Son of Car and just how it wasn't him taking over, but kind of across the board. And I love that we got to see such an impact from Stunna yet again in this map. I mean, the last few maps that Nightblood Gaming have been playing, he's been a really big step up. And I love being able to see that he's been hand in hand with Son of Car to really be able to help lead this team to victory. But I want to take a step back before we look into this next map, especially too, Vance, when we talked about this being a game that was hand in hand, right? We talked about how close it was for so much of this game. There was one particular round where, I mean, Nightblood Gaming, this is where essentially they won the game.
Exactly. So if you want to look at this, it's to preface how it allows Stellar again to play the mid-round calls here for the team. So an eco round they had for Nightblood Gaming, this was also their turning point. By winning this matchup or winning this map, they closed out this series or the first map because it was an eco for NRGA Academy. But look at how like the micro was very good as well as the macro. The smokes that you have actually being thrown is actually a lot deeper towards rafters. So you're forcing some plays over on the peaks on the rafters. So Stunna doesn't want to overcommit. But now you force a prowler and a push from the smoke. So you now have an inkling that NRGA Academy are kind of play turtled on site. So you're trying to figure out where the numbers are at though. So as you're not being contested on that A ramp, you're able to just all group up for Nightblood Gaming on the top of this A ramp. Then think about that TP right onto the site. As soon as it gets shut off and you hear this op shot, you're like, okay, we know there's information for 2 players on site. This is where the Nightblood Gaming micro comes into play. Look at the bait from Son of Car, jiggling with the stinger so that Stunna can come in for the kill. And then it comes down to, of course, Son of Car getting a 4K, sorry, at the end of the round. So you had a little bit of everything coming out from Nightblood Gaming that allowed for them to get this round over from NRGA Academy. You're forcing rotates on the defensive side for NRGA Academy. You're keeping them on their toes. They found all the information against you, so you can't really play off angles for the side of NRGA Academy on defense. And then you have to face off against Son of Car, who's just unstoppable right now going into the playoffs. So this is so good to see from Nightblood Gaming that allowed for them to build the momentum to win this first map, and where it gets a lot more difficult for NRGA Academy to try to fight back in the rest of the series. So they need one of those moments that if it does happen again, that maybe a timeout has to come out right away so they can just readjust going into the future rounds here against Nightblood Gaming, because if not, this might be a 2-0 for the side of NBG.
I mean, looking at the next map of the series, though, even if it wasn't Nightblood Gaming to take NRGA's map off of them in that very first one, and we're going into NBG's map pick, this is exceptionally strong for both our teams. Yet again, we have a situation where we should have a really contested map. I mean, the amount of reps that NRGA have had within Challengers and victories as well, like they're undefeated on this map. Nightblood Gaming, minus like the first week, we don't talk about that map, Ash. They're essentially undefeated as well. So this again is a map that really could go in either team's favor.
It really is, especially with the fact that you have what Vans was shouting out earlier as well, expecting that mirror composition to be coming through between these two teams. And after seeing how close that split was as well, Lotus is going to be so much fun. I think that it's going to be interesting to see the difference in styles that will be clashing between these two squads, especially when you consider for the side of NRG Academy, when you head into Lotus, this is a map where they like to run. Again, they're both going to be running the solo duelist, right? It's a little bit of a different style from what we saw on Split. There isn't going to be as much of that support for Nightblood Gaming there for the side of Son of Car to have that additional support from Stunna as that second entry. So it'll be a little bit more pressure on Carson to have one of those pop-off games, but we also know that NBG is one of those teams that doesn't need that necessarily anymore to find that success. It's no longer a win con for them.
Yeah, when you're looking at the comp for these two teams, it comes to show that the map approaches should be still quite vanilla, where you're trying to create a lot of like question marks with the Viper walls on the attack side over on the A control. The changes that we've seen and the evolution of how teams are playing the defense on this map, it was all thanks to getting a lot of like neon and aggression and chamber, or ways to just open and contest doors to fight aggressively on C side instead. But because you're playing with a solo duelist that's not a neon, you're going to just try to match a little bit more util to try to create space and try to force these rotates. So I'm expecting these attack sides for both teams to be quite slow, but for the firepower to come in.
I also think that just in this current meta of Lotus, the role of the Viper player is just that much more important, it feels like, with the Vice coming into play, with that style that Vans has been talking about, with the aggression, looking to cut off some of those rotations, get that early information. Both, or actually all four of Shondex, Giza, Stellar, and Tuzi have a lot of pressure on their shoulders to capitalize off of that stylistic change and the overall macro information that these Vice players are going to be able to garner passively here for both these teams.
I mean, for both of these teams, mirror compositions, both so well practiced on Lotus. For NRGA, though, the stakes to try and stay alive and take us to a map 3. Nightblood Gaming to push on forward through this lower bracket. How is it going to turn out on Lotus? Let's find out with your casters. Back over to Shayo and Lemon Kiwi.
We've got Lotus.
We got War.
We've got Son of Car.
And we got Hail Day.
And we've got map 2, baby. We're excited for this one. Absolute cinema between these two teams. NBG took both pistols last time, but it's NRG Academy on defense first. I'm excited, Shayo.
I'm so excited. This map is where the duelists really get to shine. And Split, yeah, there's a bit of a difference. Still a lot of team play. You can individually take over, though, and the spearhead really matters on Lotus.
Absolutely, and this big spears, or the tip of the spears between Hayode and Son of Car, which, hey, definitely a strong start for NRG Academy with him. You know, that big 4K, he almost had an ace so early on, but then NBG just downloaded him and even stole away the op a couple times. It was really a close split, I can't lie.
Super close. And one of the things you saw inside that split is a bit of that proactivity on defense, a bit of that speed pickup on attack as well from both these teams. Those proactive fights, that is the flavor, that is the entire ethos of Lotus. It's exactly what you have to do on defense. Mirror comps, that's what we kind of highlight these duelists. It's about the individuality and where you choose to be proactive on this map. Mound fight a little bit, smoke to cover the one way as well, but it's all about where you choose to start fighting. A very different approach from NRG Academy is to just keep this triple death ball moving across the map, trying to challenge and interrupt where NBG want to go.
And a bright part of NBG's pistol was a double kill from Tuzi. So every now and then he gets to shine. Zeke is, I mean, my MVP from NBG. And you have Son of Car who could server admin at any point. Almost a quick encounter as Tuzi looks away from Shonix just for a second. And NRG Academy will gain first blood. There's also a Vise wall that just got triggered. So this is really a tough spot for Son of Car. But no one was on the site of C to do anything about it.
They've lost their thrusters on A, but the rocket still goes to the moon and plants its flag right on the site. There is that C spike going down. All about holding on now. You have to get proactive somewhere on this side, and they've chosen Waterfall NBG up against Shondex, who's wary of this. He's careful. Does he see the close range angle coming in? Son of Car has 2 players to deal with himself. Tries to dip in, tries to see, but time is ticking away as more of his teammates die right behind him. Here comes the spray, double time. No ammo inside the pistol either. Stellar, so many shots to take with the Ghost. 2 is all that he can grab as the rest of NRG have a very good flood in for that retake.
And mixed signals between Son of Car and Stunna. When they went for Paranoia, you thought he had a good connection there. You thought there was a double swing, and Son of Car tucked away and maybe waited for a better opportunity to 1v2, and then Reload ends up being his biggest op, and that's how the NBG fell also in that double up towards Waterfall. So, you know, comms can sometimes break down in those moments. NRG Academy, though, a much needed pistol, the first one of the series. After you thought more of a delayed approach, they gave up sight completely for free, weren't able to play off their Vise util from Giza. But that's what we like about this Sentinel. He's so intelligent. He knows to go for quality opportunities and not just any of them, especially when NRG Academy caught NBG lacking on that first encounter, but getting into the face of action is Stunna, who's just gonna cross the threshold and die because of it.
They're the only maniac playing inside smokes against an eco, and his aim is just as maniacal. Cannot be stopped. This guy needs one more shot. Is he gonna be able to put him down? The highlight reel's not there, but the win is for NRG on the board.
And also really impressed me, even on split, the way that he was very self-sufficient over at ramps. I think at one point he had a 3K with similar mechanics, just these one taps, so clean for someone like Ange. And I think on the NBG side, they were the ones who had the quick kills on split to get things going, but they were also running a Phoenix, so they're able to gather momentum so much earlier. But what NRG Academy did so well, and why that split was so close, is how they adapt and how they fix issues so fast. And there's not really an issue here. You have to throw 4 bodies at someone with a Guardian to kill them. So NRG Academy is sitting very pretty behind those weapons.
One-way mix-up here, unless Heo was planning to use the smoke in a pop fashion. No flash to be able to be used. Again, as you mentioned, no Phoenix to move on with momentum or really challenge these smokes from either side. Second one-way will hit this time, so things are looking good. Choose not to challenge Mound for the moment. Move on to other sides of the map. Yeah, Tuzi was discovered in that pistol round a little bit, but this time using that Viper to scale away on Rubble and push down the A line. Renz going back and forth. Less weaponry. Remember, this is the bonus for NRGA Academy. It's all about finding that value that Lemon was talking about in that previous round. This time again, and much more of a bigger challenge.
And now that Zeke went from the Viper to the Fade, I mean, that Nightfall is going to be such a good fighting ultimate to have early, which he's 2 away from. NBG testing the waters, knowing that someone in tree is always there, and Giza just 6 feet under, and immediately clean shots from Son of Kar, who gets to repeat his raised performance from map to map. And now getting involved as Andrew teleports over just so the retake can happen that much faster. He'll make first contact. He's about to get smoked off. He wants to disrespect that one way, and he pays the price. Son of Kar has a boom block with the assist, and NRG Academy are just getting stuffed at that top choke point.
Well, living here with some of these rifles, though, the value on the side of NRG Academy is just getting kills. That's what Hayode loves to do. Everybody now trapped on site. Tree being opened up as well. That's probably the most exciting and monumental fight of this one going so far. Son of Kar is able to get Shondex down, and trying to breathe on site, just 30 HP, suffocating. Moving around, Hayode still finding value in this one. It's not a guarantee of a win. 1v1 between Tuzi and Hayode. Time ticking, swindling down. The fight's are to be found, but the round is gone. Value there for the side of NRG in the kills. The board, though, goes towards the side of NBG.
I still think that was so close, and the impact that Hayode just gave them a swinging chance, coming in through the flank, getting that one tap so fast on this Vise over here, and communicating to Ange that you already had a wide angle. You can go through a tree, flush out that player into basically a 1v2, which they then lose. And that came down to a 1v1 where NBG should have been secure even earlier than that. So seems to be some really good comms coming in through NRG Academy's side, but NBG still denied the bonus. You have an outlaw in this picture over at the staircase on the right side of the map with all the Sentinel util, but flushed outside or out of Mound is NBG, who smelled blood in the water. And now this Prowler marking someone on the left. Showstopper where the sun don't shine. At least it's traded. Shondex gets his revenge, and still Stunna teleports in and has an impact. Nightfall too rains down on the Waterfall Parade where the Renz is sitting. The IGL is now smoked off, no longer hindered. Prowler through. Hayode is just gonna go crazy. I mean, he didn't even need help in that moment, but now NRG Academy are assembled. The Showstopper gives them a kill without needing to trade. That is impact right there. One-man advantage for the defense.
Crouching Tiger hitting Stellar, though, trying to find some value. He's going to be taken about by the Outlaw as well. Renz Giza, the up-down. Going to be a really good strategy to just solve this double peak that might be coming in from the side of NBG. Almost able to get that full heist. Heo now 30 HP. Both players living with just one lung. A single breath from either will topple the other over. Heo's just waiting on that sight line. Not sure if the spike has been picked up. Stellar already moving over, does not want to give in to the ego of this fight.
16 HP. I mean, you breathe on Stellar, he dies, and he's not even gonna go for B. I mean, 13 seconds, what a risk. He's gonna go to the other side of the map, and Hayode is on his tail, thinking this is gonna be the best sight line to have a disadvantage for this Outlaw that you know that Hayode has, and Stellar's gonna get ahead of the game. The only way he wins is if he has the crosshair on Hayode before the other side, and he's trying to wrap around, maybe surprised, but decides to also stay close to the spike in case Hayode comes through B. You do not want to have him position on the spike. Stellar needs to maintain that line of sight. Oh, what was that hurt? A 16 HP. Hayode, oh, you thought he had the jump, and Stellar has the shot. That's a thrifty for NBG.
Huge for them to be able to turn that round their way, and so many cool things done to be able to make it possible. First of all, on attack, Son of Kar starting a nade very deep to do some damage on some of the retreaters coming in, even on the Omen that tried to go backwards, and then you have the distraction of a TP to get everybody in towards the smoke on the attacking side. From there, just talent as well from every single player going for these trades, picking up some of the weapons. Double swing, they make it a 1v1, and then towards the end of it too, it's really good plays to mosh the entire round down. This time for activity coming in, but nothing of value being gained too much from the side of NRGA Academy, except for some space shoved in towards the Vise. An eco round, so all NRGA Academy are looking for is just, again, some kills.
So far, only NBG, I think, have gotten thrifties. Like, what they can do on lower buys is truly superb, and Giza just overwhelmed, hoping to just hit the one shot with the Sheriff, but too many people crossing in front of him. Astana stands above Renz in a moment where he just kind of goes in solo from Waterfall. It's Hail Mary plays when you have a bunch of Sheriffs, and it's NBG. How far can they go from here when the best ult you have in the future is going to be the Steel Garden? And NBG, they're a team that can really start to streak once they get that energy going.
Oh, here it goes. Here is energy going.
Yeah,
back to the craze for now. Bit of value for Day, but nothing past that. Ange ready with some smokes or a play of his own. Going to be stopped by Zeke, and the orbs are going to be put onto some of these players that really need him for now to get those ultimates back online, either the second wave of them or the first time we're going to be seeing him so far in this half. NRG, I feel like sometimes they're a bit too far back in where they are challenging on the map. I realize that that is an eco round, but even the previous one, being pushed off mound so fast, being shoved away from A lot of the time as well. They're really relying the most on Giza, it seems like, to be able to delay as much as possible. You saw one round in the pistol where I think you pointed out, Lemon, it did work, but they've got to get more than just the reliance on their Sentinel. They've got to fight for control and hold on to it on some of the sides of this map.
And this has been kind of a weakness of someone like Giza. I mean, he was 0-4 in terms of first kills, first death in that encounter against YFT, but it doesn't matter because it's 13-9. This is a team effort. And NRG Academy, they always supplement each other in moments, well, when the initial game plan gets broken down and they have to retake. So NBG are just going to be going down main, but the door to C Link opens and a chance for Ange to poke and prod. It does split up NBG, and there's a Viper's wall that could split things up at any moment. Prowler, here's the flood. NBG making some contact, but no kills, and the play just goes down in the midst of all of this chaos. And there's an op in the picture too. NBG want to paint a different picture, but it's the blood of NRG Academy against the walls that they have in mind. NRG Academy are so worried right now, but they have the numbers. They're just talking about how they want this util to be dumped in, and now they're just out of tools. And now it's the bullets that have to do all the talking. Shondex makes entry. Giza's playing with this food. NBG's focus is being split. Batuzion in the middle of this island. He stands taller. But NRG Academy, they have trades. They found a moment in, and Tuzi adjusts, and 3 kills is not enough for NBG to hold on.
Suffocating, the walls closing in on the side of NBG. They had the plant down, they might have had the numbers, but they didn't have the space to be able to work B. The biggest thing about this site, just like we saw on split B or even on A on split as well, you get the spike down, but you need control of one of the extremities. You can't have the defenders have a voice on every single portion of the map. Their B room challenge, the door opened as well, the up online in Waterfall, and nobody was in control of heaven. We had Tuesday at the amusement park playing whack-a-mole. That was their strongest person on the site. They had no space past him, just trying to refight over and over again towards that angle. So I'm concerned for some of these post plans from NBG. They need more space if they want to stay longer on this map and survive for a longer period of time.
One thing you can be confident in is, okay, you got some haunt info there, but also Hayode is 13-3, and he's bought up again down to 0 credits. He is really willing to risk it for the biscuit. And NBG, well, they do just get their ticket right into tree, and NRG Academy are not going to hang around there. Ange taking a much safer position.
Still have one anchor on site, but the question is, in this post plant, once it's there, where do they go? They can't stay on the site. They still have to solve a lot. Ange in this angle, sleeping on it, 50-50 gambling, but I think he didn't even need to. Had some teammates for support, pushing all the way towards the back. Son of Car getting some space. That pit will let them stay on the site. But again, really static in this moment. Giza finding one. Steel Garden pushes them back. They still don't have the space limit.
And a disconnect between Shondex and Ange just cost those 2 anchors. The Viper's pit is up. Hayode, it's eviction notice being delivered. forward, and rent is due. Zeke pays the price. Numbers now for the retake as the Viper's pit comes down, and Stellar has to pick up the pieces. There's some weaknesses on that side, and the defuse gets killed. It's halfway, and all you have to do is finish the job. The plot armor is just stronger. It diffuses right in front of Stellar.
Third time's the charm on the defuse, getting half. It's crazy there. You'd assume an instant reload might have come in to get more bullets to spam, maybe. Didn't have enough in the chamber at all or in reserve, but the biggest concern for me is how these post-play positions are going for NBG. Again, pushed back in the tree there, even up against an anchor that could have delayed a little bit of time. You solve it, but afterwards, nobody's pushing in certain spots. You could have fought for stairs together, could have pushed into heaven. None of those options came through.
And despite NRG Academy, they've won 2 rounds in a row. They're the ones calling the timeout because I think Ange and Shondex have to organize. Are they holding tree? Are they holding back? Are they bailing? Are they supporting each other? Because I felt like Shondex kind of abandoned Ange when he was on the site alone when he could have played a lot safer. There was a lot of trust in Shondex there.
Yeah, there was a 2-man angle. Perfectly pointed out by Lemon Kiwi right there. What was going on in that round? A lot of the times it's not just about winning, but making sure you're winning in the correct ways. And yes, NBG have their own mistakes where that NRG are kind of locked into right now. Their floods are going really well. But if you have a site held like that, if Ange is living that long back site, you got to be able to make sure it's cohesive on their side. So they get to breathe, they get to fix their mistakes before it leads into more bleeding. Lucky round for them, honestly, on a man disadvantage against the pit. They get to find some value.
It was the Omen smoke that broke that up for Shondex, and he couldn't adjust or maybe communicate to Ange that he was solo in time, and too many angles for Ange to watch. And you do not want to win rounds by just barely getting a defuse off in front of someone watching you. So NRG Academy want more confidence and better closures to these rounds. Only a 1-round lead now for NRG Academy, sensing now some aggression over at Mound.
They'll give it all away. They started with their brawl players all the way on the A side, ready to receive some pressure. They move on to still playing this back line on C, letting NBG move in on their pace. NBG has done such a good job so far at getting onto these sites, breaking a lot of this util and moving past. There's that sheer wall gone. KO falls a little bit. No armor on him either, by the way, on this round. Just raw buying Vandal.
And NRG Academy are changing up their C position. They don't have someone tucked in as close. And the way that Zeke is getting so much value out of his Prowler to check not only that first left corner, but to go all the way towards almost the back of C. Like, there's so much information there. You proc, like you said, the Vice wall, and NRG Academy are left kind of watching what NBG's move is going to be. You don't want to overreact in a moment like this. And NBG lurking away to see our NRG Academy going to shift their positions.
NBG in a really good job, or doing a really good job right now, of working this map and finding the correct site with less people dying and going away. The read might be wrong though this time. They've usually hit the site that has a bit more of an advantage towards them. This anchor from NRG is about to go nuclear. Hale's gonna find the first. It's a firing line and the spikes inside of it as well. No chance for an approach from NBG.
A little shaky there from Ange, but if there's something NRG Academy can always depend on, it's a guy dropping like 15 and 3 right now, 15 and 4. Like, he's doubling everyone else's kills. It's Heyo Day, man. NRG Academy, they can continue to rely on their superstar, but he needs to be loud and proud throughout the game. But is it always going to be up to him? Yes, there's a 3-stack, and Heyo Day gets the initial double kill. But what else can NRG Academy do if they're just always going to be grouped up? Can they do more solo plays? Is it always Heyo Day? But either way, it's teamwork that makes the dream work. Whatever gets the win. NBG, the initial aggression at Mound. Now there's 2 smokes kind of disrespecting each other, allowing NRG Academy to be more forward, potentially get something out of this encounter, as Ange has to teleport out so he doesn't get seized.
Able to reset the round for now. Tuzi still has such good space on the other side of the map. I wonder if they use it. Trying to take things out. Nightfall towards the right side. Ange is not affected. Has a thorn to play off of as well. I mean, they've stopped and just consumed an entire ultimate. Haven't even tripped the wall yet. The C side is still so strong. They'll go over to Tuzi. Is it enough though? As there is already one person on site. Ren's ready to receive pressure.
And Will be Shondex and Renz this time, and swapping over to C since that timeout. And NBG, like you pointed out, they're so good at working the map. It's got NRG Academy playing this cat and mouse game. They exhaust every second they can, and now they break into B. They still haven't cleared it quite yet. 2Z though makes sure that they're not going to get flanked, and that's what's been consistent about him, as NBG have to stop the entries, and they're going to be proactive about it. Son of Car just swings around a corner with help of his initiator. They just pave the way, but wait, they get stopped by a wall. Ange is already taking a much more spacious angle, but wait a minute, NBG, they've let NRG Academy in.
Yeah, pinballing all over the map, finding a site. Still, this pinball needs to leave the board. Suffocated on site again right now. They tried waterfall, found no space. Raid boss Hailday finally taken down. So one of the rounds where they're bunkered on site does work out for them still. Looked worrying, wasn't a guarantee, and that's not good if you want to take the lead and find a formula that works for you on the side of NBG. Still a round down, and still don't have an outlier in terms of a superstar player. Yeah, Son of Car might be on top of the board. You're not 17-8 like Hailday though. This guy is flying right now.
Just in these solo duels, and that really came down to that. NBG just overextended so much out. They spread themselves thin. There was maybe one buddy system towards the top of B, but they really needed to regroup and to remember what the goal was, which was to protect B and solidify the choke points, which then NBG came out on top of. But man, this one way is disrespected again. The Prowler, the Boombot, Stunner with 2, Son of Car with the 3rd, and NBG just barely scraped by in that war. They still have to pick up the spike. A moment for Renz to shine over in Waterfall, and he's been the anchor at that point. But NBG giving a lot of respect to him because they're going to follow through with 2Z's calling out as the site is open at A.
So to challenge him on the rotate towards B main, chooses to go straight back into spawn and looks to maybe affect that A site if possible. Now, the only reason they rotate all the way over to A is if they already had a player there. I think Renz knows that. We can see that because we get to look at both teams on the minimap. And as a result, Renz does make the good call not to jump into this 3v1 for now. The game is very close, and if you look at their economy right now, Renz cannot afford a rifle in the next round. So keep that Vandal over to have a bit of a bigger voice up against NBG, and I kind of like it. They're challenging that status quo absolutely in these rounds. A lot of the times they would condition that attacking smoke to deny the one way, but they've never teleported inside of it and gone for trades before. So I'm liking the fact they're going for these all-in fights. They know it's 5v3 at least on the side of C, and they get so much more than they bargained for as well. No trades on the side of NRG Academy.
Yeah, NBG just went for the more guaranteed play. You either go up against Renz in a 2v1, or you go to an open site and hope to out macro the defense, or out macro Renz in that case. And this is a map that it's hard to cut off those rotations. And the fact that 2Z, I mean, he was such an incredible lurk over at Split, being self-sufficient, getting picks on his own on the opposite side of the world, and him getting that info on Renz pretty much was the nail in the coffin that Renz had no advantages to work with. So NBG are able to keep this as close as they can. Post timeout for NRG, they haven't really downloaded the solution. They're 1-2 since that timeout.
I feel like even before the timeout, like NBG, 5 out of 6 rounds at least, 2Z's found free A space over and over again. This guy is like treating Rubble like his home. I can help you rebuild it if you want. You could install a kitchen, get you cooking. They've got so much A space, and with that conditioning now, they're actually letting the rest of the players crawl up A. You'd assume 2Z would be there kind of quietly, and they're taking over B. They can crunch over towards the C side too. This is good map control from NBG.
There's a hero rifle from Renz. That would be the only saving grace. NRG Academy are a team that on these saves, they like to go for more solo heroics with these pistols, and it hasn't really worked out. If anything, it's fodder for a team like NBG. But wait, this crunch, the trap that NBG just walked into, gave some much needed upgrades. 1 Vandal, 1 Outlaw in the hands of NRG Academy.
Blow up their advantage a little bit, but the retake is just still coming so far away. They can bunker on site if they want, because right now, 2Z's in a really good spot to get one of these earlier fights happening. But as he moves further back, you got to make sure you're taking some form of space on the other side of the map. And yes, pushed into defender spawn. I love that from the side of NBG right now. And I have crazy angles. One teleport coming in, so you don't have an issue actually attacking the site. Hailday finding Zeke, so now there's problems. This is a must-win fight for 2Z. picking apart one building. Just sandcastles a foundation here on Mount. It's huge for him. It doesn't topple down either. Ren's now stuck in the river, stuck in the moat, and unable to cross. He tries to get a voice in, but they pull the bridge up, and there's no way you get a chance to retake this site.
Tuzi, I love the way he played around cover there, because sometimes in just a head-on-head duel against Hayode, you might lose that, because sometimes Hayode is just a laser and you just get tapped before you even have a chance to shoot back. And I like that Tuzi is just drawing out all the ammunition, trying to break those crosshairs, didn't face Hayode head-on. If anything, Tuzi's friend got shot down trying to help Tuzi, and Tuzi had to take care of business. The way he throws this snake bite to make sure that he doesn't get pushed and isolates these 1v1s, so smart of Tuzi, and really weakens the last remnants of NRG Academy to let Stunna finish it. So just barely hanging on though is NBG. Last round of the half. Are we going to get another 6-6? It's an exchange, but the op drops for NRG Academy.
No op on one side, no darkness on the other. Smoke's going as well means for NBG, this next play has to be very, very fast. He's getting value and traded as well inside the smoke across the map at least, and they've made so much A space now. The question is, with a minute on the clock, do they actually attach themselves to it? Prowler finds Giza, pushes him back. Tuzi is able to receive that catch, and now A is really open for the taking.
Finally, NBG get kills without needing to sacrifice someone for it. Again, Tuzi playing his life, going back into cover, not re-challenging quite yet, and it's the Viper's Pit to prevent Renz from having an easy fight, as he'll have to navigate through that, but wants to time it with Shondex.
The retake wraparound here has to be solved. Shondex looking to make it work. The timing, perfect. Now, 2v2. Tides evened out, a pit in the way. Hot also to be thrown in the fray, but both players are able to look inside the doorway and get value. Renz can't stick it. His HP falls, ticks down to time. One shot at a too close range. The spray from Tuzi is good. A 4K from the guy who I think made this half possible for NBG.
Yeah, so winnable if Tuzi is deep into this round. I mean, this guy's so smart and just makes the rounds. You have to claw your way back in if Tuzi is in this, and it took already time to address the rubble thing, which then allowed this fade to get front and center bodyguard. That was Renz that had an initial good stop. And NBG, they have only but a small lead, so we'll see if NRG Academy can scrape by another pistol. But that was also because of maybe a small lapse in NBG's attack, where they got actually picked by Tuzi earlier on. So I think NBG are composed after a very stressful split, I'm sure.
This map, Tuzi's just finding so much value, and you saw the way that NBG were able to use his value, you know, this lurk down on A as conditioning over and over again. NRG can do the same thing. They need that pistol on the board though to have the room to be able to do it. Sometimes conditioning costs lost rounds, and so far, if your star duelist, the tip of the spear as we talked about, goes down, you're going to be losing in this war. There are no reinforcements coming in this pistol round. Losing it actually gains you less troops for the rest of the match. You don't have as many rounds to play, so I don't know how they bring this one back. Again, they've gained space with their Viper on the A side. NRG are starting to move in. I wonder if their post plans are as dynamic.
Yeah, for NBG to have their own focus split, because they were opening the B-Link door, and for Ange to still lock in, or well, for NBG to still lock in that moment to get him down. But Giza's at 34 HP. Here's a swing from Zeke, and man, his shot is always clean, winning these duels, giving a chance now for NBG to end this pistol in their favor as Stellar tucks away. Now he's tucked into his coffin. NRG Academy still have to overcome this, and as a team, they're making up for it in kills. Only a few more members left, make it 3 for Zeke, as Shondex just has to protect the spike, and it doesn't seem possible if he even doesn't have anyone else left with him. And NBG find themselves on top again thanks to either Tuzi or Zeke. There's so much heroics from this side.
And you can see the practice they've been putting in from week to week really showing in that fight, particularly in this map entirely as well. The movement from every player playing with each other, the back and forth and door. I think the worst thing for NBG in the past was how they took these fights as a team. You'd always have one person leaning way too far into the fight. On that door spot specifically, excellent ADing to make sure that you have a final clasp of a double swing coming in. Amazing bait towards the cross on stairs as well. from the side of NBG to make sure that all three players stay alive. Their mechanics are in tandem with their teammates now. This team is getting scary in the playoffs.
I mean, technically, yeah, NBG are on that 5-round win streak. I mean, the confidence is blossoming, but wait, a thorn in their side and lurking in the shadows. And Son of Car wasn't tunneled in, even a second just off the bandit. But Zeke matches band for band, and then NBG just have the good weapons for such a close range duel like this. But Tuzi has enough on his plate already. Both expended to deal with the boom bot, and Giza perfectly timed with the blind on top. And as quick as lightning, NRG Academy find themselves around.
Yeah, that right there too in that round, I think was a bonus specifically coming in. No, I think that might have been, yeah, no, okay. It wasn't actually. Sana was there with a ghost, which is why I feel like that site wasn't as easy to hold. And you look at their economy, they were completely thwarted. Might have been a force on the side of NRG Academy to make sure that this is a possibility here. So as a result, NBG thrown back into a loop and staying on their sheriffs and pistols. They'll have to emulate what NRG Academy just did with even less economy. KOD 20-9 right now, really, again, leading this team in aggression. And they've mostly just bunkered down on one side of the map. He hears that step coming in from the shadows, and Stunna gets denied.
Interesting peek from Stunna. When he had two other teammates with him, he's not in a position where he could be traded or even support in that moment. Maybe thought this was a very passive smoke and there would be maybe a lurk towards spawn, but it's a risk that he took to get information, and that's what he paid. And NRG Academy try to outnumber C, but just the threat of a Vise Sentinel and whatever else that could be up Tuzi's sleeve. NRG Academy are stuck, and now no longer. They'll step forth into the arena, tucked into Waterfall. It's going to be the spears of NBG to try and pierce through the plot armor of NRG Academy, but the Bandit, this thing, are so good at brawling as Zeke waits for some good timing, as everyone seems so low, but even he can't get a kill. So NRG Academy about to close the gap in the score after, like you said, forcing in that anti-eco.
Saw the rest of the team start to use some of their utility towards the end of the round on the side of Nightblood Gaming. Just because Son of Car got a pick across the map and picked up an outlaw. I think the team started to realize the round might be winnable. Let's use the snake bite, maybe set up a thorn or two if we can, but they didn't see the full translation there after getting that pick on the eco. This will be the round that decides who starts to lead in this half. Shoving NBG back on an eco round, and at the same time for NRG Academy, kind of slicing their economy in half. It's a super bonus for them right now because they forced up. We're able to deny another thrifty round, and they're not going to have the weapons to be able to fight in this one toe-to-toe, but the outlaw is singing to a few half-armored opponents on the other side, and we've seen how scrappy NRG can get pushing through smokes, and when they do that, the Spectres get so much value as well.
You'll leave Shondex towards spawn, so you know you have to trigger some of the Sentinel util, and you don't have to try and, well, re-clear through. Ange is gone, but I guess the inspiration not gone from NRG Academy's side, but three bodies are an absolute fumble, just not really taking their time to take down the fortress of NBG right at the choke point.
It's terrible. It's tragic. I think there was some form of interruption too on the double blast back in, or maybe it was just one to be able to stop and shoot, but that didn't work either for the side of Hayode. And you just want some form of value here, just a few more kills in this round. It's not just about taking the site. Okay, Rens, how much can you do? This time everybody has rifles. He's going to be one of the only people on the team next to Shondex who had a better gun to be able to play with, but he didn't get to follow any of the scrappiness in with his team.
Grabbing that orb, getting information at Mound. Shondex unsure, just waiting for the call for Renz. He's been just anchoring spawn, and since Giz is out of the picture, you can't even use the Vise wall. So it's NRG Academy just maybe hoping to hold on to their guns. I mean, they could open the B-Link door, but you don't know what's waiting for you on the other side. When there's not as many warm bodies around, and you face such a brick wall, and maybe off of a fumble. NRG Academy hesitating on what their next move should even be. And you don't want to take any more risks after how this round began.
For NBG's excellent 4 guns saved and able to be used in the next round, build that bank up and stay in the lead. that's a solution and a formula to just win the map entirely. Again, they are up right now in this matchup. They can just end this series by taking this map away.
And a Nightfall for Zeke. I'm wondering how you're going to try and fight this. Seems that NBG want to get more out of this Rebel aggression. I mean, they lost Stunna so early from trying to get information towards spawn, trying to mark where this lurk of either Shondex or Giza is. NRG Academy like these 1-3-1 sort of setups like they did on Split, and NBG want to try and get ahead of this. But on defense, sometimes you can just play a lot safer and play these choke points. And it feels like Lotus could be very defensively sided if you rely on some of these buys util and your Sentinel overall to hold the space. Energy Academy now see, is NBG going to step forward to their side, their half of the map?
I want them to. This Stunna angle is really meant to punish Vipers that want to put this wall down immediately. Push it back over into here, maybe isolating the Rubble angle as well, or the root angle. Stunna's got a lot of work to be able to be done on the plate. Too many heads, too little time, and he's down. Son of Car now. Will you get baited to play this game that's rigged against the house side, the NRG Academy side right now? Boombot spray, wall falls down, and he just dies to the fray there. Son of Car also goaded, baited into taking this fight. NRG Academy are like controlling NBG, it seems like, in this defensive round.
Yeah, and BG are just in these solo positions. Stunna and Rubble, walled off from Son of Car. Son of Car's just out in the open, so he can't get like this one and tuck away, like to B-Link door or anything like that. So NRG Academy have just the power of friendship is kind of what's vanquishing this round, as Ren's in trouble, just getting spammed through the most brittle box in the game. And then BG didn't even have to face the music at that moment. A small lapse for NRG Academy, but what seems to be a pretty secure round for them, considering all they have to do is wait for NBG to be impatient and to punish them for it.
NBG don't go experimenting though. If they let NRG play with that patience for the entire round, the clock will tick down. Things will be in their advantage. They'll pause for now wondering, okay guys, I understand. We can fly around the map, we can buzz around our opponents, but we're not actually mods. We don't want to be attracted to every flame the NRG is throwing our way. So they'll get their defensive repertoire up and fixed. For NRG Academy, if they're timing out right now, Lemon, what are some of the best things you're seeing from this team so far in this half?
Well, it was Hayode being like double positive and doubling everyone's kills, and at least he's consistent, right? But it's NRG Academy needing to slow it down. I think they did a good job of that on Split, kind of realizing that they needed to match the pace of NBG, but it was two different duelists. It was a Waylay. They were trying to leverage this Waylay and the speed and the whole advantage that that gives. And once NRG Academy slowed it down, they looked better on Split. And now it's them still not being slow enough because they just walked into Tuzi and Stellar utility at sea, and it costed them 2 bodies. And then NRG Academy were able to now slow it down, pick off NBG at some moments where they were isolated. So it's very much a chess match between the two, but I think NBG is the one that has to come up with the game plan around the 3 ultimates that they have, because those are pretty impactful ones to have.
Yeah, some limit your hearing, others just do straight up damage. I mean, these are not utility ultimates. These are fully just, yeah, we can retake with them as well. They have really big impact. You're right. Maybe less focus on NRG Academy, more focus on what they could be doing to end the game. That's always something that people don't consider in timeouts, though. Their call is to go for mound, really structure it down. No one way, inviting pressure, inviting the fight. NRG Academy might bite for this one. Close range, you hear a blast back usually before this fight actually goes down. And nothing of that sort is happening from the side of Nightblood Gaming. They've tempered their aggression, but they've gained a lot of space.
That one way doesn't really tell you if someone's going to be on mound. You're not sure what could be on the other side if you're Ange, and they're going to, now that one-way smoke is down, NRG Academy can play off of just sheer aggression, and the showstopper misses, goes in between the gap. NRG Academy to just still be happy their lives are still intact after a bomb just came whistling past them. NRG Academy don't want that smoke.
And not for the moment. The smoke is all that bomb will leave. Tuzi pushed back with the nades as well. And usually it's an immediate crunch and an opening for NRG Academy. It's a bait and switch though, as Sun is there to go for that trap play. This is the first time NRG Academy is not there. It's actually the A hit, but there's thorns all around. Still guarded to buy the time. Stellar has one of the guns available, or most of the guns available on the side of NBG. Nightfall coming in. The Sun can be turned off on the other side as well, as it goes right back, bouncing from wall to wall. Fear across both sites, both teams. Stellar pushed back. Toxicity on the ground. It's going to be tough here for the side of either team to gain space. They're both on their own lines of scrimmage. One player, a flanker, coming in. It's Sunna with the Sheriff, who can open this door and shake things up for NBG.
I love how early that Steel Garden was for Stellar to buy time to even get that first pick. NBG still in this game because of their anchor coming in through tree, though. An exchange as NRG Academy hold their back line. They have the Viper's Pit covering despite just barely. It's NBG. They go to shake things up. It's the third for Tuesday. The defuse is halfway. It gets dropped, and Shondex takes over.
Oh, that was close.
Toxic clouds haunting NBG for now. As Sean next again, another pit, another tree, and another win for the planting team. They might not need the space if they have an anchor like that. And it's a star play. I feel like both teams as well threw everything at the table. Nightfalls back and forth. Rotation on the side of the map as well. And the way that things started off on Mound, they're both really trying their best after that timeout. It is just, again, the star play that pushes NRG Academy a bit further than NBG.
I mean, how are you supposed to kill a Viper sitting in tree with Viper's Pit? Like, NBG just threw everybody, I mean, everything but the kitchen sink. Unfortunately, not perfectly synced, so it was just hit after hit from Shondex, but still so stoic in a moment like that. As NRG Academy able to tie things up post NBG timeout, scratching their heads on, is this really gonna be a 2-0? Do NBG have what it takes to end this cleanly? And on defense, difficult to do because their Sentinel util, their walls are crashing down around them. As NRG Academy just know right where to hit them. As the high-low created, Hayode just isolates it, still manages to get out alive. The Prowler's on his tail. Hayode conserves as many bullets as he can, but Stellar won't let him get away.
So one of those strategies where you send the weaker gun to the other side of the map to see what the stack is right now, because again, they have to solve 5 sheriffs. It's never easy to do without putting one of your bodies on the line. 4v4 for now is Teo did find some value, and with Son of Car gone, a lot of the talent on the side of NBG just in aim might be a little bit more nerfed on their side of things. From the shadows coming into B, so they understand the pivot. Seller there with an outlaw to just be able to slow things down a bit. NRG Academy have to respect this one. Sheriff still peeking, 13 seconds on the clock. Sheer wall activated as well. Ren saves the round.
That is so insane for him to live basically by himself when the walls came up. NBG nowhere to be found. Giza just continues to rally. NRG Academy will not give up, will not surrender to face an outlaw in the face when they had 15 seconds left. There was no other option but to fight or die. And it's Stunna with just the Sheriff in a crossfire. Good luck, buddy. His vision will fade to black, and NRG Academy steps away from trying to force a map 3.
Getting a lead towards the end of this one as well. NRG Academy double digits on the board, and look at what they have to convert off of this one. Showstopper up in the wave as well for Hayode, who we know can just work so well with speed. And I think just the insurance policies here from NRG Academy as well are just going really well for the team. Every time they need that double up, both players respond. Every time they need one player to level up as well, that player is there, whether it's Heo, whether it's Shondex. This time, faster speed over in the Mound. That counter one-way smoke is in the business, up for duty, and it's going to be able to work. Stunna pushed way back and at half HP already.
NRG Academy have stolen away the lead and just putting fear in the face of Stunna, who had nowhere to run or hide, as NBG just staggered away. The smokes are cutting off their lines of sight, and NBG just can't even play together because of this. Fantastic setup for NRG Academy. They'll get a plant off of it. Tuesday will have the Viper's Pit, but it's nothing that I think they could really use to get their way in. And it's Son of Car with an op too, so if anyone crosses, NRG Academy will be dead, but they're not stupid enough to do that. Steel Garden just to really cement themselves in the round. NBGs had to wait a few seconds before going in. 2 Prowlers left for Zeke. It's going to try and give them information so that someone like Tuzi can at least fight through it. They've already made their way in. First contact, a blast back to create an advantage. Tuzi falls, not perfectly, in just the back of the head. Son of Car won't be able to tell the tale. And NRG Academy, they're on a streak that just seems impossible. This whole half has been so in control of NRG Academy.
Trying to go for it, NBG right there, but yeah, you don't have unlimited time to be able to attack that site. And I'm just liking NRG's holds as well towards these rounds. I was asking them to be proactive in some of the extremities of these sites, but at the same time, if you're able to just have your ultimates help you bunker, if you can wait for the enemy team to make mistakes, if you can really just play time. They've been doing it amazingly so far inside the post plant. Always an ultimate in tow to be able to cycle through the round as well. This time they don't have a single ult on the board, so it'll all be the ideas they've cooked up in both the timeouts and the mid rounds for NRG Academy.
NBG are the ones that do the best on these lower buys. If I had to throw some cope anybody's way, but NRG Academy, I mean, especially Giza's talked in interviews that he is kind of the main energy provider. When this team gets hype, they build momentum and they just start shooting even better. They work together better. Now, you don't want to get too excited. You still need to be composed, and NRG Academy know how to strike that balance. And now to take away the lead, I mean, they are 6-2 in this half, and it looks like it'll continue to trend that way. As NBG, they tried to push through rubble. They go for these Hail Mary plays with Sheriffs, and it's not going to surprise NRG Academy.
Options now as the map cuts in noise. Stunner can't stay on this angle either, and that Sheriff becomes so much weaker. This wall usually over at B, so as long as NRG Academy are careful, they do get baited out a bit, but that's Heyo's job. Make the space. Don't think the shear was tripped though, so someone needs to go up and do it unless you just want to risk everybody being isolated. They all try to move on at the same time. Only 2 are able to cross thorns to stop things down. The peek from Stellar is there. Gonna be raised in HP. Still Gordon coming in, but is it flimsy? Penetrable? That's the question as he mounts over and finds the dunk on the Sean Dex. This Vise does not want to give up the site right now.
That's so insane for Stellar. I mean, he's so patient, not greedy, doesn't go for the weapon, plays off his thorns. NRG Academy thought it was completely free, thought it was passive of the Sentinel. They don't usually play around here. I mean, Stellar is fearless at 8 HP. Tuzi also at NBG thrifty. Maybe my cope was right after all. I mean, this team is just a different beast with Sheriffs. I don't know, man.
Gotta be careful with it entirely though, right? Like, it's not gonna be that easy every single time. You don't get the same levels of timings in a round as well. This is the cost of NRG maybe taking things slow or going the same pace over and over again. What's working for them on split is the switch up, is that coin flip, is the question. Are we going fast, or is it gonna be another slow round? NBG gonna be timing out this one.
And not to, I hate to throw this out there, but they also got their 10th round win on split off of a thrifty, which then boiled over into 3 rounds in a row afterwards. A 4-round win streak for NBG to win split off of a thrifty moment just like this. And I think they sense it. They know that this win to eliminate NRG Academy is within sight, and they have the game plan to do just that. They don't have the ults, but they got Tuzi with the Viper's Pit. So wondering how you use that. He's sort of centered around B most of the time. Sometimes he's anchoring C with Stellar. Sometimes Stellar is solo. This has been a very dynamic defense from NBG.
Could have this final C pivot coming in, and we don't see it again. Viper's Pit might just be used for retake entirely. That could be a huge thing. But NRG Academy, the question for me is, yes, that might have been an NBG timeout. You've had time to talk now as well. How do you switch up the pace, or are you trying to go for the same thing and look for success? Because technically, yeah, you are in the lead, and it has been working so far. Immediate rebel control, no challenge with cohesion, at least for the side of NBG. They're choosing to save their season name.
And NBG have only won 3 rounds, and I think only one of them was with rifles. Pistol and a thrifty is pretty insane. So yeah, NBG, I mean, the script is there when it comes to split, but this half has not gone their way at all. But NRG Academy, they have been really riding this ship. The wind is in their sails, but they also are going to respect what's on the other side. They know that NBG have had a timeout. They could be really planning out a trap, and NRG Academy sensing it, trying to get back into the lobby as Shondex and Ange putting up some resistance to NBG. Ends up being a pretty even exchange between the two.
So fear based on how NRG Academy is in kind of pushing forward on the map right now. They have to re-clear B main on the side of NBG. They have to just pay attention to see if anyone's teleporting across. All the questions being asked right now, just open up this B site. They flip the map. NBG have B main. They've locked it down. They have a crunch if the spike taps the site at any moment. 2 HP on Shondex. He can't fight either. They're going to go for the B main clear. But 20 seconds left on the clock. Yeah, NRG.
So weird.
You got to make a decision. Spike is about to be planted. Hayode finds Tuzi. Do they understand the second? The Tuzi could just be an anchor here. Spike finally down. All eyes now on that flanker. Here comes Stunna. Big boots to fill, but Heyo knocks him right off.
Heyode's insane. He marks the flank, gets a ton of kills. He makes this round livable after NBG had them completely surrounded. Zeke's at 5 HP, been the case since the start, and now he has to 1v2. Two pretty healthy and strong fraggers on the NRG Academy side who lost Renz, their IGL, the one that had the win condition in NRG Academy after getting punched in the mouth, got back up and knocked out NBG in this round to go to match point.
It's well earned from them. I'm surprised that Stunna does not get more and the team does not activate around him on the side of NBG faster. He's not only going to be getting guaranteed kills, but turning heads, so then you can peek from your angle really fast. But I feel like some people either didn't wait or just, again, got moved on proactively from the side of NRG. They are no joke on this attack side so far. It's just tough. Maybe waiting a second and then swinging a waterfall after the spray from the back might have been the way, but you're always trying to make things as seamless as possible. 12-10 now, as you mentioned, match point, Kiwi. This is about to get real for one of these teams.
And it's real that Hayode has almost 30 kills, above 20 kills, just like Split. I mean, he is shining bright and throughout the game, no longer quiet. He has to show up. Ange will be gone, shown out, and now the Boombot doesn't get to mark that player. NRG Academy feeling like they need a bailout plan. Don't want to walk into this trifecta that NRG Academy have really had to wrestle through even in the previous round. They need Ren's part of this, and do they Nightfall now? At what point do you pull the trigger on this? You're marking someone in the small door, and Renz does make his mark, but it's not in this round for another Nightfall, so NBG have the advantage, and the ball is in their court.
That advantage is going to be used as an interruption towards door. Tuzi, major sentinel, major lockdown guys, able to push things over towards the final round of regulation. 12-11 NBG. You talked about these guys having a playbook to stop NRG Academy. Lemon, that round was a perfect example of that from the side of NBG.
And it's 2 rounds in a row where there could have been a Nightfall from NRG Academy, but with all these entry points that they had to watch, it's so much weight on the shoulders of Renz to organize the push. There's Viper walls up, there's smokes, we're coordinating. Do we go B if we get a kill at the B-Link door? There was kind of so many decisions that Renz had to weigh, and this is kind of a role that I wouldn't say he's known for, and he's not bad at it, but this is like so much flexing that NRG Academy have had to do, and they've done so many improvements to incorporate this new fragger so fast to be so deep into playoffs after missing it in stage 2. So NRG Academy, this is really do or die. Like, you need to convert this round, because I don't know if you want to face an NBG in overtime.
We'll be able to talk and discuss hopefully the best plan to make sure that that doesn't happen. And if you're at home as an NRG fan, you want the same thing for the team, to beat NBG down. But at the same time, when it comes to NBG and the fans of the team as well, you have to appreciate the level of talent they're putting down right now, how dynamic every one of their players is being. It's not just the Son of Car show for the first time. We're seeing Zeke lurks in the last map, Tuzi's anchoring in this one as well, everybody working together overall. And we'll lock in. If they went for an A play, it might just work. Sees nade over towards the rebel side. Any teleport is the question. No, denied for now on the side of NRGA. Want to make sure that they don't get popped down by that util pressure.
And if Zeke gets the A orb here, he'll have a Nightfall as well, but Son of Car that picks it up. Showstopper, imagine how explosive this is going to be if the party's over in B. And of course, it hits right into the lap of Giza. NRG Academy just have no safety unless it's behind their absolute weapon of Hayode. He's always giving them a shot at winning when things seem dire as they cross over into C.
They'll follow their captain then all the way forward, leading them towards the promised side of C. Heyo now moving over to hold flank by himself. The rest of the team segmented into the spawn. They have pretty good post-plant positions here. At the same time, NBG can walk forward. This is match point for the moment, or map point, should I say. Push towards OT for NBG.
They have not marked Tuzi being on mound. They're still gonna watch it, kind of a fake play, as Shondex is gonna call out some numbers towards the top side, but you're not gonna get past Heyo Day towards mound. Now this is gonna be the moment that Zeke lets it rain with the nightfall. Tuzi will not surprise Heyo Day, and the showstopper whistles right past NBG. 2 versus 2. Diffuse not going through. The hero puts the cape on his back, and Stunna hopes to be the villain. But the spike is ticking down, and NRG Academy have forced another map.
That's what you like to see. Time ticking down. The kills might have been there for the side of NBG. But again, when it comes to the pressure, it just boils over for NRG Academy. Map 2 winners, and I think I'll notice they were the ones kind of pushing pressure all the time. Even though on the other side of things, Tuesday might have had some space, NRG were always the ones with more time to be able to do what they wanted, really moving around the map. Lotus looking so good for this team in general. I'm wondering if they take some of the tendencies we've seen on this map and bring it over into the last one. I believe we're going over to Fracture. That's going to be an insane map between these teams who love fragging out between each other.
Yeah, and to trade out each other's map picks is just so crazy. I mean, NRG Academy absolutely took over on their attacking side of things. Even after the thrifty from NBG, NRG Academy found composure, and especially you could tell they started to get hype behind Giza and some of the plays him and everybody were doing. It was getting a little scary when there was some slip-ups. There was some hesitation on NRG Academy with some of these ults. You had matching ults from NBG. The swords crossed, and we end up deciding who gets to live on in Challengers playoffs on one map. It will be Fracture. This is floated for a reason. We're going to hear from the desk, though, because it's been very entertaining, and we'll see you after the break.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
on the menu. Nightfall from Welly Muley comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. Yeah, they're going blind, and it's an extra body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off, you'd imagine. And this spray through the smoke at least is going to guarantee one as X's stand.
One more map in the battle to stay alive here in the Valorant Challengers playoff lower bracket between NBG and NRGA. Going into the second map of Lotus, again, another close map for both of these teams with a mirror composition. One that's going to go back and forth with yet again, but Vans in the end, NRGA to take the map and put us into a map number 3. That one was intense.
Yeah, it's another one of those games where for Nightblood Gaming, it's a close victory or a close loss for all the matches they played, but at least here for the side of NRGA Academy, proving as to why they wanted to play on this map, continuing their undefeated streak going to this one. But I gotta say, it wasn't just on individualistic plays from certain players on the side of NRGA Academy. I think it was them just being very good and patient overall here on both the defense on the attack side, especially on the defense. I like to highlight in the first place, because if you look at Nightblood Gaming and what we've prefaced Stellar to be so good at into like slowing down the rounds, trying to force the rotates, mid-rounding some plays, we barely saw NRG Academy going for full rotates off the sound bait cues that were attempted by the side of Stellar. Even if it had to come down to like ulties from one side, hitting revolving doors, they always had those players at the right spots. I think it's because they never were really contested past the line of what Vise was, of the Vise wall, for example. So as you still have util across the map, you still have great ways to stall. They just wanted to make sure that they were going to have enough util for the side of Nightblood Gaming to play flood retakes as well. And even in the retakes, they were super patient, and it really paid off.
Yeah, they really did have that patience. I think that was something that you highlighted at the top of this map before we went into it, was just how it was going to be a bit of that game of that patience, that time, and the overall map control. We knew it was going to be a bit of like a slower map as far as the pacing because of the two compositions these two teams were running. But I really got to give a lot of credit, even though I do agree that NRG Academy, honestly, I feel like they looked in control the majority of this map. That second half was obviously a bit of a blowout for them, but I really got to give a lot of credit to Hayode and the performance that he was able to put off as well, though. That was something that was so impressive, I think, on defense that made it such like a momentous start for NRG Academy. It was just the value that he was able to get off of that operator, and was, I think, one of the main parts of the success when it came down to some of that map control that Shio had been talking about as well previously. But I think overall, he's just been lights out. 2Z was lights out as well. It was such a fun map when it came down to a lot of those individualistic firefights, despite the slower pacing. And I think Fracture is going to be crazy, honestly, because I feel like you're going to get similar-ish vibes. Pacing maybe not so much, but it's like, I feel like we're setting up very nicely for map 3.
Yeah, I felt it was going to be another one of those games, though, for Nightblood Gaming, where they're going to be able to turn things around after Thrifty and just close it out when they played that beautiful retake on that C site. But then it comes down to like that round. I forgot which round it was, but you had like a slow fight towards the A rubble, and then a great stall for Nightblood Gaming over on the A side that forced NRG Academy towards B. So NBG decides to push back towards taking control of B main, and NRG Academy still does it at the same time. And then you have a flank after a flank after a flank. That's what I'm saying, and I think I agree with you as to what you were saying here, Ash, that NRG Academy had really nice control of understanding how to play that map against Nightblood Gaming, because they were just in control of the pressure that was against them. They didn't feel any of that pressure of that time playing against them, and it paid off tremendously for them to close out this map.
I mean, it also helps for the side of NRGA when you have a Hayode on your team dropping a casual 32 kills. No big deal. I mean, looking at the impact, we had highlighted him at top of day for a reason, Ash. I mean, when he's popping off, he is incredible. And even when he isn't popping off, there's just a level of consistency. But again, like in a map that is just so close between these two, I can't help but look at this player as to the difference maker.
He is such a huge difference maker for this team, and it's honestly insane because NRG Academy, this is a team that can absolutely win maps when Hayode is not popping off, but when he's on a tear like this, it takes them to a different kind of level, like the confidence at which he plays and the risks he's willing to take and how aggressive he's willing to be during certain moments there as well, and just the multi-frag potential I think is huge with this player, and where he's really shined on this map of Lotus in particular was in those openings. He went 10-2 with the opening picks. It was so hard for anybody on the side of NBG to shut him down.
Always been on the top of the scoreboard as well for every single time NRG Academy won this map here on Lotus. So if it's not going to be on the top of the scoreboard, he was at least second on ADR, on ACS. He was always a pivotal point for the victory of NRG Academy, but not to this extent against here Nightblade Gaming, where he was so dominant on one side on the defensive side. His backpack was super deep on the defensive side. And props to NBG to try to keep it as close as possible and to really make NRG Academy fight for these retakes. But at the end of the day, it's still going to be a nice little victory in the end here for NRG Academy. I don't know where it's going to go towards Fracture right now, though, because it hasn't been like the best of maps yet either here for NRG Academy. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they've only played it twice against the same team. And then just trying to change like their approach on how they were trying to fight on the map of Fracture, and I think it was against Blue Water, if I'm not mistaken, right? So that is going to be enough for them to understand, okay, we know what to do against NBG here this third time around that we play this map, but I'm not as convinced yet.
I'm definitely intrigued about the third map of the series because it was SAD Esports they took the loss to, and that's our upper finalist team. They took the loss to them twice, so and then that's also who Nightblood Gaming lost to in one of the two matches they played, and then in non-officials, like, they go 19-21 loss against Pigeon. So actually, like, I feel like there's just so much to be discovered on this map that makes this a really interesting series, especially too with the potential for NRGA for a comp swap.
Yeah, you know what, Sarah? I think we're going to do a lot of discovering, maybe an overtime amount of discovering with how this series has gone on. But overall, taking a look at these compositions that you were mentioning here for the side of, I don't think for either side, are there any changes? I don't think so off the top of my head. So same thing for both teams here. I really like Shondex on that Phoenix. I think the Phoenix, especially 4 orbs on Fracture, opens up a lot of opportunity for our Energy Academy to be on top of trying to shop for that, get that run it back online as frequently as possible when they get to control the pace a little bit more, or at least attempt to here on Fracture. And they're going to be going up against a tough Nightblood Gaming that has a lot of stall potential though in their kits. You've got Cellar on that Breach, which, again, I know I've always said it hasn't necessarily been my favorite on Fracture since the nerfs have come through, but Cellar always makes it look so great. And there's just so many stuns, so much CC that you're going to have to worry about between him and Son of Car as well there. NRG Academy are going to have to be a choice in how they want to pull out some of that utility early in these rounds.
And it's not going to be the strongest of starts for NBG. They never really had a really strong start on defense because it does look a little bit more predictable on how you're playing with a Breach Neon on defense when you're trying to get aggro. But on the attack side, it allows for Sunakar to get such quick space and allow for NBG to get a very strong attack side. So we'll see if that's going to continue on against Energy Academy.
One more map between these two teams sitting in the lower bracket. It is a long journey to try and make their way to play-ins, and for one of those teams, that journey is going to end now. It's time to see which team is going to come out on top as we head to Fracture with your casters yet again. Back over to Lemon Kiwi and Chayo.
This is survival of the fittest if you want a spot in the top 4, and this is Fracture is not the best map in either of these teams' pools.
Not at all. NBG have survived so far by scrappiness, by scratching at NRG Academy.
NRG Academy, they survived by winning. There we go. We're in map 3, baby. I didn't have anything poetic like you did. We were going to go bar for bar, and I just can't rap, bro.
They didn't know. They didn't have to know that. It's all good. The bars will start coming from the players, though. That's the big thing, right? So I mentioned it for NBG. It has been some of the fighting in cohesion for the team. And then for NRG, if I was pointing it out from your side, Lemon, I feel like it really is one player activating the round and the rest coming through and playing off of that pressure that's made. Shondex did it a couple of times. In that first map, it was Hayode doing the most. And then the last one that we just saw, it was them playing as a team finally that got them that bit of a dub. Now it's all about what is going on Fracture, where it tests everything we've seen in the last 2 maps. It has that lane play, it has a bit of the defaulting as well, and especially post plants that have been a problem for both these teams in the first 2 separate maps. Very close ones as well. For a Fracture, there's so much momentum. Challenged over towards the side of B. It's too easy to receive.
Made you think, like, if NRG Academy won even just 1 pistol on split, would this have been just a different series? Because winning no pistols, they lose. NRG Academy win just 1 pistol, they win. So this whole map, guys, could be just decided off of this 1 round. Then we could just wrap her up. But NRG Academy about to be spotted by the camera. We got another observer in the lobby, and this time it's Tuzi. Camera's taken out, something suspicious. Tuzi has to play around cover, and he's usually such a survivable anchor, and he knows there's trouble afoot. He gets out.
Stage is activated on both sides. Every single player on the attack from NRG Academy is going to be just ping-ponging past every single barrier of smoke. Stunner's going to be able to knock a few of those players down. Heyo, though, active in mid-sight, just getting away with murder in broad daylight. Son of Car is able to just put him down. No space gained too much on site for free. So NRG reestimate their approach right now, canceling the tower push and trying to go for this site hit.
As close as it gets. NRG Academy making moves, but now that all the smokes are expired, they're out in the open. NBG not even going to disrupt this plant, but rather punish. Maybe when the planter tries to escape, it looks like Renz is able to survive just off the cover alone, and Shondex and Giza work together to protect themselves, and now Zeke pokes and prods. Stellar emerges. NRG Academy caught out in the water with no raft, and they drown slowly. NBG take the pistol.
That's ranked, and you have Son of Car's position, you are swinging. If that's ranked, you're not being that slow coming in from the backside, but this is multiple tiers above what you play at home. This is the lower round in playoffs. Inside Challengers, the last chance for some of these players, and they are patient. Son of Car on Neon with that bandit. 10 seconds on the clock, waits for the rest of his team. He's able to spot out where Shondex is, and then Zeke can have a favorable fight. Every single cog in the clock turning properly to tell the time that it's, winning mode for the side of NBG on that retake. The patience really pushes them across the line there. On this one, though, when things get even scrappier and patience is not a factor, I wonder if NRG can turn this Thrifty into a win.
NRG Academy's comp, I mean, they're using a majority core of what they ran on splits. So there's practice, there's experience there, there's comfortability. And NBG can, I know it's a different map, but they can still take notes of trends of how is Hayode engaging at what points of the map does he really start to get confident and take over. I think just game IQ wise, Hayode didn't even have to be aggressive, mobile, in your face. He just had to know where you were. And Hayode was so good at marking those small gaps in the map. But right now it's NRG's game plan that's being executed. The same pathing as last time. Tuzi will adjust his trips so that he doesn't have to face the music head on, as Stunna makes sure that the trail of bullets will be stopping NRG Academy from taking space for free.
These trips will have a lot of information for Tuzi. Not going to be exactly kill trips, but able to just see the pace of how NRG want to move in onto this site.
Smokes are clear, and this is sort of the delay that NRG Academy like to take. And what a pick, too, from NBG. An outlaw towards spawn. Now it's the go side, as Stunna has just been a brick wall, ironclad, as a flawless round comes out of NBG, as the weapon advantage usually does, as NRG Academy couldn't even get close, despite just being so quiet and so elusive.
One of my favorite parts about Nightblood Gaming is how they just go against the grain every single time. You're Breach, you have fault line active, and there's people flooding through tower. You would imagine you want to stay on that ability, and a lot of the times it's one of the reasons Breach might be bad is because you kind of are locked into your clunky abilities that take a long time to get put down. Not even baited by it. Seller's active with the rest of his team just shooting on that sight line. NBG do such a good job of throwing away all options and choosing the team sometimes when that's needed. Immediate fault line comes out though. Zeke trying to get that orb, some value on this bonus round, but it's denied by NRG Academy.
Yeah, interesting grab there. And at least NRG Academy know that there's going to be an outlaw somewhere in this picture. And it wrapped around through spawn last time. NRG Academy feeling they need to tempo up, press the advantage, the 5v4 that they have. To step into the arena, though, at least it's a good trade. Stellar will not be part of that picture and try and kind of flash or fault line their way into a retake. merely minimizing the chances of this defense coming back as NRG Academy seems solid. They have someone watching every entry. As Stunna was a star of the last round, getting a couple of kills. NRG Academy on watch for when this brimstone will come out, and Hayode has his number. NBG split and now really don't have time or the kills to make some magic happen. Even with a really nice stun, Hayode just stoic as ever. The trade is nice. It gives 2Z a weapon, but it gives NRG Academy their first round.
Very nice, and done with minimal losses on their side as well. 2 is usually the average on what happens. Biggest thing though is that some people are on the FPX buy a lot of the times, and so 2 kills is what they can afford. On the side of NRG Academy, they have fully invested into this round, 5 rifles, so losing 2 players is actually a pretty big circumstantial negative thing happening for the team. A pretty big pushback on their economy. I wonder how they bolster things up over here. Rebuying all the way in, now down to 0 on a few of their players. The more they have some of these losses happen over and over into these rounds, the harder it will be to buy back for the entire team.
Maybe having a Phoenix instead of a Breach kind of makes you more flexible around the map, but going through A may just favor the defense and their composition, as Stellar will reset the run it back. Earned early there from Shondex as NRG Academy starting to make space and press the positions, but Stellar stands tall. Ange and Renz will work together, coming through different sides of the map, crunching down on NBG that thought they were safe. They thought they were composed, and NRG Academy took their time with it, which is what we wanted to see them do more of.
Here around needed here from one of these players on the side of NBG.
One enemy remaining.
Detective work needed from 2Z, but he's not going to be able to find it, so the hero is not going to be able to come online with that information. It's not going to be pushed back now. 1v4 at this position is borderline impossible for Stunna. And the biggest thing that's been going right for NBG has kind of just been that pistol, the patience. When NBG has control, things look good, but they've had a tough time getting and staying inside some of these anchor positions. That Fade Haunt was the one thing to be, just see everybody through smoke, so it spams down for the side of NRG Academy. Renz did a really good job with that, and at the same time, NBG on pistol had less fireworks and firepower to deal with from the side of NRG Academy, right? You don't have all the abilities active just yet. You don't have the potential of the slide plays. I think the biggest difference I'm seeing in this game as well is that Hayode finally has a duelist to play with. We didn't have that on Split like you were mentioning earlier. It's a night and day difference to have somebody either to be able to die for you or flashes to get past these smokes.
And the Phoenix really does thrive in those kind of corner environments, which A main has so much of. So it's going to be kind of nice how him and Stellar try to leverage their own teams. You also had Giza come through Dish in the top of the map. So NBG, look how much more attention they're giving through the top of the site, knowing that they let that gap through, that cost them the round. They won't let that happen again. So what is the depth of strategy of NRG Academy? How many more curveballs literally can they throw to NBG?
That's some immediate pushing happening in the earlier rounds, especially up against some thrifties. Rifle to rifle though, you got to be careful going on an expedition here towards the top. The camera's gonna be able to see him, but you're too busy looking at wildlife. It might just be able to pounce on you. Son of Car is gonna be able to take Giza down. Lots of control lost on that top side. Look at the way they can rotate back and forth now. Son of Car getting all the way towards his position on B. But A is the focus for NRG Academy. Hayode picking off 2Z. They're still getting all the way activated off of Sands. Haven't touched sight yet. They're about to move past the castle. Stellar back, 9 HP with a stinger. This is impossible. Do you even find some value? Lots of damage onto Ange. 14 HP as he crawls in, bleeding, putting the spike down.
NBG, I mean, you can't just put all of your util have to choke like NRG Academy are coming in through all sides. Hayode finds that matching kill. Despite NRG Academy getting first blooded, they are still in a winning position, but not if you choke shots like that. NBG, though, are starting to ruffle the feathers. Hayode finds his third with the Outlaw. In close quarters, he now dashes into the action, gives information, and despite NBG having the informational advantage at the start, it's NRG Academy that had the better kills.
I didn't know that light speed came with a touch of amnesia. I'm pretty sure that NBG knew that there was still one player all the way over on Spike, but unfortunately the pressure and the players too much to handle for the side of the defensive team. They're gonna have another bye to be able to have another voice here inside this round or inside this half. It's tough though. NRGA Academy are doing all the right things in these rifle rounds to keep putting wins on the board.
That's when the win streak starts to grow, and it even started off a run it back. You got your cycle of ults that can come online. Maybe an orbital strike if you're lucky. It's now the same pathing through the early rounds, needing to take note of where that camera is from NBG. And they just are going to try and cut off these trips, and it's not going to stand in their way this time.
This arcade take is the one thing that NBG were able to stop before. They choose to push towards the B stair angle as well, always leaving the site behind and then having a crunch available on it afterwards. Gonna see the camera but not shoot it for now. Just want to make sure that every other angle is clear. Finally, it now goes down. Everyone's kind of moved into the arcade. No more games. Hayode no refract off the light speed, and it's a heist from Tuesday as he's able to actually get away. Son of Card uses that distraction to get a fight of his own, able to win it all the way towards the flank side. And now they have a triple entire force pushing through B stairs. It has to be some form of gap, some form of angle Angie has right now to just get some relief for the team. Ren's getting Son of Card on the stairs through entry. Orbital strike, buying a bit of time. Rolling Thunder shaking up the entire pace of this. They've seen the head pop through off. Jenny Edge, though, is able to deny everybody holding their line against so many players on NBG. They get chopped down one by one by NRGA Academy. They just can't lose these important gunfights. Stellar locked down to 1 HP. It's chaos on this B site with ultimates, abilities, shots thrown, no time in this one either. I don't even know how to describe that round. It's just it's pure tomfoolery from everyone. It's just desperation in wanting to win.
That's the key word, desperation. I mean, NRG Academy won that being down 3v5. They keep splitting up Giza to the other side of the map. He plays spawn hold, and then Son of Car locks him down every time. NBG had this 5v4, but what's different is Hayode fell next, and that was kind of a huge ace up your sleeve to change up the odds of the round. And even though you didn't have Giza and Hayode, this team still came together, used two ultimates, starting with Ange and the Nightfall, and you had Stellar throwing his into the mix. It was, like you said, desperation, but NRG Academy maintain momentum now towards spawn, maybe trying to catch Zeke or the others of NBG that have usually gone after Giza. They'll protect their Sentinel, and as a team, NRG Academy will move forward.
Effortless from them on all these mains. It feels like every time they want the space, they can take it. Arcade, not interrupted. A main, always a guarantee. It doesn't seem like NBG is really fighting for much. They have tried one time on that top side towards Dish. This time they, I think, activate to try to find some value. Shondex, though, is able to get another one for free.
I think Hayode, sensing the speed getting activated from Son of Car, just wants to play towards the team and play Duck Hunt towards spawn, allowing NRG Academy to just kind of clock in, clock out, and not let NBG get close where these stingers, these pistols can have any leverage, because you really got to play the same game, even though NBG are on these lower buys, because they pulled out a couple of thrifties, and in moments that you cannot let them have that, like in the deeper parts of the game. So NRG Academy are not only win, but with a flawless, and they're really controlling this entire first half.
So even though it's a time or eco, you might see a timeout from the side of NBG and how they're understanding the way this game is being played for the moment. But no, they go right back into things. There it is. Never mind. Timeout coming in. We got to talk about it. The momentum's not on their side, and their attitude, their decision making isn't really giving them a leverage or any type of leverage or a leg up in winning some of these rounds. It's fracture, just like Lotus, just like Split on defense a little bit. You have to fight. You can't just wait on these sites. In pistol, for sure, you can do that. That's where the rounds are a bit finicky, but they have this weird B angle where they let, you know, arcade pressure go away, jump into stairs, and try retaking their own site. You have to just pick a part of the map, try to crunch it, try to fight. Fracture's famous for it. We love the crunch wrap supremes on either side of north or south, and we haven't really seen NBG do a cohesive version of it so far. The closest thing so far, Lemon, has been like a slow walk down from Son of Car, and I think it was maybe Stunna or Zeke on the top side of the map. We need some level of just ownership and control of NBG on this map.
Yeah, the one thing that I felt like NBG figured out was marking Giza being solo towards spawn and playing around his trips. And there's a couple times they killed Giza, had a 5v4, and still can't convert any of these rifle rounds. And that's usually because Hayode had a clutch moment. If it wasn't Hayode, then NRG Academy threw like 2 or 3 ults at them in a 3v5. So NBG need to close out rounds where they have the number advantage, and they really are starting to weaken NRG Academy. So post timeout, a completely different approach from NRG Academy to abandon the spike and go through the top side of A.
They still have no control on A now. Yes, they might have Main and Sands locked down for now. If this dish exec comes in, you're gonna have the spike planted again and some trouble on the retake if you don't have dish control. A control gain though is pressure onto NBG on the other side of the map. Business as usual. I mean, you have the camera for the cross on Arcade, but past that, it's a whole thing. I like the re-clear up in the dish though.
NRG Academy need to get as close as they can so that Shondix's run it back gets as much mileage as you can within the site itself. And that's why he activates it near Arcade. Gonna take just the most direct path towards B. Find where these trips are along with the Prowler. Ideally, kills would be huge, and he does so just as it expires, but he's traded in his final position. And where is Renz to maybe bail him out? And now he's marked by the neural theft, and 2Z, what a round for him to overcome, to find that Phoenix, to punish Renz as well. And NRG Academy, the only win condition they had is now gone. Big investment, though, for NBG to kind of figure out NRG Academy. They still have to make up in the gap in the score. It's a Nightfall that reigns on the NRG Academy spike push, and at least the power of friendship tries to trade the spike through the path, but through the tower they will fall, and Giza's the last one left.
The 2Z timings, I think, are the reason that NBG wins that round, but in my opinion, that's just luck kind of finally leaning on their side. I don't think it's replicable. You have one person watching the angle just a little bit, you have a timing that's missed for just a second, and that should have been NRG Academy's round. I'm not seeing NBG play for as much space. It's great that they have that main on A angle as well, but I need to see even more. Need to see that push. The cattle being herded on the side of NRG Academy. They're looking way too confident, even in losing that round. I feel like that's barely even a brush off the shoulder.
Yeah, at least a lot on the shoulders of someone like Hayode that is, you know, going, again, almost double positive in the early map. And as long as NBG don't figure him out, and don't start taking him out too consistently, NRG Academy always have a way to clutch through.
Yeah, one of the things that happens though when you don't fight for these extremities in this space, you'll start to lose these rounds a bit, and then to compensate for that, over rotate. One light speed double dash and a refract, and you have 4 people pulled towards the A side. Look at the way that NRG are scaling the map now. They have absolute advantage over towards B. Nobody's here really. They've left one embed. It's Renz, who might just punish a push. He gets seen, found out, but yeah, now you can see the play. It's about to be a B push. They're trying to get through that smoke. Convergent pads all the way on towards the sight line. Doesn't hit too much. Orbital strike, maybe invested as well from Stunna to stop the push in. They're gonna fight straight towards Canteen. Stunna locks it all down.
NRG Academy, I mean, Convergent paths are going in blind. They're pushing past the smokes, and they just run headfirst into a wall. I mean, NRG Academy looks so solid in this first half, and post timeout of NBG, they've just been able to settle down into this map. NBG really relying on 2Z's trips that weren't broken there, as you had Convergent pass. You wanted to get active if you're NRG Academy. That didn't work out. Spike didn't leave spawn for a hot second. It's NRG Academy really struggling now that NBG have kind of solidified their defensive game plan.
I still feel like they haven't though. They've been over-rotated a little bit, NBG. Time for a shy wager analogy. NRG for me seemed like the kid that really wants to go skydiving, works his entire life to go do it, is in the plane up top in the sky, but is scared to jump. You pulled the fake, you're at the site, you have to hit, you have to pick up the speed. Right here again, trying to pop flash out through the smoke. Waiting for it to go down, or able to actually get the trap play ready to go. Finally scaling with a bit of speed. Like a fault line or some form of utility kind of pushes them back, so they have to relax. Off the Prowler, keep pushing forward. The question is, what is the goal from NRG? Because the pace right now screams you might not be ready to commit to this. They will though. Sand split coming in, and there is a lurk on dish.
Yeah, Giza needs to show up. He's smoked off. He's going to be really close to all the action. Depends on who's going to be watching him. The smoke dissipates. Stun is going to pay attention. It just pre-shoots at Giza. Insane. He's 1-6 right now. He can't even get a neural theft going. Tuzi's close to his second one. Shondex will try to make up for it, though. NBG stuck in the middle of the site. Surely NRG Academy are going to take care of it. Stun still takes another one on the road. And NRG Academy still will be able to light the candle and close out the round. But you said it, it felt like they fought tooth and nail to breach this setup of NBG, and still ends up working out despite losing some bodies.
Feels like they need to warm up on the way they're executing some of these rounds. In this one, they were able to jump out that plane. They had a plan, and they finally committed to it all the way. Parachute, let's see if it's able to pop and stick a landing. It is. It's Hayode who was captaining that parachute jump. 4K for him. And again, if it has to just be this guy that can push that line forward, is that enough to get these guys a map win?
I think that's a big reason why Renz gives the duelist role over to Hayode. He's so consistent every moment, even when he's not the first one like taking a line of sight. Son of Car is just out watching, has his crosshair place, and Hayode still wins that first engagement, which opens up A and even allows NRG Academy to get the ball rolling. Imagine losing one of your duelists, especially the most important one, in an entry like that. Like, Hayode is double positive for a reason, but NRG Academy only lead by 1. Would really like to see Giza helped to do a neural theft, but they still do this 4-1. NRG Academy managed to still win, but at deficits that you wish they could do so a bit cleaner.
Oh, I'm liking this so much. Hit by his own stun as well, Son of Car, that's tough, but the util-layering is amazing from the side of NRG Academy. Now their broken fast slow pace will also be tricky for them to solve. All the way on the other side of the map, though, because the split's not coming in from Dish, I'm wondering if NRG Academy want to actually commit to this. Their lack of committal has been read by NBG multiple times. We'll have to open this door again to convince these guys they still want to stay and take sand. I'm wondering if Hayode goes for it. Still 4 players here. Dish alert coming in. They will lock onto this, but I'm questioning if it's just a bit too late, because Son of Car is repositioned all the way over towards the main side. Offline is on the angle.
I think Giza wanted to make sure that he's not getting pushed from Son of Car, because when they've sort of marked that Giza's been alone, NBG have punished him for it. Now that Giza hasn't met any enemies, NRG Academy gonna face the music. It's the Nightfall. Son of Car, though, pierces through the heart of the other side, and Hayode is missing, but NRG Academy will not give up. And at the top of the hill, the king has been slain, and it's a 2v2 to decide the round, where the spike is just barely planted. Giza finally gets the neural theft, and is that information going to be enough? The 12 seconds at least gives them security, and at least gives them an idea that NBG will be towards the attacker spawn.
Oh, they're used to skydiving now. Again, have to stick the landing in the post plant. So good at pushing onto the site. No hesitancy from NRG Academy anymore. They are confident. At the same time, NBG right behind them. Fault line, Ren's taken offline for the moment. Tuzi walks up because of that angle. He's not going to be able to cross in through main. It's a tricky choke to be able to work with. Ren's tap dancing while Giza plays the music, and it sounds beautiful. 7-4 for NRG Academy. They found their flow.
I think NRG Academy, that neural theft just gave them the answer to that whole round. They had the site, they had the plant. You know that the enemy is working through a main, a pretty difficult choke point. So all they had to do was kind of play off of each other, play with, kind of off of each other's crossfires. NRG Academy didn't need to rush that engagement. They just had to play the site. Let NBG put the pressure on themselves to crack it. So NRG Academy, back to a 3-round win streak, the same 4-1 setup, where Giza's on the other side. And his timing on his engagements is really what decides NRG Academy's success.
This time looking at Arcade, now watching a walk-in coming through and having a cam to see what happens over at Dish. Giza will be the maestro for this round. What track will they choose? Is it the A side or the B side where they're going to be playing? And yeah, with that push, it's structure over to B. This is where they've been hesitant though. Can they push him with confidence? Run it back. Makes a really aggressive sound for them to be able to just rock through with. Tuzi, timing, gonna be taken. not solved. Neural theft coming in now, leaning towards the side of NBG last round, so everything will be thrown against the wall. Spike finally down as they try to go over in an arcade, flooding over tower. Rolling Thunder comes in, everybody gets rocked over towards the backside. Orbital strike though, to maybe you have a little bit of space to be able to work with. Tap towards the backside. It's a raise of kills all the way on both sides, as it's enough for NBG to hold things down.
What a 1v1, all decided by Tuzi versus Giza. Tuzi wins that place cover well, like he usually does. Doesn't kind of have this ego challenge where he's just out front, he's wide swinging you. He plays the cover, he's even shooting through walls. This allows the neural theft to come online. He waits for the pings to come through, and then this rolling thunder literally just rolls everybody once they knew exactly what the setup was from NBG. 7-5, the lead is still so close. NRG Academy jumping on the defense. NBG took the first pistol, and they still trail in this map somehow.
I got to focus on what you've been putting down in terms of knowledge though, Lemon, right? You talked about very early how the Tuzi timings were the reason they were getting so much value. It happened towards the end. You also mentioned his counterpart Giza multiple times working over at Dish, and it's the reason NRG had such a good attack. I'm going to look at how things differ now when they flip sides. Does Tuzi have what Giza has in the tank? And at the same time, will Giza play that same type of anchor way? He's being questioned right now on tower. Can he find the timing limit?
Is Tuzi gonna hear what's coming behind him? There's a 3-man push, and Ange, I mean, he's just a solo anchor and an absolute unit. Now Giza just has to finish off what his Brimstone started. Now in a corner, he can at least just isolate the angle and has a feeling, senses the spike carrier encroaching. And NRG Academy, without really too much effort, it seems, at least with the 2 defenders they had at B, they did the majority of the work, and the 3-man push is just late to the party.
Tuzi was able to get timings in tower. Giza uses his position to give Ange timings on the site. Both ciphers bunkering down in such different ways, but giving the team so much value to be able to play off of. And they understand where Tuzi is for now as well. So just want to be able to pick him apart. Every single player gets a piece of the pie as well. Shonek's doing the most damage there. Really nice round from NRG Academy.
Both defenses getting up early when it comes to the pistols, and we've seen moments where when NBG take a pistol, like on Lotus, NRG actually forced on their anti-eco. So I'm wondering if that's going to be a decision, because that did give NRG Academy the win in a very similar 7-5 scenario. NBG win, get up to 8, and then NRG force. Doesn't seem to be case now as NRG Academy. NBG not going to force. NRG Academy up to 8, and with Guardians too, playing that range is going to be such an advantage for them.
This time Patience has it's a bit of an eco. The goal you can have on Fracture, which is unique to most maps, is a lot of the times on these 50s, you can get a lot of value just hunting orbs. You can have a 2 minimum as well and push for that 3 and extra even more. Really get ultimates on your way to be able to affect how you're going to be playing your half. We'll see if they can even get the spike down here, pushing fast in the B. They have an angle from both sides of NBG. And Giza, better firepower, but a bit worse on positions overall. They could get pinched here, but the help with or without the help of somebody being in Gen. But luckily enough, Renz has rotated in pretty well.
Just making sure you don't get close to those right-click classics, because those do damage. Just let the rifles and the Guardians do all the talking. NBG's only chance is kind of leveraging smokes, prowlers to push NRG Academy off these power positions, get close enough that your classics can, you know, maybe one tap or really do some significant damage if you can get close enough. But NRG Academy, never let them get within arm's reach.
We thought it'd be the other way around right now. The desk, I think, had a lean towards the NBG side of a upset against what would be the legacies of these two teams. I think the read was that the shooting mattered more today, but from what we're seeing right now, it's not just the shots, but the structure that is a part of the equation as well. NRG Academy, back to their original form a little bit, back to where they're usually power ranked within the tier 2 scene, are really handling every single thing NBG are throwing at them, are really just breaking down the structure of this entire map. This is the biggest lead we've seen so far between these two teams. NRG are playing a really good game on both sides of the map right now. Push the entire NBG roster back in this round towards the B site. Only one person here this time though. How much value can Giza find with just a ghost?
Oh, this is going to force this player out of position, but off the cage, Giza still has safety. And NBG don't want to try and spam through and reveal their position and reveal their numbers. NRG Academy still have camera up, and Ange can pull the trigger at any moment with an orbital strike. And Tuzi wins that 1v1 against the other Cypher. NBG with that 5v4. They really need to make sure all the dominoes fall, though, because NRG Academy's ability to come back at deficits is still strong as the camera is still up. NRG Academy have information, but NBG try to get proactive. They catch Hayode out in the open, out in the sun, and Ange just can't even trade. This is disastrous for NRG Academy. And NBG had better weapons, and it cost them a lot of them in this round.
You're saying disastrous. I gotta say disastrous for NBG. You do not want to lose that many weapons and lose to a Ghost X2 towards the end over there. That is insane. Again, this will just matter over the long haul as well, but every single player now has to full force down, stay locked in, not get as much value as we keep moving towards the battle between these two teams.
I think there was just a way that NRG Academy could have played it a bit cleaner than the way that they did. But hey, Hayode is always trying to set up his teammates for success. 3 rounds separate these two teams. And if there's an A main fight, I mean, even an orbital strike could be huge in choke points in little spaces like this. But NBG, the ball is in their court. What kind of swing are they willing to take? This is such a sketchy area to navigate, and no one is encountering them. This is so free. I mean, NRG Academy are so worried about Tuzi.
Tuzi will be able to control a bit of the pace right now as they go for dish control. You talked about the ball being in NBG's court. NRG with these ultimates can change the size of that court, move around the net a little bit. I wonder how they just are being able to Oh, okay, I was about to say, change the rules a bit. Renz, before any of that can even drop down, it's a free pick off the top of the smoke. Running back comes in, so that court gets a bit smaller as it pushes players back towards certain angles they might not want to play on. Hayode off angle. Can Tuzi find it? His patience is really stretching. This NRG Academy line thin. He does get the timing, does get the beat down, and now dish assault.
The running back was to just tap the spike. It gets NBG so nervous, but they're smoked off their spike. And now Tuzi has to make sure he keeps vision of it. Diffuse is going halfway. Zeke's got the kills. Son of Cars getting too aggressive, and NRG Academy were ready to greet them. I mean, this defense maybe could have had an easier round if they were just at the front of A main in the first place. Having to play retake, having to invest, costed everything out of NRG Academy.
I thought it'd be going well too. It's just the time. And those are one of those moments where, you know, Hayode's made the right play. Yes, he's going to get solved, but at what cost? You're going to take so much time winning your one gunfight. You're not going to have any time to be able to actually defuse the spike later on. It's tough on the side of NRG Academy. NBG get another round to stay locked in. They have lost a few players in that one, and with some of the deaths from the Ghost in that round before as well, their economy is tanking as it falls lower and lower. A chance for the bank to build up, though, as they're up against a Thrifty from NRG Academy. And they've used 2 of their most powerful ultimates in that round as well. That's one of the best rounds for NBG to be able to defuse. So now ults are going to be coming in on their side. Stunna always or almost close to the orbital strike. Stellar has that rolling thunder. And they're looking to hopefully not just win this round, but get orbs online as well, because these ultimates is how you come back from a deficit like this.
And NRG Academy were right to really consider Tuzi to be a threat and to kind of watch him when he was coming in solo, because he's winning a lot of these 1v1s. But NRG Academy won that round and now have a bunch of pistols because it cost them 4 bodies to win that round. There's only one hero rifle, and it's Ange. And now NBG will be able to catch up despite this 4-round win streak, but NRG Academy, they got a pick. So hold on a minute. The defuse is also starting to happen, and NRG Academy have smoked off NBG from the spike yet again. This is deja vu from the A site from previous. Now the smokes are gone, and NBG, they see the win in sight. And you're even going for a rolling thunder from Stellar. The Vandals still in the hands of NBG. The defuse is just going to be held. And NRG Academy, they just build a pyramid to protect their defuse. And it's a bunch of pistols that win it for NRG Academy. It's all pretty much a thrifty.
Yeah, I don't understand that one. You have such good positions on site afterwards if you want to play them. One measly smoke up in tower, a creative one actually, that's like right behind the entrance to kind of hold it down. But all of NBG just move off of site immediately to play the post plant. Do you want to use the Rolling Thunder against a pseudo Thrifty as well, as a really big question? And because of all the loss they've had of life in these multiple rounds, they're tossed on such a weird buy in this one. Son of Car has a full one. The rest of the team, half armor classics, sheriffs in the way. Ange immediately mollying down as the pressure comes in from Arcade.
NBG can only play off site if they've killed Ange, and I don't think they've realized that he still has smokes. It's 2 rounds in a row they made that mistake, and Son of Car, what a big double. Gives Son of the Vandal as well. NBG barely safe behind these smokes to try and plant. So the Nightfall for the defense, they sent blood in the water. NBG have not been safe enough to plan. They barely have the HP at 25 and 63. Somehow NBG live.
Somehow is Heyday maybe finally falling down to the pressure. The guy that you keep mentioning, double positive all the way towards the top, looking so strong with his gameplay so far, is now 15 and 13. Had to win the round for his team right there, and whiffs. Chooses to go for that left kill first, leaves his teammate in a 1v1 and whiffs his own fight himself, and that's gonna cost NRG Academy a little bit. NBG climbing back with a pseudo Thrifty of their own.
Off of a Ren's Nightfall that you thought in that 2v2 was going to give him the win, at least the information, but Son of Car, I could tell that double got him amped up. And he was starting to get speedy, gives NRG Academy an aggressive position. Are they going to want to push spawn, though? NBG are waiting to greet them, and they have the weapons, they have the ults to fight back. From Nightfall to Orbital Strike, NRG Academy, I don't know if you want to be in such a small space against NBG like this.
If they're able to pull those ultimates down, it'd be nice. They're just an eco right now on Thrifty, so it's, I think, some of the best value they can find. There's one. Just to lock it down, they're scared of the Giza Sheriff coming in. Son of Car, the action man, is able to lock it down. I wanted to mention Tuzi's Lurk as well. It's found its way underground, and he's going to be picking up the tower players. And so this is a free, almost free round for the side of NBG. They do use a Nightfall, but they can get another one if Zeke gets a few kills in this game as well.
Yeah, you got more coverage from the Nightfall, just getting onto the site, because at least you can win off of time, if not off of kills, instead of the 3-stack that was walking towards them. So NRG Academy were caught trying to catch up to NBG. And look at where we are now. From what 4-round lead that NRG Academy had is now only within 1. And it's off of just being forced on these ecos, and NBG, they're now winning more rounds than they're losing when it comes to this half. And they still have one more timeout left, which NRG Academy are going to use their first timeout, I believe.
If they want to slow the pace down, they can easily time out to break momentum. The biggest thing I was looking at between both these teams, I was pocket watching. It's all about the money for me. And I'm looking at NBG for them. The bank did not look good and has not looked good up until the last 2 rounds. And now they've had some flawless and very clean rounds. And so as a result, NRG Academy in a little bit of trouble. That being said, they've broken the bank to be having a voice on this one. Heyday, operator, back online. And it was a problem for NBG to deal with just a little bit. I'm wondering how much more value it can find. This round I'm looking at here is giving me 2 different tails, Lemon. You've got them maybe playing with this operator for slow play and controlling the early part of the game, but you also have run it back, conversion pads, orbital strike. That requires light speed dashing, playing with a phantom, a bit of chaos. Heyday is not going to have that option unless somebody gives him a rifle. So a bit of fumbling may be coming through from NRG Academy if they're trying to play 2 different versions of the game in the same round.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, what pace is NRG Academy gonna play at when an op forces you to be slow and play for information, play for pigs, and run it back is the opposite of that? But maybe that could just give Giza the neural theft. He's not with that op right now. Usually Heyday is with Shondex, and that's funny. This is some split.
Yeah, like, why didn't Shondex come with him is the question. The op is down, the bank broken for nothing. The money was fake all along. Ange, can you equalize this? No, that playing in front of the smoke, you're crazy, man. Shondex, full lined off, traded almost. This is disaster for NRG Academy.
You just jump out of a smoke with up. Like, what game am I watching right now? Like,
He usually lands those shots. That's the thing. 2 uncharacteristic whiffs with the GOAT in this match right now. Shondex pushed back in the canteen. They've equalized a little bit. NBG still have taken the tower space.
when you get deep into the game like this, I feel like Hayode tries to go for some really fun heroics. Doesn't work out. NBG figured him out, but Shondex breaks them all apart. Now it's a 2 versus 2. The spike's still down. Son of Car running them over like he is one, and we have ourselves a tie game.
NRG Academy were kind of weaving the threads of fate in this match so far, and NBG decide to just take fate into their own hands. They say we're not done with this match just yet. You guys are not winning this one for free. Yes, Heyo is playing like crazy right now. We're gonna give him so many options. He's gonna whiff. He's not gonna know what to do. And at the same time, as a team, NBG at the moment are just playing better. They have these 2 amazing lines coming in. A lot of the time they let these slower players come through, kind of launching Son of Car into the business instead of waiting for him to make the first play. They're being very dynamic right now. The team with 2 duelists are finding a tough time to get aggressive. Hayode, martial player, trying to get a bit active, trying to get some value, doesn't find much but information.
Maybe those kind of jump outs that he does is to have a chance to refract back, but MBG's shots have been so clean, and that's why they're in a position to take back the lead, and they're on a win streak. Oh, okay. Just the smokes, no orbital strike yet. And just had that for a few rounds now, and what a collapse! NRG Academy on these ecos are scary. You can tell how bad they want it, and how you've poked the bear, you made him angry, and he walked right into the trap.
Confidence, sometimes the ego can be the downfall of a team in the lead with momentum. Conversion pads, you want to be able to clap back into this match for free. Shondex will finally land things. Doozy's here off the zip line, but can't help his team. Coming in, active desperation to cover. NRG Academy, a barricade, a crossfire, 3 sheriffs send NBG to jail.
My God, the perfectly timed swing. 3 kills happen at the same time. Talk about synchronization. That drops like 3 vandals and the spike. That's the game-winning fight that NRG Academy just won. And is that enough to propel them to the finish line? Because there's no, I don't think there's time left. Maybe 1 left from NBG, but at this point, they just have to push through. Now regroup. They have to be careful towards spawn. Look at this double walk down from the duelist though. Shondex, there's a flash ready. Stellar, or it's a fault line first. And the orbital strike on top. And it's NRG Academy with another punch to the face. As NBG taking a seat in this round yet again.
They're evolving in the final hour. NRG Academy, allergic to making that first initial play in the most cohesive way, have finally found a way to connect the dots between teammates. And it's looking great. Control of that satellite as well. The orbital strike coming down, finding value. Tuzi is going to stop Hayode for now, but that's finding out where one of the players is. That being said, you have to find the link right now on this defensive side. Where is NBG trying to end? NRG Academy knows there's 1 player in tower. Still, the fear of the rotation is there. The clock will dwindle for the moment as we wait to see what NBG's next move is.
And just watching Arcade, so they know that NBG have not left the site yet. Barely any security as Stellar has to play his life. He no longer has it. No Rolling Thunder. It's up to Tuzi. He tried to give them even a smallest of chance. Still has to plant the spike. NRG Academy don't have to rush this, but still Ange will end it his way. NRG Academy 1 round away from eliminating NBG after losing their map pick.
At the start of this half, just weren't patient enough. Afterwards, NRG Academy, you're looking at the way they're playing, not enough stuff happening on the defensive side in proactivity. As soon as the score ties up, they wake up and just come online, all ready to win this game. Series point here and a timeout from NBG. They need to lock down how this attack is crawling on the map.
Felt that NBG got back on their feet in the second half. They were win streaking, and then as soon as NRG took their first time out, I would say, of the whole game, they got a thrifty, they got to match point, and you thought that was just gonna all boil over. And they have a run it back. And look, they're not gonna have a Hayode op to slow them down this time, or at least so now they could all work together off of Shondex. And him and Hayode have been a really beautiful duo, and how just kind of much threat and lethality they create on any lane that they push. A lot of good tools for NBG to force another round, but how much is it going to cost them?
I mean, they only have 1 chance for this one. The cost is loss, right? You have to be able to lock this down. it's whatever decision you make has to be the correct one here. Biggest thing too, in terms of cost, I think you might have mentioned it as well, the economy here for the side of NBG. Some of their best players so far, Tuzi, who's been rocking down with patience, does not have the same level of firepower to explore his side of the map. Okay, speed then is what it takes if our Sentinel can't make the job work with space. Moving in, but then backing out. The confidence for NBG is just not there for main.
If NBG maybe can bait them into a fight, to maybe have the rolling thunder, they're playing around cover. The Prowler's gonna mark someone at the door. The fault line, here's the amp, as Son of Car looks to chase down who the Prowler had sought out. And NRG Academy have the first blood, and it's a flash, and Sean next, he's back, and so are NRG Academy in a 5 versus 2, as Tuzi still has a sheriff. He's nowhere near an upgrade, he's nowhere near the spike, and Son of Car, he's just alone with the spike, and he has to sync perfectly to try and give NBG a chance.
Book will fall, and that will be the last form of conversation NBG will have in this round. How much can Tuzi find? They die here. This match, their playoffs, they're running challengers, and tier 2 is over. NBG, look for the angle. Drop will make the noise. NRG Academy playing so patient in this one.
30 seconds
Fear starts
left.
to take over too, as the flank might be coming. Son of Car edges out on the side up top. He denies Hayode. It's now just him with 30 HP against the Armada that wants to win, and it's not enough. NRG Academy push over the line and knock NBG out. What a way for them to keep things rolling in this one. Return to form for the team and absolute control towards the end of Fracture there. What a banging series between these two teams.
And what an effort from Son of Car. I mean, to shut down A main so many times, to trap them in so many ways. And this was such a fun match to watch. And for NRG Academy to come back from a map 1, they're losing their map pick that you have all this time to plan for, to steal away NBG's. And that's an NBG map pick that they've been so strong on. And for NRG Academy to come back into this, I mean, it was Son of Car versus Hayode, and it was, what a duelist matchup between those two.
No, absolutely. Between these two teams, it was all the way down to the final wire, and I feel like both of them evolved facing each other, Lemon. Honestly, if you're a fan of these teams, they gave it their all. NRG, the better ones on the day. Still such close games between all 10 players.
Yeah, and a 4-round kind of gap between NRG. There was a bit of a catch-up from NBG, and we had ourselves an amazing series. NRG Academy enter the Big Four, and NBG eliminated from playoffs. But hey, if you guys thought that was a fun series, wait for Shopify Rebellion Black versus Core. That's around the corner, including an interview with someone from NRG. So we'll see you after.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly Muley comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. He has to go in blind, and it's an ace from Body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off, you'd imagine. But this spray through the smoke at least going to guarantee one as X's stands.
And congratulations to none other than NRG Academy for taking the final map of the series, a 3-map banger, and staying alive here within the Challengers playoffs. I mean, going into this, Ash, this NRGA team has been a team that has battled it out, not just throughout this stage, but like through the year. You've seen the improvements, you've seen the little tweaks they've made along the way, and like, man, the series was close. Like, do not get me wrong, but those little difference makers really showing their hard work paying off.
Yeah, it really is. And you're talking about the journey this team has had. We talked about it at the beginning of the day, the streakiness of this squad, right? Leading into playoffs. And you mentioned it just up at the beginning of the day, Sierra, you were hoping that NRG Academy was going to be able to bounce off of that win up against Evil Geniuses to propel themselves. And they absolutely did in today's matchup. I think everybody was stepping up into the play, but talking a bit more specifically of this map of Fracture, I think that for the side of NRG Academy, they did a really good job of looking to deal with the composition that was being run on the side of NBG. We talked about how, okay, things might change a little bit with how you want to position because they are one of these teams that runs the breach and whatnot. And you know that Hayode is going to be one of those players that's going to be getting aggressive, whether it's going to be on defense, on attack. He's going to look to take that space. And it worked out so well for NRG Academy. He's a player that has been lights out for them, I think, since he's joined this squad, and has been that missing piece that they've needed some time to work in.
For me, this game was decided on the pressure of Nightblight Gaming not well taken care of and controlled and contained versus NRG Academy. You have to think about, since round number 18, we had nothing but thrifties that went back and forth, of where it hurt the most was that round 18 that NBG had on post plans. They had Brim Molly lineup, Aftershock, Rolling Thunder, and a Cyber Cage to block division, yet somehow you still had 3 players alive on a Congo line in the front of that B site line and still get the defuse under their noses. Then you have to think about the round where they're playing against another anti-eco. They're trying to swing towards A main, and props to Energy Academy to trap that play on that triple swing sheriff round on that sliding door and the A main right over here. And then also closing that game on the final round with a similar trap play by fighting right in front of the sliding doors. So I think for me, where you had really NBG well controlled, like having a lot of rounds on the defensive side, getting files, like they should be in a good spot here on the attack side. But then the prep came in here for Energy Academy, and they were able to shut down the reads of what you're trying to do for the fast take onto Sands because of the fault line, Neon Rush, and the Prowlers. And they're just able to do such a tremendous job to anti that against NBG. So great job for Energy Academy for that.
Yeah, Vance is way better at breaking that down than I was, but that's kind of what I meant when it came down to NRG Academy being like better at dealing with that breach. Is a lot of those timings, right, that they're able to get and take advantage of up against an NBG, and just that understanding, like Vance is saying, that they are going to want to go for some of those fast plays, and NRG were looking to try and beat them to the punch in some of those rounds to ensure that they could wrestle the control of the tempo in those moments, and it was really well done. Honestly, I was so gagged by that one sheriff moment that you showed out too. When that happened, it was just insane, that rotation over to the A side of the map there for NRG Academy. Nonetheless though, Sierra, it was such a close game between these two teams. It almost feels like though, in some of the moments that we saw in the 3 maps across this entire series, I felt like NBG, you would see a little bit more of those hero moments, a little bit more of some of those solo plays. Not to say that this team was not synergized, not playing together. I think they were in great form, but it felt like NRG Academy came out just a little bit better on the day when it came down to that team play and those trap moments that Vance was talking about.
Yeah, and just to add to that sheriff moment too, it was them already being ready and in position. So they just waited for the sound cue. As soon as they heard the bring me stimmy, boom, everybody swings out, goes for the pick. I think it even used a cyber cage to open up the door. So they really had ways to like understand where the hit was coming from towards the end. And it was just really good for NRG Academy to be prepared for that. So tough luck for Nightblood Gaming. Like we've mentioned before, going into the series, they had such a great start going into the playoffs and making it super close against M80. But I guess we ended the streak for NRG Academy for the win-loss. They finally got 2 in a row right now, and they're looking pretty good moving forward.
I mean, we got to keep that up, though, because, again, this lower bracket is going to get tough, and this is a team that, again, has to win the entire thing. But looking strong on the day, I want to hear from the team themselves. For a Philip Norelco interview, we have Sean Dex on the line to be able to chat all about it. Congratulations on this victory. I mean, you're in the lower bracket. It's a 3-map banger, but you get the win in the end. How are you feeling? Tired, relieved, excited?
Feeling good. You know, it's lower finals against NBG, good team, like good players. Like happy to beat them, to be honest. Like we knew it was gonna be like a tough game. It was like close maps, I think. All 2 maps were so close. And like we just shot better, to be honest, and we just like beat them. So it felt good.
I mean, within a series that was so close, do you just look at it as you guys just got to shoot better, like considering the scoreline for all 3 maps, or did you feel like you had like a counter to them going into the series? Like, talk to me about the prep beforehand and then how it turned out.
I mean, yeah, MC, like, you know, he like VODs them, you know, he said they're gonna do this, do that, like, but other than that, we don't really like counter teams, like, not that much, not that I know of at least, but. And then, yeah, just like shot better, to be honest. That's like the only reason we went to that.
You just get clued on the information you need to know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing. I mean, this was such a close series, but even looking at the last match you played within this lower bracket up against EGA, it was also an incredibly close series. Like, do you feel like you and your team are a team that performs well under this pressure and kind of heats up as the series goes on? Was it just a tough string of matches?
Well, obviously, when the pressure is high, like obviously people are gonna get nervous, and then like I don't think that's the case on my team because they have like everyone has a lot of experience, you know. So like it like helps us a lot when it's like the games are close. Everyone's like calm, you know, they know what to do. It's like stuff like that. It's like helps us a lot.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And I mean, talking about this pressure and nervousness and everything else, like that's only gonna ramp up going on forward. I mean, the stakes for the team are pretty clear. You have to win the entire thing, and I know you know what it takes to be able to make like this run into grand finals, etc. Like, how are you feeling about your team and the chances, especially like going on forward now that you're in the top 4?
I mean, yeah, I think we can make a really deep run if there's a player card on satellite on SR if he doesn't live game. So, and I think we can beat SR, to be honest, and then make a really good run.
You call it satellite for the live game and not you know, anyone else on that roster?
Well, it's just satellite, you know, if he live games, it's over.
All right, we know who to keep an eye out for. I mean, Sean Dex, this is a long series, so I'll let you go, but thanks so much for chatting and good luck going on forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, for us, I like how it's like, this person doesn't have a life game. We are so set. We are so sure. I mean, we'll have to see if there's any life games in the server today. Again, it's going to be another elimination match, one with a lot of stakes to it. Two teams that kind of need to win, but also could get the LCQ from circuit points. Core going up against SRB after this short break. Stay tuned.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Well, this is it. Two of the big three going up against each other here in the lower bracket. Core going up against Shopify, Rebellion, Black. Two teams, again, that, I mean, they have the staying power to win the entire thing. But Vans, when we talk about the stakes for all the teams, it's a little bit different for these ones as well when you look at the circuit point. So a lot of factors going into today's matchup.
Usually when you're looking at this matchup and his head-to-head, instead of saying lower round two, it should be upper semis for sure between these two teams. I mean, on one end, you have Core that has already won stage number one, but with slightly different roster. You know, they had Smoke and Note before, but then for SRB, with what they've built around with EXA as well, even picking up Smoke from Core should have been going into a deep run. So this is going to be a nice little matchup too, to preface of Core saying, look, you made the wrong decision here of leaving us. We're going to knock SRB out, and this is the perfect opportunity for Core to do.
I mean, for Core, when we talk about this big three teams, I definitely think that players, like, people have put them at like the third, right? Because the Core, I mean, you talk back to the stage one and the victory, but then talk about the changes that they've had, right? Obviously, they've had to change the identity a little bit. We've had to get some changes in. But Ash, this is a roster too that even if we didn't see quite the same success that they had in stage one replicated with some players leaving, it's a team that definitely can catch you off guard, definitely cooks, and the talent was never the reason they were losing, right? Like, the talent is there on the team. So I'm excited now. We got more and more reps underneath. We got Flya calling that this is a team that can make that run today.
Yeah, they definitely are. This is a squad that did unfortunately have to go through that roster mania at the beginning of this stage. But you also, come on. Yeah, sure. You give Smoke over to SRB, but you also just got Infiltrator on your roster too, right? I think for Core, this is a squad where we've seen the trials and tribulations, and we've seen them struggle within the meta during the last stage, how they've had their bounce back heading into stage 3, but we have seen a little bit of those inconsistencies. Granted, they were up against some tough opponents, especially in those quarterfinals, up against an M80 that has popped off. But yeah, this is a squad that wants to go back to their winning ways. They want to also get back onto the big stage. Like, it isn't just that. It's also, you look at the individuals on this roster. You look at Flya, you look at Moose, Infiltrator, Derek. These are all players who have touched that and played on, not even just touched. You have like veterancy, especially from Derek within tier 1, right? And I think there's so much pressure on this squad for these individuals to want to get back to that level and not leave it up to the chance of circuit points.
I mean, talking about individuals on the team, I want to focus on first on Infiltrator, because he's talking about Smoke leaving, but you get Infiltrator in his place. And Infiltrator, too, has been such a welcome addition to the team. A duelist with a different play style, of course, which then goes back into the team restructuring, etc. But especially Vance, like these last few games that he's played, we know what he's capable of, and he has been cooking since we've hit playoffs, which makes me really excited to see him in like the full beast mode, ready for playoffs sort of style. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. You didn't really have to or need like a person that needs to go on and off on like a Euro, a TP type of player in terms of Infiltrator. I think him joining this roster is actually quite good for Core as well, because remember when Smoke kind of left and they're still trying to figure out the roster, figure out the rules. We even had the debut of Derek playing at the Jet, so there was huge role issues coming in. But now with Infiltrator coming into the fray, everybody is playing kind of to their strengths, and you only need Infiltrator to only get like his one. He doesn't need to go all out and ball out, because you have such a prolific roster around him and such great clutch players, and for example Moose, that this would still show good rounds for Core and great fights overall from round after round.
And I feel like we don't have the stats up anymore, but those numbers, even though for Infiltrator, maybe they look kind of light compared to the Infiltrator that we've seen in previous stages, but I think it also says so much as to how this Core roster has come together and the amount of support that Vans is talking about that he has backing him up. Infiltrator no longer needs to be that duelist that pops off, takes over the server, is like the rank 1, rated 1 or 2 player within Challengers. He has these players who are able to step up to the plate, have that assistance. He doesn't have to be that mechanical god, even though he definitely is in the server. He doesn't have to be that person who's taking everybody out of commission. And I think it says so much as to how Core have been able to come together. And again, everybody's able to, I think, step up again because of those role adjustments that Vans was talking about.
And I mean, it's the Core here in the lower bracket fighting for their lives alongside and going up against Shopify Rebellion Black, which I think is pretty safe to say across the board is one of those plot twists that people didn't necessarily see it coming. I think there was a lot of expectations it would be an upper finals of SRB and M80. I mean, since the restructuring and how they're integrated Smoke within stage 3, this team, Ash, has just looked so strong, and it was definitely a close match. But yeah, now everything's turned.
Yeah, things have been flipped upside down. But again, like you said, it was SAD Esports that they lost against, right? I think another team that we've all been looking at as being as one of the best right now within Challengers, definitely being within like that upper echelon. Even like before the season started is what I'm saying, like the expectations for that roster, right? And they've proven themselves. For this SRB though, I think that it almost, in a way, I feel like it almost stings a little bit more, but also it might light the fire under them to be in this lower bracket. This is a squad that's consistently come into second place during the last 2 stages of this year of Challengers. They want to be able to get that first. Sure, this is a squad that, you know, can make it to the LCQ with their circuit points, but they're not going to stop there. That's not what they really want at the end of the day.
It's a nice little roster to look at, though, if you're looking around at the profiles of all of these guys. And unfortunately, a little bit of a jinx at the same time, too, when Shopify Rebellion Black got the dub against Evil Geniuses earlier on this week, or last week, rather. You know, Smoke was mentioning, I'm looking forward to fighting M80, maybe upper finals, grand finals, twice, whatever. And now, unfortunately, it's not going to be a 2-time to see M80. They actually have to fight for their survival going into the lower bracket gauntlet this time around after dropping against SAD Esports, which, again, props to SAD Esports on being able to get that upset victory.
I mean, when you're looking at Smoke, though, the change going into the Shopify Rebellion Black roster, I say change like it hasn't been 2 stages in the making, though. This has been a player that has just been absolutely electric. Like, he has won this entire thing before, back when he was with Core, right? He knows what it takes to win. And Vans, now that he's been set up within this different system that is like built around him, like they're trying to push like Smoke to the best of his abilities, we've really gotten to see how much that's paid off here within stage 3. Like, there's a reason his expectations were to be in the upper finals up against M80.
And he did an incredible job against SAD Esports as well. I mean, on the chamber roll was super good on both Lotus and Ascent, but it was just Haven that was lackluster a bit. And to pin him back, or to put him back on that interview, the winner's interview against EG, he was mentioning it was a lot easier for me to shoot against EG because I didn't have to play against a Neon or anybody who was like throwing up walls against me. When you're playing on a map like Haven, there's like a Neon wall. There was also a Phoenix wall. There's so much utility that blocks the line of vision that doesn't allow for Smoke to get too much going on for his side on Haven. So you need the rest of the team to kind of like step up to the plate, which they did, unfortunately, on that second map, which eventually led to their downfall. So if anything, for Smoke, he's always going to be still good for his kills, but I think it's a nice wake-up call for SRB overall for the loss that they just suffered against SAD, in case they have to deal with that type of pressure again if they're going to play against this team today, of course.
I mean, last but not least, our Phillips Norelco head-to-head. We got to talk about other standout players on the roster. And I mean, two very accomplished, very strong players. I mean, Derek, especially the heat up has been incredible. But Van's like last time we saw SRB play, like in the on the like cast in the green room, you're just like, man, like nature, like you just like you're just talking so much about him and wanting to know what's in his head, everything else, and like because he's ideally, but also this much kills, like these stats.
I do remember that I wanted to breathe this musk or something like that, right? Because nature was looking so good.
No.
I have to. It's just so good. But I think it's nice to see this nice little matchup between these two players as well, because they're also ex-teammates with EG playing on the VCT stage. So now you're in a competitive scene where you can't think about your friendship anymore, and unfortunately you have to knock each other out. But both of these players overall, nature has seen a glow up from the start of stage 3, where Derek really came up towards the end here of the playoff, or the beginning of the playoffs rather, where it's nice to see this little head-to-head between both of them, because they could definitely be the difference makers for these rounds for other teams today.
Yeah, and I think for both of these players as well, again, it came down to comfort in different ways, right? Like Derek scaling into this playoff, it took a bit of time for him to adjust to this squad of core within like when he was previously added, and he had talked about that. And I feel like right now his scan utility has been insane.
Yes.
It is Derek, so like, what do you expect? But it's been such like a level up, I think, from what we've seen before to now, and he has so much impact. And very same with nature. It's like kind of cool to see the similar parallels of the fact that it was like this growth into comfort. Obviously they're both very good at these roles, but within their teams themselves, so they could really step up as individuals, but in very different ways, because for Derek is more like adjusting to the team and whatnot. For nature, I think as much as he has had that IGL experience, again, a new player, they were working in a different kind of system, trying to adjust to the pacing there, smoke there too. And now that both players have teams that feel comfortable for them, they've absolutely unleashed as these recon initiators and have been insane difference makers in a lot of the rounds that we're going to see in this matchup.
That is such a nice and wholesome story that you're telling about both of those players. Too bad after today, one of them is going to be leaving us from playoffs. That is so tragic. Talking about the series ahead, it's going to be split. The first one up, picked up by QOR. I mean, this one's fun because last time we saw QOR here, it was the first time we got to see him 80 here, and it was a crazy flip around. So Vans, we're running it back today.
Dude, losing 4-13 against M80 and still trying to run it back against what should have been here the second seeded team going to the playoffs so far. It's a tough ask coming in for QOR, but I think at the same time it would allow for them to build a lot of that confidence later on in the series if they're able to make it very competitive this time around against a team like Shopify Rebellion. But once we get to Breeze, man, this is going to be a fun one for both of these teams, where it's going to have to come down to just some all-out brawls, where unfortunately we haven't had the best results for QOR either on the map. So end of the day, I feel like the vetoes have been kind of won on the side of SRB.
Yeah, like I'm looking at what Smoke is capable of doing on both of these maps, and I have to say I'm a little bit scared for the QOR fans out there. But don't worry, QOR fans, because looking at our predictions, we got a nice little caster curse going. Here's that extra little boon of luck for all of y'all. Maybe counteract the veto not quite going in y'all's way. We'll have to find out. But let's focus in on this very first map, because yeah, QOR last time wasn't necessarily so great, but teams have talked so much about learning from those losses here, Ash. So I'm intrigued to see how this one's going to differ today.
But yeah, they have talked about how learning from those losses and whatnot. And at this point, I think that QOR should have an understanding of how Shopify Rebellion want to be playing this split here as well. Like, they know the tempo at which Smoke likes to work a lot of these picks on the attack. Satellite will be that main player looking to control like the faster plays for SRB. For QOR though, I think that this is something where you're going to expect them to look and try and disrupt some of that flow from Shopify Rebellion and Black when they're trying to get that tempo on the attacking side, make things uncomfortable with some of the aggression that you're going to expect to be coming through from them, some of the fights there for those mains there as well, especially try and get those orbs up there for Kumi. Before I toss the mic over to Vans though, guys, I just want to say I am so sorry for not voting QOR. I think this might be the first time this split that I didn't. I feel very guilty.
Well, Aletha Casa Curse will help, right? So we'll see. But I gotta say, Smoke, this is gonna be a nice warm-up game for him as well. He's been waiting anxiously in the Twitch chat earlier on, waiting for the series to start. What I like too is him playing on the attack side. He's been rifling a lot more, so this allows for the Smoke and Satellite to be as aggressive as the M80 style with the double dive that they've been doing on their side. So this is going to be a big test for Core. Hopefully they can answer back from a 4-13 loss to M80 last time.
I mean, if they didn't have an idea, they didn't have an ace up their sleeve, I can't imagine why they would pick this map. So it's time to head into Split and see what they've been cooking up. Let's get this series started. Another elimination match on the day. Let's see how this one's going to turn out with your casters. Back over to Lemon Kiwi and Shio.
Thank you so much to the geniuses on the desk breaking it down. So many storylines coming in from different stages between these two teams. Two of the GOATs inside the region now finally butt heads. Only one makes it out, Lemon Kiwi.
Yeah, and a rematch from that stage 1 grand finals. It doesn't get any spicier than this after Core swept them. Of course, these are different rosters now. Smoke is playing against his former team. SRB have always been the bridesmaid, never the bride in terms of getting to the finals. And now they want the throne. But man, you got the final boss on either side. These are two very strong rosters. And I agree with Ash. You could have easily predicted Core and no one would have called you crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we had that storyline last time too, where there was some regrets about people not believing in Core, but you talked about final boss. This boss of Core did not show up to work the last time they were on Split. That is also another storyline. They got mopped by M80, where we should have thought that they had, at least on their own map pick, I believe at that time too, a bit of a chance to have some type of voice. We start things off, no pre-round play, right into the fray here with Core and SRB. SRB attacking, and we know their methodical play and burst is very hard to deal with for a few teams. They're looking to make it through the lower part of this playoffs and take the gauntlet straight back to M80, win that spot. But this is the obstacle first they have to deal with. It is Core.
Kumi's already had to adjust so much to the playstyle of Infiltrator versus Smoke, which Desk have highlighted. Kind of more slow and methodical there for Smoke, so consistent. Right now, SRB taking some damage. They've been already marked towards ramp, and out front, Flya is just gonna be the greeter. Steps inside of the Smoke, gets already one. I don't even think he got the paranoia off. SRB just surrounded, almost conquered, and as the dust settles, you have a 2v2.
Exa, the savior, saturating the screens of his opponents back to gray. Contrast between these two players and health bars, though, is going to be kind of crazy. Not much for SRB to work with. They have to need, or they just need a miracle here from one of the players. Satellite with the space and the time, evens things out, but Moose is able to get the pickup. Long range, Exa is going to be the one to make the play. Moving over the map, does he find the location? No, Moose is there to set the pace for Core to have a leg up with the first pistol.
Moose is someone you can depend on when it comes to Core for that experience. He's such a calm, collected person that when things get really stressful, you have good vibes on this team. And Derek has talked about it in like every single interview. That's why you put Derek on interviews. Such a good vibes merchant in terms of just getting hype. And Derek is bringing that energy. Moose can maybe counteract it a little bit to just keep things balanced. But this is a team that has so much knowledge of the game, so many years, and then kind of trying to be as well-rounded as they can. Consistency is what's going to matter. An Infiltrator can be someone who can gift you a round, but also overcook it. And this is different duelists that both these teams have incorporated in the stage. Excited to see them both blossom. Even our last series was really defined by the duelists. So SRB dropped the pistol despite getting the plant down, getting the ball rolling. We'll see what this ramp control gives them this time. They walked into the Core trap, recalling out, bait and switch, spike down. Information on SRB, they just were barely grabbing the spike, and Core is still trying to punish them for it.
Feast for famine, you mentioned the Infiltrator overheat. It kind of shines itself there just at the moment. I like the fact that you can saturate and get close, but now they've made it over towards the ace side. SRB have found a gap to be able to play with in this round, upgraded their weapons. This is trouble for Core.
Oh, Xander could win, especially at a distance. Moose, familiar position, the lone wolf. Try and close it out, 1v2, and Smoke back against the wall. Secures the thrifty for SRB.
Classic thrifty. What is this? I mean, oh my god, just pushing in over here. I think the saturate would have been a guarantee land in the mind of Infiltrator, and assuming you're the enemy team, you have the space, you want to take it. Bit of a blunder overall. Unfortunate the way the cookie crumbles. The biggest thing that you mentioned is all the energy between these two teams, Lemon. these guys need to upkeep it for core. Strategy be damned. Yes, I know defensive teams need to get more proactive. They need to make sure they are alive and trying their best every single round as well. And the shots are flowing. You're peeking off your teammates. The energy needs to be there for core. It was absent last time.
And SRB have a good mix of experience to Zoomers, and they had these ebbs and flows throughout the stage, but they really just are on the uptrend as SRB just being careful how they cross this threshold, because man, core just put up such a resistance, usually just spamming through. And SRB were netted that lane now, but still being careful. Ramp control has been a priority for SRB because they want to be able to watch over this site.
Lots of different lurks. The position here for core, strong. The grip, gonna be a bit weak though with the weapons that they have. Not gonna be able to put the squeeze onto SRB as they want to. Flyamac gets checked here as well. Yeah, he gets slammed in by Xander, who's just checking sewers, making sure there isn't anything foolishness or any type of foolishness is happening towards the flank side. Now, a lot of A has been discovered again by the side of SRB. It seems like this is a bit of a weak spot that they can keep pressing on against core. Thrifty's worked so far. The anti-eco has worked as well. And the pistol round was still successful in touching the site. So conditioning already starting here from the attacking team.
Just giving this to Satellite now to get closer to the showstoppers. Smoke close to his ult. And you kind of thought that because SRB hadn't planted yet, they were still scaling and they didn't have someone watching the flank yet. There's still a good spread for SRB and core. We're trying to activate the flank and weren't aware that SRB were just had so much map control still. So there's still a lot for core to mark on this A approach. It's now back to back for SRB, and it's been successful for them when they have the better weapons. And Lewis is just going to go down with the ship at this point. And I think SRB have been able to kind of switch things up based on what the defense has presented. This Viper's wall, it's not causing too much hesitation for SRB, but they are trying to be more aware of the possible crunch that core could be forming on the other side of it.
They're trying to use that awareness to hopefully make some changes overall on both sides of the roster too, not just core. SRB also probably wanted to switch, probably wants to switch up their game to make sure that they can take things over to mid, or even try towards the B side. The big thing I want to mention too is lifelines here in terms of compositions between these two teams. Core has so many more of them, so many more impactful ultimates to come back into the game. On the side of SRB, you kind of really just have Satellite Showstopper. Everything else is either informational based or has to be piloted via, you know, knives and aim and stuff. But for core, Nightfall, Run It Back, Conversion Pads, these three ultimates can give you immediate value, even if you whiff in terms of aim. And some of them don't even need aim to be a part of them. That being said, SRB not going for that A crunch anymore, actually go for a bit more of mid pressure to take away some of the sight lines on the A side, then quickly pivot back over. I'm wondering if the Vents player are going to be able to make it over to ramp to stop this. But if they slow walk in again, like you're talking about, Lemon, with that Viper wall, the crunch will come through once more.
SRB trying to sense maybe any early aggression from core to see if they would want to punish what they would think is a solo lurk at A, which sometimes happens on this map. But SRB, they're so quick to take space, and Smoke is so quick to fall. Kumi catching him amidst the smoke and the chaos as SRB could not follow through, and they're really not picking up the mantle. It's just hitting their head into the defensive core. That put a stop to them.
First correct adjustment. I'm loving the way these guys swing off each other as well. Sees this thrown straight through spawn. Kumi's there immediately to be able to get that frag. The repositioning as well is really nice from everybody on that team. Kumi starting up all the way up top. Infiltrator the one to peek off of it. Running back available as well through screens. Everybody staying together, finding each other. That is good defensive play we didn't see last time from core.
Just would have liked if SRB, like the first thing you have to look at is screens. That's where the kill came from Kumi. And SRB, they didn't kind of launch out of the smoke, and at the same time, you already have an ult being popped from smoke, hoping to take advantage of the stack that has happened here at mid. But with all the smokes and all the snake bites, the conversion pass is activated here from Infiltrator to get SRB into submission. And we have ourselves a stalemate.
A bit of a swing and a miss. I think SRB then get to walk towards first base for a bit, but no, they get tagged out. Infiltrator is able to cover the gaps for now. Exa down, and now mid has to be the focus. Something has to happen here. One flash to pop with. Spray gonna come and actually affect their entry frag. Smoke gonna be working with half HP through these weird sightlines, through the timings. QOR right now is making things work, really making sure they understand the ebb and flow of the map, really tapped into the timings of the SRB move.
The awareness of QOR, like where Exa died was kind of wrapping around vents, and for Infiltrator to turn around and deal with that, to keep hold of mid, and SRB had good patience to kind of wait out a lot of util, but man, their tempo was completely thrown off. They were hoping to get Smoke activated, to get him fragging out, and QOR just delayed so well, and it threw SRB off. And now we have Ops in round 6, so Infiltrator versus Smoke.
Recall coming through to get Infiltrator maybe off the line. He's right back on it. Doesn't want to refract back either. He's gonna be the first point of contact here. Smoke's not gonna be able to find too much in middle. QOR not giving him anything to play with. Infiltrator though can carve out the right side of this one.
And Smokes talked about in interviews how his mentality is facing another op. He wants to avoid them as much as possible. He wants to read how they're positioning around the map. So this is going to be a long-term thought process for Smoke, and what the tendencies will be out of Infiltrator. And just pushing up this deep into mid with an op is kind of crazy, but Smoke will try to hopefully dash out. It's not going to be the refract that the Waylay has. Speaking of which, the op is on defense, and it's now dropped from Infiltrator after pushing Garage.
SRB, I was about to say, where's the flash? They don't have anybody to make the play here, and Nature comes flying in with a bird. It screeches and it distracts Infiltrator completely. He tries to get off the line. It's not possible. Still slowing the round down. A third phase of an entry here from SRB. They have really put a risk on this round by themselves. Not scaling off that kill might have been a mistake, because B site is now completely bolstered up. 1-4 take. This Astral Wall, the Cosmic Device, not going to block too much at all. Flya, Paranoia to stop these guys in their tracks. 15 seconds left to get past both the Hot Hands, the Omen. The players on site is going to be a bit too much to handle. SRB though, last seconds on the clock, 4 to plant. It comes to at 5. They've kind of done it. Maintain control through this rocky ride.
It's a 3v1 Seekers, by the way, and then a Cosmic Divide, which almost gives a positional advantage to Flya, who could play around the Cosmic Divide and was kind of being a nuisance. If you can slow down SRB, like, there's a real chance to win. And if it wasn't for some really clutch kills out of Nature once they were on the side, I don't know. This SRB could have easily been tripped up. It took a pretty heavy investment. They got the job done. Now they can cycle through the rest, along with a showstopper from Satellite. It'll be his turn to be in the sun this time. And both ops kind of were doing a lot of contact plays, which worried me.
Having an op on this attack, though, at the same time will slow things down. Your double duelist flavor kind of gets completely washed out. No rush. Infiltrator with the timing. It's not going to get much, but with the distraction, Derek does take Smoke down. Nightfall.
Blind Nightfall gets no one. Derek thought that after that exchange, he was worried being solo, as no one's in heaven. Don't know if SRB went ramps, which has been a goal of theirs pretty often when going into A. So, you know, he doesn't know what we know. So,
value from that one, though. Knowing nobody's there means that they haven't taken over heaven. Fully resetting the A line is not bad, especially if Kumi comes back like he did and kind of tries to re-clear what happens up in main. To send some more fade util too to make sure that things are clear. And now the understanding is, yes, SRB are moving over towards mid and give up that A line entirely. Here comes Kumi straight up into vents, linking up crossfires with his teammate, but fortunately Moose is a really far ways back in Rafters, so this is a solo play from Kumi right here.
We hear the showstopper. Kumi wants to follow along in that shadow potentially. No one's gonna present themselves to the showstopper, and the splash is good enough. But man, Flya is next level. He's gonna find some cover after not knowing the numbers that are ahead of him. Xander will close that out, and sure enough, with a 2v1 and a Viper's Pit to be able to nail in the coffin. If anyone can do it, it's Derek. Oh, a mark on the person. That shot at the pit comes down. Xander's half health. Derek can do it. No thoughts, just aim, and Xander with another clutch kill to save SRB.
Derek against Xander. We've seen it in different tiers happening before. Xander locking it down right there towards the end. kind of playing off timing as well. You'd expect that he'd just play for time, maybe listen for the tap and then swing, but the risky play to be there and swing first. The confidence of both these teams really leaking through. SRB being the ones to try to take first contact at every single point possible. And Xander towards the end is also representing that right now. Now, in these rounds so far as well, it just seems that SRB, no matter what their decision is, they try to follow through as much as possible. QOR have themselves stretched across the map as they've lost so many things at multiple times. Not going to be able to match that level of confidence that SRB has right now. They're just walking straight through the pits. Confidence is insane. They still have a second layer behind it as well. I mean, these guys are maniacs.
I don't like who was the person that stepped into that pit. Like, you could have thrown a boom bot, like something to zone out and put some pressure on the space that QOR were trying to hold there. And you thought just, well, the surprise of no one would ever walk through this pit, not without using something. And SRB still 4 versus 4, and the pit maintains.
Pit maintains, but it's fractured. As a result, A side going to be a bit weaker. SRB understand that. This is where they choose to press on the wound, pushing towards A.
Quick check from Derek. Will be a pillar and screens, but he's not gonna have a nightfall to stop this flood. And SRB, they throw out a flash, but didn't react fast enough. No satchels, no movement, just trades, and maybe that's good enough for SRB. But here comes Kumi. Enough of a delay from Derek created as him and Moose can work together, but Moose is on the flank, and I don't think Kumi can afford to wait. He's been marked by the flash. He's gonna 1v2. He's trying to play his life until Moose comes running in, and Xander ends it with a shorty. Good luck to Moose, 45 HP, 1v2, and these positions that he has to kind of break out for SRB. I mean, this is going to be tough for Moose. Let's see if he can isolate this against Xander. And quick little crouch, quick end for Xander as he gets 3.
He's so good at just finishing these rounds, Xander. Not really faltering in his aim too much. Just the spray missed a bit towards the end there, but just again, locking down for that kill. That being said, though, one player is trying to make a difference on QOR as much as possible. The Demon Derek over at map and that site is just making this a little bit of a hellscape for SRB to scale into. Timeout coming in for QOR, because yes, that flavor of Derek as an anchor is working well for A, but they need a second layer, someone to respond to the amount of pressure he's making. We saw it in the anti-eco round, I think, or the one afterwards. Everybody flooded in from screens. Infiltrator was there, the sees it properly. People were able to play off of Derek. And now in that round, yes, the pit, and I feel like the action that happened there distracted people. Got all the teammates from Derek away, and as a result, SRB had a gap to move in with. If one person moves, the team has to move. QOR has to stay together. That's when they're the best.
I wouldn't mind like Flya going for more kind of preemptive paranoias. You saw that maybe in the pistol. He just like jumps into the smoke and is conditioning SRB to be scared of any smokes or just how they're crossing when they have no vision, no info. So if Flya could be part of that equation with paranoias, help put up more of a resistance, more delay, so that Derek has something to work off of, or just playing in screens so that you just play for full retake. Derek is stuck on site and in kind of a one and done position with no escape. And sometimes that does give enough time for Kumi to come in and help, and sometimes it doesn't. So clearly this QOR timeout will be to kind of reaffirm some of their defensive positions. Right now it's the double duelist in ramps. SRB, though, their focus is into B.
SRB. Trying to go for their namesake. But this is one of the best ways you can lock down and split as well. Take the B space, get the orb, re-explore main. It's one of the most foolproof things here, though, for Exa. Chaos is one player's picked up, but for Derek, the plan was to actually push down A main this time. They get some value. Are able to fight with a Phantom for now. They'll champion that as the rest of the team understands where the stack is. They start to push through B heaven. I'm liking this adjustment from QOR again. You know, QOR together strong. When you have a teammate to play off of, it's looking good. Moose tries to link in with Flya, who's at low HP. Xander snuck through in Rafter, so he's trying to break this connection. Satellite makes connection errors happen through for Flya, who gets no value. Derek has to screen by himself now. No teammates to work off of his Phantom. No one to really recycle it. He's trying to go for some type of value. Infiltrator dropping down the other side. They finally find a link and start to go for some shots on both sides of Pillar. Smoke with the scope, though, gets denied. On the spike is the last player, Nature. Pop flash, Derek super blind. On the angle, Nature's just too strong. And every player right now is screaming, trying to find a control, a hold of this game. SRB is just doing it better.
And it's not about the quantity of kills for Nature, it's the quality of them. Like the impact that he has on the ones that he has when it comes to getting into B. It's the whole reason SRB can even maintain that site. I am worried about Exalurks. It's been now 2 times that I think he's been checked trying to go through sewers, and you know, it's not happening consistently, but it is something Core are aware of, so there needs to be a switch up there if they want to open up their options. I mean, SRB are still winning, just going down plan A or really site B. Oh, wait a minute, someone just sailed by in front of Infiltrator. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, he has to go all the way far back. Op now in a weird spot with all the smokes. Derek now in backside. Can he find the link? One person already in through screens. It's Infiltrator with a scope playing off the season, the fear lines. Gumi running back to just contain the herd inside A main for Derek to keep picking, prodding, poking with that Vandal. Not going to find much, but get Infiltrator back on the line. Screen now comes in. Smoke from across the map as Flya has taken control of that B main side. Satellite gets sprayed down through all the dark cover. And now a reset for SRB, possibly a save as Flya has found so much information in space. Moose also exploring down mid main. It's tough for the moment on SRB. They are trapped. They are out of fuel.
Oof. Good check from Flya and SRB. 2 versus 5, just not going to happen. But hey, Core have really cemented this A site defense. I mean, it's something that they're not even letting SRB get a plant. They don't even have to play for retake. And if this threat of the op continues, a one-sided op, and hey, you got a double lined up like this, it always helps, making it a flawless. The one-sided op may prove to be a significant hurdle that SRB have to jump through.
Yeah, it's an excellent call for you, or a call from you though, Lemon. You were the one saying that screens has to be the place that this defensive team needs to really bolster up, and we saw 2 players coming on that side. Infiltrators there as well. It's kind of the hub that the defensive players want to play around before they actually come in. So amazing Pred, good analysis on the way that things need to change for Core. They decided that the same talks needed to happen in that timeout. The question is, what happens now for SRB? How do you fight against the screens pressure? And I like this from Core. They don't even utilize that angle anymore. They're switching it up to a 1-3-1 a little bit, working on middle. So they're predicting the SRB adjustment. Infiltrator's back online with this site, and you'd assume that there's going to be a smoke being propped up and down without hearing it. Yeah, SRB so smart, realized there is a scope active, dashing past it. This dynamicism from SRB is amazing. We're trying to work for it. Spray coming through on this round, which is a bit of a thrifty from their side, completely shuts down their push.
You heard like a quick jump at the corner near vents, so SRB just had to get as close as they could. I think there was 2 stingers that tried to work through garage, but the shots from Core are so clean. Back-to-back flawlesses as well. And this is always a learning moment for SRB to find out what are going to be these common positions that Infiltrator takes with the op. And now Smoke is able to afford his, just barely, because it has to take light armor because of it. But at the last run of the half, you're just going all in on trying to have a 6-6 or a 7-5 half, which would be solid on split.
Yeah, I think for attack it's going to be huge. I know you like looking at the side disparities for either team, so if you want to dive in and see what SRB's is kind of looking like, I want to just say that on attack 6 is already absolutely great. We'll lock it down as we see a few ultimates online as well. Nature ready to go. Xander also ready to lock it down, but these ultimates require space to already be taken, and SRB can't find any. Derek's also swapped in towards an Odin, which makes this cross that much more dangerous for the side of SRB, but they've made it. Barrel on the left side. Seeker's starting to come in, and hopefully it finds Infiltrator first. I feel like with the flash dodged, that Seeker's going straight to the Odin. Hit gets solved. Trailblazer up in the mix, as well as the rest of the team starts to make it kind of through heaven. Smoke needs to be the guy that penetrates this site right now. He's looking at things, but Kumi's already in the way. Middle fight comes through, and Moose wins the spray.
SRB just can't get into mail. You had the Seekers that had to just mark numbers. You had info of 2 in mid, and then you just tried to follow through on the 8 push you already had. And Smoke gets a collide through 2. The 2 duelists fall, and SRB stand tall in heaven. They are not done yet, but the spike needs to see some movement. Nature is still in mid, and there's a threat of someone in mail. Moose was last marked in mail, so Nature needs to be escorted here, and Exa will have his back, and all that progress that Smoke made is no longer there.
Tom Smace bought to maybe figure out this puzzle. Flya has been such a boss on this side, such a barrier online with the aim, barely even shot any bullets, but he's just so flicky, just so active. He cannot miss. You thought staying on this site for 9 rounds and seeing no action made him cold? Nah, this guy's just heating up.
Huge rounds coming out of Fly when it comes to a B defense. I mean, he's been incredible to hold down Garage. Moose has been untouchable in Mail. His double duelist usually doesn't get cooked like this, but hey, huge moment for Smoke, even though it didn't net them a win. It looked cool. But now, I don't know if you're looking at a 6-6 being very cool. Both teams are running double duelists, though, so you're expecting to yield more positives out of your attack than not. We'll see what Core have cooked up, because this is their map pick. This is where you get to execute all the plans after now getting warmed up with a half under your belt.
I'm scared for SRB right now because the Core side of things, usually the teamwork's not working well, or on the other side, individually, they're not showing up. Flya, though, is locked in, and now he gets to explore the map, play with his team, and teamwork has been amazing for the side of Core so far. SRB, no joke, though.
Usually Core have a different Viper's wall that they kind of cover their tracks when getting into ramps, and they switch things up. Fly is a victim, and the whole SRB stack is here to deny this free site take from Core that they thought would have been so easy, and now it's impossible. The spike is on the site. There's a snake bite. Moose is walking into a crossfire. Man, what a retaliation from SRB to take this defensive pistol.
You mentioned the different Viper's wall. That one's going to be easily seen from the side of ramp. Forces everybody to maybe ignore it, go straight into sight, and then everyone's ready to literally wrestle the rest of Core down. Extra from the top rope. Did we see that correctly? This guy's jumping in back into his own smoke to make sure that he's safe. That was crazy. 15 seconds on this next round as well, where we saw SRB win on the other half, right? This is not a joke of a round. You have to really lock it down and make sure on the defensive team, you don't let any gap go unnoticed.
It was an SRB thrifty too that denied the anti-eco from Core, and why we even have this close of a game in the first place. Both teams have gone on some serious win streaks too. A 4 streak out of SRB, 3 for Core to end the half, and after marking that, X is going to get off his phone and time to lock in. He's even just going to spam through to make sure that Core are not going to disrespect his util.
The flex peak just makes it so that on the right side of your body, you expose a little bit less of your arm, and you're able to get that info much easier and much deeper as well. So nice tech from him, understanding some of the best stuff you can use in the game. Smoke on this line. I mean, this is something that Core was running before, so they should know that this is an option that they have to face. Actually, this is how Core lost the Thrifty, I'm pretty sure. It's the exact same thing, but Smoke, the difference is he stepped back. Hold up.
I'll take a step back, all right. At least Smoke gets 1 for 1. Both duelists removed, so you have to do this slowly but surely from front to back. And Derek takes 2 with them, but at 5 HP, he's the last one to fall. And SRB will claim their anti-eco, only bringing 2 weapons, though, into that bonus. Hey, at least one of them is a Guardian.
Yeah, able to lock it down still, but that was so close to being the same type and flavor of Thrifty that SRB threw down on the A site on the last half. Both these teams have not given up. I don't think anyone really has full control of the game just yet. It's nice to see SRB chain these 2 rounds together at least and have a true bonus coming in on this next one.
Imagine when Smoke gets going. I mean, he's basically guaranteeing himself a kill every round, but if he was hitting these one-shots with the Marshall, that would have been scary. Core quick to react and to pounce. Now a 1-3-1 from Core, and to kind of assess the field with their rifle advantage and getting through the X's setup. But what else is the setup? You kind of expect only one to be in vents, and you walk kind of into a crossfire, and it's a Guardian from Satellite to slow down the pace here of Core.
Last back to get out of the way. Very good value from SRB so far. Infiltrator not here, so kind of getting through some of these angles. The process for Core will be interrupted. They'll have to find another way to make it through without light speed. Kumi will be the solution here. Flashes available to curveballs, but has to get into that position to be able to use them. Look at SRB moved way far back, or letting Core take the first turn.
We've marked Nature, who just dogged up to find Moose, who now can't make any progress on that lurk, but through ramps, Core will see if they can dislodge this backline here of SRB. Now, after giving up mid and X has seen no action in towards B, they're pretty confident this Core push is gonna end at A. At 4v5, you have the weapon advantage, but not the amount of members. Now crossing through the smokes blindly. QOR not met by any contact until Xander lights him up like pins and goes for a strike. And QOR will not be spared any justice from SRB, keeping all their weapons and keeping the streak going.
Fly left in the gutter. When it comes to the scrappiness right now, I feel like SRB just have things on lock, or a bit more creative in their angles, have a bit better of an understanding and a call against how QOR want to move. 4K from Xander there, 14 and 8 on the Astra, has done so good on post plants and 1v1s. And this hold, look at the tap dancing, look at the movement.
And that was the bonus converted, so my bad. Yeah, SRB can ditch those, and huge for them to know how to leverage those weapons in that moment and to not even let QOR get any plants on A anymore. That's really tough to not get any executions going, but we'll see if they just death ball into B, what success QOR will have over there.
Boom. Nope. To answer your question, nope. Outlaw's ready to go. Yeah, even Moose with the... He's trying his best for the lurk. You have to understand the stars sometimes. You just like staring at stars, right? There's one on the ground. I stare at it. I get distracted. It's all good.
I found
the big thing. Flex speaking again. Exa is just so good at being in these chaotic situations, finding the angles, and again, SRB linking up just like QOR on their defense, taking out an easy thrifty.
Yeah, SRB kind of taking over. They got 4 in a row. If QOR don't win this next one, it's not looking good. But at least that means the casters did not totally curse in the predictions. I think all of us went SRB in that moment. And SRB, I mean, was part of them taking down, this map was part of taking down EG Academy in the quarterfinals, 13-8. So this was a very strong look out of them with Satellite and Smoke, who definitely were at the top of the leaderboards. Now you got a one-sided op from Smoke instead of the Marshall this time. I think you don't mess with Garage after knowing Smoke's been over there.
We're able to lock it down for a period longer. Speed though from QOR switched up a little bit. Trailblazers stop it down, but then they adjust their pace as well to slow. That being said, if QOR slow down now, it acts as a bit of hesitancy rather than control. Not going to be able to move into the A side just yet. Showstoppers here as well. Run it back. And here comes the rocket into the extremity. Nothing going to be found, and Exa is going to be solved as well.
Kumi doesn't die to the showstopper and managed to kill someone in heaven. Talk about value from a run it back. And QOR maintain that space, and they'll be forward into screens. And what a spot from Infiltrators. Got backup from Kumi. No ins from SRB. And I think Smoke would, I mean, you could afford 1,000 ops, but probably not needing to sacrifice it. Find a different, wow, the bandit. Backhands flyer there. Interesting. But hey, that's signs of life from QOR after this would be their first round win of the half.
It's nice. I thought that second phase might have been just a bit too slow, but being able to go for a paranoia light speed play onto heaven and then use that pressure to get back on the site with a run it back. Amazing from QOR. I'm wondering if they can repeat this. The biggest thing for QOR right now is, you know, a lot of the best rounds they have, ultimates are being used to get them these wins. Not having run it back is going to be a problem. Xander is going to be dying there, but he has so much money to be able to buy anyway, so I think it's fine. The biggest thing for QOR is just how do you play without those ults? One of the things that you mentioned at the very start, Lemon, which I think is perfect for QOR, energy. It's all about energy in this match between these teams. I don't want them to lose this energy. I don't mind them losing a round if they keep their energy.
Running face first into the op is always a nice lady luck blessing into QOR if they can avoid Smoke at all costs. So there's a lot that's going to go into that. Trader can give them a heads up. He hasn't afforded the op yet, as QOR kind of baiting out with even that Phoenix wall to get the orb, to get some suppression out of SRB. But Xander's playing in a very safe position, and now the dash is cut close right, and Satellite is smoked off. Xander doesn't mind. He is feasting right now with a triple. Satellite emerges when you needed him to the most, and the spike is down, and so is the rest of QOR. A 4K for Xander. He is having a fire series so far.
The Great Wall of Xander can stretch from the A side all the way to the B side. This guy, no matter what the position is. Oh, what is this, by the way? Playing in front of the smoke. Nobody's seeing him as they all go towards the right side. This guy is impenetrable, man. Over and over again. 19 and 8. Another cosmic divide. You're saying a great series. He's keeping their dreams alive in this one, along with that as well. Remember, this is one of the knockout games. You got to make sure that if you're in this match right now, you can get your all. Xander's giving that and some. He's been winning 1v1s. Here comes that tried and tested play. No paranoia this time. And as a result, Smoke gets a chance to talk a little bit back towards Infiltrator. They've actually from the shadow towards the right side and have double control all the way over and towards back heaven. Starting to get solved. Double fly is there. Infiltrator goes forward as well, and his namesake is able to penetrate through spawn. These two players take down and dismantle the 5 on SRB.
There's seconds into the map or in the round, and Core have already taken ramps and heaven, have shot the backline of SRB, have denied the op out of smoke, and knowing that he used dashes, Core just were relentless at going all the way to the defender's side of the map. And hey, what a clean round for Core, but that's only going to be their second round of the half, and they still have a lot of catching up to do.
We talked about the ultimates. If you blur their names in this round and show me this and say, hey, which VCT team plays this round? Leviathan, when they have the from the shadows, always put it in that back corner, have their other duelists walk up that left side as fast as possible, put the pressure down, and in the chaos, Omen, or in this case Flya, is able to find so much value. So they pull a book or pull a strat right out of what is the hottest book right now on splits, and as a result are in there from the shadows, becoming one of the lethal ultimates available for Core's playbook now. That being said, still 3 rounds behind SRB, and even if SRB lose a round, they are unshaken. Xander, 2 different 4Ks on this half. The rest of the team locking it down. You're mentioning Smoke every single round as a threat. They have so many layers to this that take ultimates to decipher.
There's been flashes of brilliance from Core side, whether it's Flya multi-kills, like Derek being consistent and knowing how to play his life, moves closing out important rounds. Like, Core need more of that, because Xander is just having more pop-offs than not. SRB up to 11, and just Hexa alone in mid. It's more of a conservative position now out of Satellite, who's not going to get marked by the haunt there from Derek.
SRB is having a lock on every single round so far. Core are only able to enter and get a win if they have a key. A key will always be an ultimate for them. It's been from the shadows. It's been run it back. Now they have the conversion pads. I think it's a harder ability to land though, and to get maximum value with, especially if your team on the enemy side is spread apart. Here comes conversion pads. Get them off the backside. The op is active though, and Smoke finds the first pick. The rest of the team floods in, and a pause as they get a semblance of control.
Many smokes being layered now. Fly, his duty will be to watch that. Even with the paranoia, SRB are all flooding through one side, and Nature has no flashes. It's really just gonna be about waiting for the smoke to expire and for smoke to get activated. An Infiltrator won't even let them get going. You have the Cosmic Divide to seal it in, and SRB, it's like they've set up their own jail. Now Nature's the one with the op. Smoke didn't even get to make some moves. Flya holds on to the top of the site, and there's only one remaining, and it's Nature.
Nature on a swivel, 360, 180, every single angle solved as his Vandal gets out of control and maybe almost jumps out of his hands. Starts it off with the op, comes in with a crazy 3K. I need to see that replay back to watch how Flya got solved. Again, this is the top frag of Core, who's been so snappy, hasn't really missed, bar like 1 kill, which was so hard head to head against Smoke. That is a crazy play from Nature, who's what, 7 and 12 before this. Mega negative, just being a support so far. Insane value.
And he's just an on-site machine. I remember when he was even defending B, so many when he was attacking B, so many of those rounds were secured because Nature just never let go of his grip of that round. But Smoke, oh, he's been in the spot before. He's actually getting spammed. He has to make a move, and he dashes out. Great first pick as well. Deny one of the smokes that Core can utilize to secure a post plant. So big pick for Smoke.
Moose's screen's even real though. He's already put down his toxic orb. Actually, he has the orb to play with still in his inventory. So I guess he gets to play that controller role a bit more. That being said, no smokes active and an op alive on the map, you are scared. There's a hunter ready with the scope waiting for you to walk through.
It's match point, and it's 5v4 for SRB. And Smoke goes back towards screens. So if Core just head first to try and gonna sell this fake with Prowlers, but Core now are gonna be heading towards B, and the Seekers are just gonna give up the whole fake.
On it back comes in on the opposite side of the map, solved by Smoke. He completely extinguishes the flame of what was the fake now completely. All the way on B now. Look at the glove that's forming to just catch Core off guard. Infiltrator gone. Exa finds the mid lurk. It's all on Moose. Up against Knives. Carves off Smoke. 1v3. 7 different angles. He gets solved. For the first map, SRB have a lockdown on it. Kumi, 14 seconds to make a miracle. Something out of this thin air, and no, the team links up. Take him down. SRB, the better 5 on split. The first map win.
6-6 half and 13-8. Only 2 rounds for Core is so insane with just how good they've looked throughout the stage as a core, as a unit, but just this fake never materialized. It didn't get activated fast enough. And then when the Seekers and SRB just had a good read on what the situation was. Kumi was left in the dust, couldn't help Moose, who was still trying to plant. Time was running out, and SRB showed a clean split on Core's map pick of all things, which up next is Breeze. So if you guys thought split was really fast and hectic, we're going to be slowing things down on Breeze, and now the ops are going to be even more important on that map.
Absolutely. On that map, though, lots of spirit on the side of Core, lots of energy still for them. They were looking like Superman in some of these rounds. It's just that SRB has every single form of kryptonite, every single form of counter strat to this team that looks to be superheroes. They have to get that level of power to fight SRB. 2 more maps to go, and you have to stick around because this action is not stopping.
One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. Yeah, they're going blind, and it's an extra body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off. You'd imagine. The spray through the smoke at least is going to guarantee one as X is Sad.
Very first map of the series, and it was a core pick. But going into it, even though it was close at the half, it was going to be SRB's map in the end. 13-8 victory to take the first map in the set. I mean, Ash, looking back at it, we had talked about Core having suffered a very recent harsh loss here to M80. They felt confident in the run back, but they underestimated SRB's game, that's for sure.
Yeah, they did underestimate it. I think Core is one of those teams where after I feel like we were talking about this in the green room, Sierra. I feel like they're one of those teams where after they suffer some losses, if my memory's, you know, doing the thing that it's supposed to do, which my mouth is not currently, but but like, if my memory serves me right, I feel like Core is one of those squads that will go and play maps that they got absolutely obliterated on. Maybe they change some things up, maybe they don't, but they're this team that's never really been afraid to take a map again, even after they got stomped. It didn't work out this time around for them. Shopify, Rebellion, and Black, I feel like this team has always had such good control here on Split, but overall, I gotta give some credit over to Core. I feel like you definitely gotta have a lot of confidence if you're going back onto a Split that hasn't necessarily been the best look for you.
I like to say that Core looked like they were prepared to try to fight against a double duelist, even though it was different. Like you have a different type of dive composition for the side of SRB versus M80. But if you're looking at how they played the defense, they understood like the pathing of where the Jet was going to dash, where the Raze was going to satchel, and then they did an incredible job like holding off those first lines. And then also Fly did an incredible job solo anchoring towards that B site. When it comes down to finally like very like grouped hits for the side of Shopify, Rebellion, Black, yes, they were able to get a couple of kills and trades here and there, but it always left like one player solo on a 1 versus 2 on like 2 or 3 occasions on the defensive side of Core. And I felt like going into those moments, that second player that maybe should have finally fallen back so they could play a 2 versus 2 evenly instead of trying to go for an extra hero play was basically the cause that made it difficult here for Core to have a much stronger defensive side. And again, when they lost against M80 last time, they only got 2 rounds of the defense. So it did look like they were able to understand where the gaps were and how they could have played their defense a little bit better, which they did. But once they took their attack, that's when it was just SRB all along because of how good Xander was just anchoring across the map and having great support util for the rest of the team.
I mean, even the string of rounds that SRB was able to rack up after the side swap right away to be able to set the momentum, just get their econ in check. And then like Core, they win an odd round or 2 here, but like they were never really stable. Ash, right away they were put on the back foot. And again, SRB, you can't do that up against them. SRB will shoot back. They're more than capable. And I mean, I feel like that momentum was just so good for SRB.
Yeah, it's really hard to break out of that, honestly. I think for the side of Core as well, I mean, we were kind of talking about how the first half was a little bit closer. Even though it's 6-6, it didn't really feel close to me personally. And I think because of a lot of things that Vans was talking about there as well, maybe like the lack of like preparedness to fighting up against the double duelist. Maybe it was more of like maybe a kit thing here for the side of Core as well. But I feel like for SRB, they had a lot of utility that was just so good at reacting in a lot of those just firefight moments. Like Nature's flashes are constantly hitting the mark there. And it just a bit easier for them to react, especially when you've got like Xander throwing down smoke so quickly. His performance was just absolutely insane, going 19-9 on the Astra. He was lights out and such a big part of getting that momentum that you were talking about started, Sarah.
I mean, at this point in the series, after that first map, I think the hashtag Core fans got to be a little bit worried with the next map we have up in the series, as we're going to be heading to Breeze. SRB, they've looked so strong here. The playstyle, I think, just suits their identity so well. And on the opposing end, Core, they definitely have had reps on this map, but I mean, Vans, they haven't necessarily been the most successful. And I mean, with their backs against the wall, like, That's a tough turnaround.
Yeah, just call a spade. They were not good on this map so far, this stage. And I don't think it's a compositional issue because they're playing a Cypher. I still think the Cypher is very good in the comp in terms of just throwing cyber cages for crosses on the attack could still be very good for B side hits versus the cross on pool on the A side too on the left side pyramid, right? So you don't necessarily have to play double smokes all the time, but it almost feels like the way that you're trying to trap your opponents with the util. Oh well, that's why they're leaving it through, because they don't want to play into the Cypher and actually want to play a little bit more of a Sentinel style by putting Kumi on an ISO.
Oh, we're throwing at the wall. We're seeing what's gonna happen, Ash. I mean, we're switching it up. That we needed to switch, but
Yo, honestly, let Kumi cook. I'm just saying, I have my hands up right now. You guys can't see me. My hands up are up in the air at the moment. Let him cook. Guys, I think that this swap for Core Gaming is going to give them a lot more fluidity and freedom. Beforehand, they had a lot of those moments where Vance is talking about moves, having to stack on one side of the map, the rest of the team kind of struggling on the other side, and maybe not getting like the lurks off that he wanted either with the pressure and the Viper utility. So I really like this. On the side of Shopify Rebellion Black though, guys, I love the Harbor on Breeze. I think it's so much fun to watch, and Exa has been cooking. Like, he's so good when it comes down to like slicing and dicing that site and being proactive with that Storm Surge as well to take those fights. And I'm just excited to see this head to head. Honestly, I feel like it's going to be interesting for sure with the ISO. We'll see what Kumi can pull off.
I mean, for Core Gaming, starting on the attack with this ISO and Infiltrator on the Neon, I mean, they're going to have to go huge here. I feel like this first half is going to be huge for setting the stage in this series as Core fight for their lives, not just here within playoffs, but of course their chances at LCQ or even play-ins. It's time to see if the gamble is worth it as we head to Breeze with your casters. Back over to Lemon Kiwi and Shayo.
Here we go. The counteract to the op. Core Gaming are all in to just completely stop Shopify Rebellion Black in their tracks. ISO is here. He makes it very difficult for you to play your own game. That being said, SRB are in the business to lock things down, finish it all off. Lemon Kiwi, they've got momentum on their side.
And hey, Core needed a change on this composition. Let him cook surely, or let him get cooked, because SRP are on series point. And after Core lost 13-7 to Division 1 in Swiss, 13-7. Core needed, this is one of their weaker maps, and hey, they're trying to leverage their strengths. Infiltrator gets to play fast, gets to play loose. He has Kumi that can assist and kind of match that, and even provide a shield so that the front to back looks better. But SRB aren't necessarily going to have the Sentinel or just really anything to try and slow this down besides bullets, which they seem to be cooking up a hail of them right at this A choke point. Big stack here for Core. The army marches through. Smoke gets marked with a flash from Satellite. He sets himself up for success and brings us down to a 2v2.
So, about that counter, about that shield. I mean, that's one of the best places for ISO to be able to fight. I'm surprised that Core stayed that silent. They're kind of playing like they don't have the ISO on the roster. You have to kind of show your cards first a little bit, but then be active with them.
Where the heck is Moose? Like,
he found a way to get behind him.
Mid. He went all the way through mid by himself and went through the defender spot, and now he's here. So I mean, the Eric had to wait for that, but
what is Moose going to think about the positions of SRB? He's thinking they might have gambled all the way over towards the B side. He's cleared everything. They're gambling B the other way from mid. Meanwhile, Core, they've sent Derek up through main, about to get the A plant. These guys might be able to save all the way at window. They are miles away from where the spike is. Still checking B. The read's wrong. At least Nature has a pep in his step to get towards the side to where the spike actually is. It's planted behind Pyramid Lemon. This is going to be difficult.
All teams are so lost in the sauce on where each other were. Thankfully, the spike will unite everybody once and for all for the first pistol of map 2. Derek already marking a dart being thrown from main as Nature, Recon. Derek doesn't care if he's marked, but also info if you don't know where that secondary is. Derek's just playing his life. He's gonna let the spike tick away as Xander gets on the defuse immediately, and here comes Derek. He's just been on a 3K. He's on a rampage, and Moose just gets to sit by, explore the map, kill nothing. and win the round. So.
Yeah. The Moose is definitely loose on Breeze. And again, it's one of these maps where even if you have a nice play that equals out towards your team having a bit more control, if you don't fill the gaps, Elbow can win you the game. Crazy play over here too. That unfortunate reload towards the very end, even if you're on that gravity pull, not going to be a problem at all. That easy sheriff shot from Derek to equal out the round. 3 kills in the business too to start things off against Satellites equal as well.
Be nice for Satellite to get the, it's nice for him to get the kills because hey, run it back and be online as soon as now to round 3. Satellite got plot armor, but he's also absolutely fried. So
oh, the mega walk down with classics finding value. Only one person dying in that super peak as well. They're gonna re-peek right back into it. They're gonna fight into the classics one by one somehow and get solved. Pushing towards the window side, picking up the weapons that they've earned so far. SRB might get solved. No, they just win the Thrifty on Breeze with classics.
This is like deja vu of Split again, but like it's Core with the pistol and SRB Thrifty the second round, like giving a whole new name to run and gun or run it down, and you kind of caught Satellite out there as well. Interesting choice, and now we have ourselves an even game, I guess. Satellite unfortunately not living longer than he did, means no run it back in round 3 like my crystal ball would have thought. And now Core definitely reinvigorated. Well, I would say SRB reinvigorated, because now they have the better weapons for a distance duel.
Shouldn't be having these duels go their favor either way. ISO is just made up to be able to actually help with all this stuff. Kumi comes in non-shield and maybe wants to use it for the rest of the round, and also doesn't want to give away when this team actually does entry. A burst is needed after this pillar though. They need to start fighting forward. Skipping on the para, gonna be able to hit him, but at the same time fought all the way through. Derek by himself, everybody kind of fighting individually. Moose against 3. I don't know about this one, my friend. Yeah, you can't level up that hard. They do get the spike down, which is huge. It was the Thrifty round. It's all right from Core.
All good. You know, only so much sheriffs can do, but the fact that Xander just got the slow walk onto the site, like unmarked, catching this Omen mid-util. Xander gets blinded, still is killing people. Like, we already saw some gaps in the game plan when it came to Core's map pick of Split on their attack. Like, nothing was really materializing in terms of getting on the site. And I think getting thriftied by SRB was definitely a punch in the gut morally and also in the economy. So I'd like to see Core, you know, get their bearings and stabilize. And when you have Derek having a Hunter's Fury so quick after getting a 3K in the pistol, that's something to work off of.
Might be able to activate it, but it looks like this round's going to be very slow. Moving up elbow. The burst here from Core is going to be a problem. Neon slides, the ISO shield, and yes, the op is online right now, but this is why Kumi has this pick. You know that Smoke wants to op, so you have this shield to be able to bolster up that front line and not get picked off by it. It could be anywhere right now. Flash re-clear from Satellite. Not sure if he saw the amount of people that are here right now. Flya locks him down. He solo ults this for some reason. I mean, egos are on fire from SRB.
Because SRB are not running a Viper, like they can't just wall off the entirety of mid. They had to owl drone just to make sure Core weren't taking advantage of that, because that's how Moose just got all the way behind them on that 1-2v2 pistol. So it's a pretty big gap in the map for SRB to leave behind, and they're trying to make up for it, and the run it back is a big sacrifice for that.
Sacrifice on their side now for Core. It's all on Kumi. Has the entire kit to deal with. Smoke is on the site as well. How much value can he find? Shield active. Contingency moving through. Undercut. Not going to be there for the moment. Smoke confused as to where to aim that rifle. Xander, though, is the one just solving the entire round. No trade. This Smoke is insane to carve up the entire site. And yeah, you've gained the site now. It's been split in half by Harbor. They've got layers on this retake. Not even retake, a hold from SRB and Core. Ash said they were cooking. I feel like they spawned in burnt. I'm throwing smoke right now. Lemon Kiwi, this is not looking too good.
You got Derek with the spike doing pirouettes, trying to figure out where the threat is coming from. That's when you know your whole read on the site is so cooked, and it's because of Xander. He just cracks that shell into pieces, and this harbor wall is not helping Core navigate these fights when they don't have their own wall to kind of work around. At least it's Moose's, and it can't make all kinds of shapes. You got Kumi and Infiltrator that, well, these are choices of all time for duelists, and it's not happening yet. Doesn't mean never.
Yeah. Still, even from SRB's side of things, you have an op, and then you're dropping like 6 smokes down on the site. You saw how confused Smoke was. He had nowhere to aim. You really have to just rely on the solo play of Xander over there from both teams. It's genuinely so messy. I mean, what is this game devolving into? Slowed down now for the side of Core. Derek trying to find whatever he can with the scope on A as they retake towards the orb. Again, some of the equalizer ults that are going to be coming in. We've got the kill contract, overdrive, lots of violence, momentum, and speed from the side of Core. Denied the shield again. SRB do not give them any sense of value. Paranoia, undercut, shield, everything. You can't do anything for Core.
Yeah, you saw the Infiltrator was trying to use some speed to get into the site, and then one molly from Satellite completely messes up their tempo. They can't get the most out of this neon kit. The wall from Kumi gets disrespected even the previous round from Harbor and Xander killing everything. So Core's best chance is to hit A and hope Xander isn't there, and to try and get past the util before it comes out. And not a good look for Core so far, but you know, better late than never. And it's not never yet.
I hope it's not never yet. It is just a few rounds and a couple of thrifties stacked on top of each other. This is the round though. One orb away from either really fast dashes with the electricity or the kill contract to isolate one of the sides over here. Walking in is Kumi. Hunter's Fury coming in as well. That shield not solved. Can't recycle it though. He's using his Nair mag and can't scale up. Infiltrator by himself does find the flick though. Kill contract locked in. Shorty to take down the shield maybe. Kumi does win against Smoke. I'm gonna refresh that shield. This is the round that Core was playing for. They look strong. Every ability locked down. Infiltrator speed gets all the way up the left lane as well. That is why this comp was picked.
What a round for Kumi. Kills Nature in the midst of that smoke. Great plot armor in that case. Kill contract Smoke, who had the op, takes the op out of the equation, and things just are buttery smooth when you don't have Smoke in the fight like that. Exa is poking and prodding on the flank now, which Core are gonna take note of. Moose also picked up the op that Smoke dropped. And Core, this is something to work off of, especially when you're able to maintain all these weapons and the armor with it.
Absolutely. Very cool round from Core, and yeah, EXO will find a bit of value, but they really scaled well on that one. It's a good round entirely from the team.
Oh, op drop. They don't want the op anymore. Okay, interesting, because I was kind of mentioning Infiltrator versus Smoke, but I think being on the Neon or not having maybe a decent second op, it's just not a style they want to play. They want to be able to play fast, and the op would just kind of hinder them. So Moose ends up dropping it. Maybe Infiltrator wants to go in with an ult next. Not sure.
Definite potential to lock up on their attacks. And again, I want to ask you, do you think Core can make that round happen again?
I
can answer for you. I can answer.
Okay.
No,
yeah.
not
okay.
now. That took 3. That took so many ultimates. Kill contract, Hunter's Fury. That's the big thing, right? Right now, when it comes to Core, to have these rounds work down for the moment, you need so much power in these ultimates. I'm happy they have translations, but again, something you pointed out last series, Lemon. How many rounds did they win on their attack half?
Like 2, 3, maybe
2. Yeah, and they needed ultimates for it. This time, contingency coming in, reckoning to stop everyone. Sightline, slow them down. SRB just do it with 1 for now. Completely flooding over, clogging up the chances for Core to move in. Extra playing inside the coke and harden it if he wants to as well. This guy is so dynamic in that last map, playing Viper, wrestling people in his own smokes out of heaven. Is able to just have a playground on Breeze with this Harbor.
insane timing of the reckoning, because it was as the two duelists were making their way in. Infiltrator and Kumi are cut off from the rest of the squad, and then Satellite gets to unleash on everybody else. At least you were able to also address the duelists. You don't just want to break them up and have your focus distraught. So it was a fantastic reaction from Exa and the rest of the squad to just choke stuff A main. And now Core don't have a weak site to really hit, because both have met quite a resistance.
Overdrive, get the Aldrone off, and get denied. Straight to the face from nature. Storm Surge to buy some time. Contingency on the left side will get wasted, as the Undercut has no more abilities to stop now. Xander, don't get value. Xander, not like this. Give him a chance, Xander, please. You want an interesting BO3, don't you? You don't want Core going down like this. Satellite, don't be a part of the problem. Guys, SRB, you can't put them in the grave now.
Oof, I think that's all I gotta say. Like, it's because it's SRB commanding the map and having a really good game plan. It's clean across the board. The spike is down, so we can just talk about the future. Kumi only has 100 credits, so anything you could achieve for forcing repurchases out of a bunch of people with like 7K credits always helps, but the economy for Core is in shambles, especially because they don't have a loss streak right now going. And they gave us signs of hope, but even SRB without ults, they can still win.
Core might be the best team when they have ultimates online. The issue is it happens once every like 6 rounds. So they're only winning like 2 or 3 rounds a half. I need to see some type of value when the ultimates aren't there. Or at the same time, segment your ultimates a little bit so you're not using so many in one round, right? It took them Hunter's Fury and Kill Contract in the last one. Maybe use them one at a time. I mean, I'm not the coach. The coach needs to say something right now in this timeout for Core, because the order of operations, the ladder they have set up is not reaching too high with this composition right now.
And it's not even the people, the talent. There's never been a doubt in Core's capabilities. I mean, how much they've all achieved in their own individual careers, to how they've come together, how far they've gotten into playoffs. There was never a doubt on where their ceiling could be, but their composition is holding them so far back. Infiltrator can ult without getting shot in the face. He can't slide in without a molly at his feet. Kumi and him have to somehow link up. And then if it's not them going in, then it's the rest getting cut off. And it's so hard for Core to enable this double duelist when you just have scans and you can't get Fly. Fly has no assist, so it's not like he's blinding and giving them kills. It's a team that just can't help each other.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing I want to talk about. I'm glad you're bringing it up. Neon, ISO, how do you play together, right? Contingency walks. I feel like Neon could just like walk faster than that contingency wall half the time. So like there is no synergy. That overdrive, if you had a jet dashing in with Infiltrator, could be a wave. If you had them bursting at the same time as well, if it was any other duelist with dashes, amazing. Flashes are not going to be there either from the combination. Again, A main, starting things off from Core. It's a 5-man through the extremity. And again, a push like this against Harbor should be possible, but at the same time, a well-placed Storm Surge stops it all. He's got a second line of that Molly coming in that not the entire team can't skip, maybe just Neon. It is a bit of a problem. Everything on Kumi right now if he can make that space.
I don't know if someone grabbed the orb yet. Kumi's 1 away from the kill contract, and hey, those ults, man, they could really do something for Core, and maybe they're just more of a defensive-oriented team. The Owl drone down, X are not going to be chased down yet. It's not like Infiltrators on Jet, so they got to take their time with it. Navigating through the smokes, the fire, and the flames. Infiltrator gets 2, and now takes the shovel out to dig out this back line, and Moose will crunch from the front. So it's, hey, you make the most out of a situation that looked really difficult. 2v2. Smoke quietly is spotting. Just Flya looking the other way towards mid, and Moose has to be solo in a 1v2. He has no idea where Xander is, and he's right there.
Insult to injury, man. The ultimate taken away at the same time. And I know we are, you know, distracted, I feel like, by the ISO pick as well, and really wanted to break it down in terms of what Core is doing right and wrong. I still want to give my props over to SRB and the way they're playing this game. That hole from Exa, the wall comes in 2 different tiers. that the enemy team has to cross. It slows you down. It masks the dart that is able to get a wall bang in for the rest of the team. It really delays the rest of QOR coming in. Not just him, the rest of the players. Xander, so good as an anchor. Nature, so good in finding these flanks and getting there in support as well with the dart. The entire SRB machine on Breeze right now is a menace to be dealt with, man. It is a thrifty, but still not even giving Moose a chance to talk at the moment. Covering his lurk lane is a feat that SRB keep just getting over and over again.
Next is just going for a contact play off of a stack of core that even off the pistol they like to roll out as a unit. So the way that SRB are spotting mistakes and knowing that it's gonna happen more, which makes them more confident, which makes SRB more likely to be aggressive. And now X is so deep also into A main that if core re-clear through this, the spike could get dropped here if Flya doesn't win this 1v1. So this all could ride on Flya being self-sufficient, because he's not gonna know that he is here. Flya wins against Exa. That's massive.
Oh, but Satellite, broom sweep, mop the floor, whatever you want to call it, is able to just take care of a lot of core coming in now. 2v3, Derek low HP, no ultimates to be able to segment this one. Another challenge for core.
Flya also gets an upgrade to a rifle when he came in with a pistol. He leaves with a spike plan and more as Flya with the recon does place the crosshair pretty well and does what he can to do damage. Derek versus Smoke, one more injured than the other, but Smoke looks the wrong way and it's a thrifty. I can't believe core ended up with a win out of all that.
Pushes it across the line, and I was starting to wonder myself, what if core's win cons for this map are just to be able to get 4 rounds on the attack side? That thrifty could be huge for them. If they do have more stuff cooked, let's say on defense with this ISO, for the retake, with the burst on Neon, this might be trouble for SRB. They want to be winning these rounds if they are the team that are in max control. They cannot be losing a thrifty like this. That being said, they're not going to be set so far back on money. They have so much to be able to work with and 2 big ultimates if they don't want to use them.
I was worried about the psychological damage that SRB were doing at some points too, like that Exa pick and shooting bodies, like shutting down the Moose pit when he was trying to clutch. And oh, this is a deep TP from Fly, and he's gonna stick it. And he's going in with Infiltrator. We asked who was gonna keep up with this duelist, and it's an Omen that has the ult. And look, there is some panic, some fear into SRB. Smoke unbothered, he keeps control of A main, but now there's nuisances, there's flankers. SRB dislodged this push and core back to square one.
That's huge from Satellite. Right before being kidnapped, runs it back. So the kill that happens from Kumi means nothing. No orb from it, no value whatsoever. It's Derek now who has to find a link with Kumi to be able to win this round. Reckoning an option for Exa, but they don't hear the spike being planted, so the value will not be guaranteed.
This was also a 4v2 for SRB, so core, do they have that dog in them? Because that's what I'm wondering. I was like, psychological damage to clutch through something like this. Now you're handing the Uno reverse card to SRB. The spike, though, variable of time on their side. The reckoning will pave the way as SRB step into the arena and just sprinting into the middle of action is Satellite. And even through the blind core 1v1 to decide it all, it's Kumi with a 4K.
Finally getting alive. Doesn't matter what happened in the last rounds. He's winning his kill contracts and at the same time saving the rounds for his team. I'm surprised nobody goes over towards the right side from SRB to full clear. What was that reckoning? Even with an opening from Smoke like this there, paranoia, not even that, the paranoia they cause from the Omen teleporting all the way into their spawn in combination with just the clutch factor of Kumi and Derek, it's just enough to be able to push them forward, making what was a dominant half from SRB close to now a 7-5.
I just can't believe SRB lost a 4v2. And you had Reckoning. You had Exa in prime position. What is going on? Smoke getting picks too. Core, they are not done yet. Now the wall, the drone, taking a step back, but going in is Xander and Nature. The Hunter's Fury tries to find its mark. And there is some information gained, but so much loss out of core. Another familiar 4 versus 2. It's Moose. Oh, on the other side of the box. Gets marked, gets down, and Derek is the final victim. 8-4 as SRB. I mean, looking like they almost had a flawless defense. I can't lie.
The halftime in that last round, I think they forgot about Xander. They were very happy in how the rounds were going, and Going back into B against who is the GOAT right now of anchoring. I mean, both sides on split 4Ks, both sides, should I say, 4Ks, and then this one as well. Immaculate defense from Xander, who I think has been impenetrable in the series so far. 8-4, SRB, Core. What options do they have on defense here, Lemon?
They got Moose.
Yeah.
Back to you. I mean, yeah, there's like delays, and he's completely centering his wall around B to be self-sufficient. He's not on like the Cypher that we were kind of noting, and some were fans of, some were not, because hey, it means he could be really selfish with the Cypher. And now the wall is to delay, to kind of bait, and he's gonna just let that wall ride. He's not even gonna have it out, and he's completely alone, and he's marked by the recon. The chase is on, and Moose, he's trying to take one for the road. The Harbor seals his fate. Infiltrator tries to trade, and Derek looms for his moment amidst the smoke, and SRB are hunting. They're also focused on the back line where Kumi and Flyer are coming from, and it's basically a perfect pistol. SRB are hyped.
Was trying to go for that ego play, Sheriff and wall combination. No delay for the rest of the team. I think some of the best success we've seen from Viper on this site is some of the stuff that Scuba is able to do with the poison orb on the back, just to be able to delay more and more and more, but not specking into the orb or the snake bite either. It's a bit of a, you know, a tough play. Again, if he lands the shots, I'd be saying something completely different right now, but the fact is he didn't, and now SRB have a leg up in this one. The biggest thing when it's a, you know, disparaging half, when one team is winning more of the rounds, the pistol round matters so much. This 9-4, you need the momentum here from Core. They haven't found much, and they're not even forcing back into this one. So 10-4 going to be a very tough road for the team if this round goes the way it should.
Old classic save. Smoke on a signature Marshall can go for a bunch of one-shots. Xander's getting pushed towards spawn, and Core been known on these lower buys to just stick together. And SRB, they got to do the same kind of buddy system. Smoke and Xander getting pushed towards spawn. The steps are loud, and Xander and Smoke are louder. It's hunting season, and Core want to end this quickly. No flawless, but basically still feeling that way. 10-4 is an insane scoreline.
Look at some foolishness happening on the B side, or some silliness maybe. There was a crossfire that was not able to kill a drone, so that drone was able to see the right side fly over the left as well, which is what made that B fight a lot easier for SRB to take. All good. Sometimes you're locked into the angle, maybe sometimes the right click whiff. This is where Core has to not have any of that happen and needs to turn things around.
Remember, this is a rematch of the Stage 1 Grand Finals where Smoke was part of Core. Never since Infiltrator joins Core, and through time and through tribulations, look at where SRB have truly grown as a team. But I guess you just step into the Infiltrator nest and you're surprised you get stung.
Last player standing.
A shield swing as well. Things gonna hurt from both sides. Perhaps leave a scar or a bruise. That's what Core hopes for. Stopping some of this action from SRB coming through, making them hesitate a bit more and not be as confident. They have some really crazy angles and some cool defensive setups right now, at least on the rifle round. So nice counterplay from them. Good proactivity and I guess gumption from Infiltrator to stay inside that cove, as I feel like SRB were going to use it to really dismantle that entire B-hold.
I like the gumption. I like that word, because SRB are just jumping in. They're really going for silly stuff. Like, yeah. And they can get away with that. There's only so much insurance, so much cushion, though, in terms of the score line, that now I think with the rifles, it's time for SRB to put the B, get back to business, as they're going to leave the spike behind. No business for that. It's going to be a bloodbath to get into B.
They have to really go for mid control up against ISO. I do like playing the station on this map as well. He's really good at just undercutting the mains when people are coming out, getting lots of value. The walk down from Moose, unlooked at, not cleared whatsoever. He gets absolute value, and the undercut makes the team easy enough to pick apart for him as well. Hot knife through butter type beat for Core when they're on the flank like that. 3v4 now. Kumi just has to stay alive, play for information, not die. Xander also found, so this attack from SRB is starting to crawl to a complete halt.
Wow. Hey, Exa actually catches Infiltrator lacking there, and X is in a 1v3, and when he's left late in these rounds, it's I wouldn't say it's not winnable, but he's more about doing damage than I think pulling off anything in a miracle. 44 seconds though, he's got a spike, and this is something that Kumi is watching, but also there's a lot on these two players' plate. And Exa could have a moment. Kumi didn't go for the shot, didn't go for the kill, and now Exa has a chance to fight back.
30 seconds left.
Too many variables. Linking together is also pretty good from the side of Cole right now. Everybody in tunnel or half wall. Kumi just toying with his food for the moment. Cove activated so Exa can get across. Nice try. Good confidence from Kumi to be in that angle as well. Still giving away a few 1v1s, but at the same time, you want to keep that spirit of core alive.
And the economy is certainly not alive for SRB. After 2 losses now, huge moment for Moose. How he's able to be self-sufficient and sustain himself not on a hero not a hero, but on an agent that he doesn't usually play on this map, and to still be composed. There's so much experience on Core's side to, it's not just about knowing how to win and knowing how to overcome bad maps or to strengthen maps you're bad at, but knowing how to lose and to still continue playing like you're not. And I think Core have really shown that they've lessened the mistakes, and they know how to still clutch.
That's very important. They really need to make sure that they're linking these rounds together in the best ways, getting these ultimates online and using them as well to start to pile drive more rounds up against SRB. I think for SRB being a little bit silly, rounds where they're definitely set up in position to be in such a good spot, just throwing things away entirely. I'm not sure why. Could just be the happiness of being so far ahead, but at the same time, would they be this far ahead if they weren't this confident? There's so many questions you could ask. Well, when a team starts to throw a few rounds, what they definitely have in terms of how they were playing, now they're kind of rocked in on a Thrifty, and Infiltrator with the overdrive could just laser them apart if need be. They'll anchor or just look towards the B side to bully for the moment. Could be a fake and a pivot back over into A.
Yeah, SRB definitely testing the waters of what they can get away with. Shenanigans, if you want to call it that. Moose tucked into the corner, and the drone will mark him. Maybe Derek went unnoticed, and the Molly forces Moose out the open. And wow, what a shot with the Sheriff through the smoke. An upgrade now for SRB is at their feet, and Derek has to just fade back into the shadows.
They pulled every single player off the A site, already sprawled in and planting, and they haven't lost a single member of their team. This fake has cost them nothing. Exa has moved into their spawn already. Sheriff in tow. The thing is, SRB just don't have the guns. They have to get these forward positions. They must delay. One way, overdrive, gonna go on the right side. Sheriff not gonna be able to land the shot. Shield now active, continuously moving forward as it guides in Neon to get into position. All the way up in main though, already on the spike. Tap coming through, flash in play. Infiltrator gonna be seeing the light for the moment. Sheriff's in tow. The group shot gonna be coming in. Satellite, one of the only people with a rifle. Rainbow in the feed. No angle for Smoke to be able to save the round. Valiant effort from SRB, but it's not enough. Core get their 7th.
I think SRB got to give more respect now to Infiltrator now that it's not as easy to try and delay and stop him when he's on a retake angle. Like X is hoping to find some timing, being front and center with a Sheriff against a sprinting Neon and the rest, and also she had overdrive. So SRB, they had us in the first half of that round, I'm not gonna lie, but hey, I think we gotta lock in if you're SRB with these rifles.
That position as well. I wish the rest of the team came up with Exa and we're able to just try to stop these guys from pushing forward and pushing in. Kumi with the undercut ready to try to make some type of play. It's not going to happen. Now this aimed properly will take the knives offline, but it misses a little bit. Flya finding value. Hunter's Fury active as well, but that swings and misses. Kumi is able to receive that smoke pressure and is still pushing forward with these kills.
Derek has not been this picture. That's even stranger for me, because it's usually Infiltrator, and he has the Hunter's Fury, not feeling like they need to invest the ultimate. Core are confident after denying so much map space out of SRB, and look at Infiltrator heating up. Core are back into this after being down 10-4. There's only two rounds that separate these two teams.
Cars 3 all over again. McQueen is fading. SRB, who had this lead, is starting to come right back in with the pack right now. Core We talked about it. How many attack rounds do they really need? Where is their special sauce? It seems like their retakes on defense are actually very good. That shield in tandem with Infiltrator pushing out so far forward. Kumi being essentially the super bait guy with the shield up as well as the second entry is so powerful. He's that kill contract available for retake as well, completely nullifying what could be utility from SRB early on the A main side as well. This is trouble for SRB. They need to find some form of gap here.
You're talking about what does Core have on defense? It's not a defensive oriented team, and it's not like, oh, it's Moose's walls that are making this huge difference. It's just how they navigate this defense. These first picks are massive. You take advantage of SRB being in mid, you give them that space for a reason, and Xander is out on his own. X is looking at double doors. These are some really tough choke points to try and get through with what they have.
They could just supplement this round with a few ultimates if they want once they hit the site. That being said, try to solve two people back site's gonna be a problem for SRB.
Oh man, now the Hunter's Fury comes out from Derek just to slow down this game for SRB, and it strikes down the spike, and Xander has to pick up the pieces. Satellite trying to go for some heroics with just the Sheriff, at least get some of the attention away from mid so that the spike can go back somewhere else. But Core are about to close the gap, and this is an insane comeback.
Yeah, I have to hand it off to Core, specifically Derek and Kumi at the moment, who I think have been the soul for the team on every round they've won so far. Really pushing forward and putting just the belief that they can do it on their shoulders over and over again. Kumi fighting forward by himself multiple times in a few of these rounds and getting value. Derek being a part of like almost every single clutch that this team has had so far as well. Like, both these players are playing on a level that's crazy. Infiltrator is also there with the kills and the distraction in the first line of entry. This is the round that Core would win on their attack side. This is the most threatening round from the side of SRB. They've got two ultimates, three actually, to use to attack a site. Rifles are ready to go. I wonder if Core can handle this.
Both teams have one timeout each left, and SRB tried to compose themselves and have not won a round since. An Infiltrator confirms 2 in mid. Core winning so many fights in mid just off of contact plays or navigating around these smokes. SRB, what is going to be the game plan? They're just going to try and secure A and tuck themselves into a smoke, but it's mollied for, it's probably Satellites, and he has to run it back, but he just can't even activate it. Core are going to kill contract Satellite, I believe, leaving Nature out to dry, who can't plant, will fend for himself. Satellite emerges against Kumi, and SRB are back in the driver's seat.
Running back, play it in, kill contract goes awry. This is disaster for Core. They've given away a kill for free with the shield somehow lost. And there's the information from the running back. Breaking through the cosmic divide, through space, through time. Satellite is the strongest one. Nature, there is the backbone. And now he's in a 1v1. Derek, who's clutched every single round, does it again.
I don't even know what to say. The SRB low-key should have won that. How? How does that happen? Satellite wins the 1v1, gets caught with the curveball in hand, not thinking that Core was just so layered in their approach. They're so split from each other throughout this map, and SRB are the ones getting out macroed and out team fought. Finally, the last time out for SRB, and this is going to be their last hurrah to get their heads above water.
They got to start swimming. It's not just about getting above water. That round was like getting above water and maybe floating a little bit, but they have to start getting wins on the board. It's just the pistol round and the anti-eco that they locked down. Every single rifle round, every moment of cohesion so far has not gone SRB's way. And it started with like a silly push into a cove. It started with a bit of haphazard gameplay. I think just being a bit too confident in the way they're playing because of how Core played their attack half themselves. But Core has stayed locked in. They've been trying their best so far, and their best just might be enough. Exa dying early in that one before Reckoning could be used as well. That's the best SRB have looked. They're pushed back onto eco, I feel like, but maybe just one person can't buy so far. It's going to be trouble for them. Their economy is getting thrashed a little bit here.
And throughout Core's history in this stage, it feels like when they've been at deficits, that's when Derek just lights up the kill feed. He has had so many clutch moments as a Sova of all things, and how he's able to get multi-kills. This is multiple times in this game that he's gotten triple kills. And that's what saved Core in a moment that SRB should have seen the light of day. Now there's quite a contest over at the choke, and SRB will just dash their way through. The drone makes it through. Core gonna take a step back, and SRB they have a really bad buy, and they're already down satellite.
Can't find too much value. As soon as this harbor high tide goes down, oh, the barrel and the reaction from Infiltrator almost instant. Slide coming in, this time it connects. The bandit can't find enough value. The nature, how much can you affect just the rich bank that's already built up from Core? Nothing, not that much. Not against the shield. It's insane. Bulletproof is Core with Kumi, and bulletproof is their mental in this game, finding the lead against SRB.
Jesus Christ, my mental's cooked. Like, how have SRB not won a single rifle round in this half as a team that looked like they were wiping the floor on defense? This is so insane, and it's Infiltrator. If it's not Derek, it's Infiltrator. We were talking about how this Neon was just not it due to how much was being thrown his way, whether it's the satellite mollies, all the harbor walls, the chaos, and Infiltrator just found his way through it. I don't know how else to describe it. He is alive so deep into these rounds, and he could be what wins it all for Core and send us into a map 3.
It's the Bermuda Triangle of Core right now. Derek, Kumi, and Infiltrator. Sinking SRB's chances. They have to win this round, or that might just be game. Their economy completely boomed once more. Xander going for a cheeky challenge. Not going to find much here on this side. Kumi playing with the pit, watching mid. It's a pretty good setup. Surprise angle. I think Smoke can read it so far. He'll have a chance to challenge, and there goes Flya, a breath of fresh air back in SRB's lungs.
How does he know? Like, how does he know? That was insane for Smoke. You weaken up the B site, and SRB are not going to go for any types of fakes. There's no opportunities being created from Xander and Exa, and with the Reckoning, you want to be united on this front. Double swing though, satellite adjusts and mows him down. And this is perfect for SRB to get their first rifle round going. Better late than never, but I was usually saying that about Core.
The stores are switching on either side.
30 seconds left.
Xander up in window. This position from Kumi should not be cleared. The timing is okay. Totally fine. As Xander locks it down. Question is, where are the orbs going now? Do you want to really threaten giving one away for the moment? Doesn't matter really, because the money's really good for this side. So I guess, yeah, for Core, you want to make sure that if you do get at least one kill, if you're moose on that onto SRB, you know, it'd be doing a lot. It'd be affecting their economy for the next coming rounds. 11-11, making a wish. You're asking, how did Smoke know that dome from, or the dark cover, the dome smoke on the other side of the things from Core is just a bit too low. Usually it spawns a little bit higher. It's been forced into the ground. As a result, something fishy. Smoke understands if things are different in the moment. So final timeout from Core as well, as they figure out their identity for the last moments of regulation.
7-round win streak for Core. If SRB somehow win this, like, all the Shopify fans need to invoice them for therapy bills. Like, it makes for entertainment, but man, is this stressful to watch. And I like this timeout for Core. If it's not just, all right, reaffirming your stance and how you're going to work this overdrive, maybe it's to ice out SRB and not let them get too hyped up. Because I think after breaking that, breaking that 7-round win streak, you're having a lot of copium on the SRB side.
You got to make sure that copium turns into actual pure hope, though, at the same time. The setup here from Core, how has it changed? No Viper on the A side without a pit. Kumi's been playing backside a little bit. Derek's been the guy to rotate. I'm wondering if SRB throw what they have before a fake to try to attract the team towards one of the sides. Derek has always been there at the proper time. And Infiltrator's so good at running across that map, ready to overdrive. He's back onto this one way where he found that previous form of value. Nothing to be seen from the attacking side. They're very, very vigilant on how they're moving around right now, not giving anything away.
op v op, but Smoke is going to try and get vision. They have nature. It's going to owl drone in. The reckoning will overwhelm Core. They take a step back. They're split from each other. Now united behind Infiltrator. The Hunter's Fury hoping to knock down Core. And it's Infiltrator and Moose that close the door. When it comes to this A main in the blink of an eye, Core are on match point.
Try to do too much, try to reach too far, fly close to the sun, and dies on the beaches of Breeze. SRB, tough for them for the moment. Trying to just combine these ultimates in the widest of ways, not focusing on sight, but a bit more of the people walking in through mid, but they don't have any players there to be able to try to capitalize on the chaos. It's tough, especially with this much pressure on the board. Final round of regulation here. They have a buy, they still have that operator. Let's see what they have without the ultimates.
Standing ahead. And how much does that hinder SRB, who, or I mean, Breeze, I guess you can play slow, but Smoke is not going to be able to flash and dash and through the smoke and kind of make space quickly, which is the whole point of Jet. And kind of what we've been marking as a big duelist difference between these two sides of how quickly SRB can take space and how you have to watch carefully. Is any misstep from SRB sends us into map 3.
Undercut on the right. One-way play for Infiltrator on the left who can just pop the overdrive. And Derek is the third layer all the way in window. This mid take is disgusting. Drone canceled. Minus 400, by the way. Minus a body on the other side, by the way, as well. Infiltrator's down.
It's winnable if Infiltrator is down. The run it back is reset. You know, Kumi is at the front. And the rest of SRB going to disengage from that moment.
Yeah, Derek senses something's wrong. They're not going for the strong side on A. Actually, brilliant plays from Moose. The Moose Lurk is active again. He's on the loose. He's made it through A and Sense. Can maybe come on the flank as SRB slowing down. Watch out behind you. Moose can get on the angle.
Fly gets off the angle from having an off, and that gives a chance for SRB to get the same sight line as Derek floors one. SRB have made some headway. The op has been repositioned, and SRB have space to work with. They can ignore the Moose flank.
10 seconds. Hunter's Fury about to be online. The last round of the half. You have to put it down. 6. It misses. Cove almost falls. You have to stick the plant here, and you do. Smoke with the blades is there. No HP for Exa. Core have brought it back. An immaculate comeback on map number 2.
From a 10-4 deficit, from the grave, from a half that made it look so one-sided, to Core winning their first rifle round, win streaking for 7, tying things up, and closing it out here. Insane resilience from Core. Both teams trade their map picks, and we decided all on Lotus, who will make top 4. The craziest map of the day, Shio.
Genuinely, and I guess Kumi was cooking. We had to give him time to cook. A messy start so far, but the plans on defense were amazing from Core. That 3-layered mid value, the setup, it was too much for SRB to handle. They got punished going there a couple of times, and on retake, Derek's timing was amazing, and every single player on the side of Core was locked in playing for the teammate. Insane map, and we do have one more to go, so don't go anywhere. The desk is going to react to that, and we have one last banger to see who lives.
Trim, edge,
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. You have to go in blind, and it's an ace from Body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off, you'd imagine. The spray through the smoke at least is going to guarantee one as X is stat.
It looked all but done for Core when we looked at the very beginnings of the second map in the series going to Breeze, but they turned it around, they rallied back, and all of a sudden SRB find themselves on the back foot and taking the losses. Core close out the second map 13-11, taking us into a map number 3. I mean, Vans, these elimination matches could not be any tighter. So much stakes for both of these teams, and Core really stepping up to the challenge.
And SRB came out with a bang to start the defensive side. And despite Core coming out with, you know, Shao mentioned at the desk, the way to just anti the, during the cast, to just anti-smoke on the op. You have so much utility to be able to flood into the sites on your attack side. Yet somehow, every time you're trying to go in, Xander's just stopping everybody. Neon walls, ISO walls, it does not matter. He was dancing around all of that and not allowing Core to really set up here on that B site. But somehow when you switch sides, that composition coming out from Core was perfect for them to just fight into like early aggression, into forward spacing. And I also love the fact that we have a switch out from Playa to play the Omen, to add with paranoias on top of the undercards, on top of the flood fights, and also using one-ways for mid aggression too on that mid castle. So I just love how the approach of Core was played here on a defense. And yeah, paint me surprised. I mean, convinced that this is going to be a banger of a third map. I'm actually flabbergasted as how the performances from Core on the defense look so good.
Yeah, like the casters were talking about how wild of a turnaround it was. It felt like we were watching two completely different versions of the same team. It was like we weren't watching the same team at all, really, with how put together Core looked on that defensive side. I do think that what Vans is talking about, though, on the attack there for the side of Core, they couldn't get anything started because of all the utility that they had to deal with from SRB's defense, and that anchor from Xander that's been so potent. Overall, though, I think that it's so impressive to see this team of Core be able to pivot on its head once we get into that second half, right? Because it was, honestly, even though it's like 8-4, they get 4 rounds, it was a pretty suffocating half in defense from the side of SRB, and that's something that can definitely like bog down the mental of these players and whatnot. So a lot of credit to them for being able to make that adjustment going into that second half here for the side of Core. Really impressively done.
And I really thought it was going to be over too, because SRB got another like full second round classic victory to anti-Core on that round number 2, just like Split. And somehow here Core still had enough grit to fight back on the defensive side. So yeah, big props to Core. It's looking to be, again, setting up to be a very fun Lotus as his third map. These two teams have not played Lotus against each other since like last year of July 2025, which means it was a whole different roster for both of these teams. So to see now for them to go head to head in this side of matchup to see who's going to move forward, who could potentially get eliminated and out of contention if SRB loses, it's also going to be potentially a mirror match. So yeah, what a great way to finish this off.
I mean, for the third map, the fact that for Lotus, you're calling out the fact that it's going to be a mirror match between the two teams. The fact, too, that within stage 3, both of these teams have had a lot of reps on that map. And for that to be just the big decider in all of it is absolutely crazy. Because again, Ash, for Core, they lose this, they're just out. They got no chance at LCQ or anything else. Whereas on the opposing end for SRB, like, you win this to have your fate in your own hands, or if you lose this, you got to pray on Core's downfall. Like there's like nothing else out there for you.
Yeah, there's so much that is riding on this series here for both of these teams, but being able to really be in control of it, like you were saying there, for SRB means so much to these players. And you could see like their reactions, like how excited they were getting on like cameras and the player cams and whatnot as well, and just how locked in both of these squads are overall, but I definitely think for SRB as well, this is a squad where they hadn't been able to get that first place win there for the last 2 stages. They want to be making it all the way to the plans or the LCQ, which everyone ends up being. But I'm so excited for Lotus. It's going to be a banger. Vans is already talking about the mirror matchup that we're going to be getting with the compositions and whatnot. I'm even more excited for the head-to-head between Smoke and Kumi. They're two of the 3 chamber players within playoffs right now within VCL. Both have been so strong. I think Smoke is the chamber that we've had our eyes on as far as being able to just like the lines that he's able to get like on that operator. And Kumi, he's been leveling up, stepping in here for the side of Core, and I'm excited to see if he's going to be able to shut Smoke down.
Yeah, and as it looks to be a mirror matchup that nothing changes, I have to say though that Shopify Rebellion Black had opportunities to play against so many different compositions on this map and be on top of it, right? For example, EG playing against like a Breach, or having to play against a Phoenix Jet for another team like Pigeons or whatnot. So they've played against so many different iterations on this map and always pulled out on top, except for the loss against M80, the only team that they usually lose to in this stage 3. Now for Core, they kind of got only tested against YFT really. They played it twice, but they didn't have as many reps on different teams and different comps when it comes down to that. So Core is I'm hoping here, because you're playing the mirror composition, you kind of know how it plays against SRB, that you can just counter it the same way that you play it. So hopefully that's going to be the mental preparation there. But I think the mental boom here is also SRB losing that second map of Breeze to Core Gaming that could run away here with this momentum.
I mean, again, we have set the stakes. They could not be higher for these teams. The big 3 heading into playoff, Shopify, Rebellion, Black, Core Gaming amongst them. Here in lower round 2, one of them is about to eliminate the other and maybe take away their chances of play-ins or LCQ entirely. It's time to get to Lotus, find out who's going to be better on the day with this mirror composition with your casters. For the final time, it's Lovin Kiwi and Shio.
Let's get it started. A big comeback coming in from Core, getting their spirits active, which is what we were looking for from the start of the day. Shopify Rebellion Black, I feel like the team that is looked at by the desk and by the scene right now to be able to take control of this one. Should have shoved it in 2 maps, Lemon Kiwi, but here we are in the 3rd one.
Here we are being treated, and both these teams mirror comps but also mirror score lines of how they got here. I mean, SRB 13-6 over SAD in the semifinals, pretty good score line. Core 13-6 against YFT in the lower round 1 of playoffs, so there's some recent footage to go over, there's recent results to rely on, and you gotta hope you have dementia about the previous map if you're SRB, and that's okay. They get to kind of chill out on defense and let their chamber create those opportunities. Like Smoke was fantastic on split when he was able to go for those picks.
You're talking about amnesia, right? Probably of that last map, not dementia.
I just forget it, you know?
Yeah,
whatever it takes. Whatever it takes, just forget it.
Takes.
A concussion, throw it in. I don't know.
Teams wanting to get right back into these games too. No long breaks whatsoever. Smoke was a big factor, as you were also mentioning, on how things rock down in this map. Outlier on the chamber, Infiltrator already in, by the way, the entire team ready to pop, and I don't think X is going to see it coming. Usually so good on these defensive rounds. Moose, the lurk, again is loose and is able to find 2. Spike down. Core hold momentum from map to map.
Hey, Core on the attack. Their pistols have always look solid, and look, getting ahead of the game. Infiltrator, a guy that was definitely heating up when it came to the neon on Breeze, will be ahead of the game. We're coming through the staircase. SRB cutting through. Infiltrator reacts and floors 2 of them. Combined with this IGL, it's a flawless pistol for Core.
A difference of what we've seen so far. SRB usually the ones to have at least a loud crash and a say inside these pistol rounds, sometimes deflected and diffused by Core, but this time, not a peep from them whatsoever, not a kill on their side.
Yeah, and this is where we'll see how much this carries through for Core and how much that momentum really meant to them when it comes to the wind in the sails. And this is where you could have Infiltrator, who's really been balanced on. We were worried, was he gonna overcook? Was he gonna just try to do too many heroics? Well, the Prowler is gonna mark this SRB, throwing a curveball towards Core as Flya sends them all packing with a 3K.
Trying to see if Smoke was able to pick up a rifle or an SMG in that moment. Only one headhunter bullet left in the chamber. Satellite going to be there too as the blast back to be able to maybe get something done, but this shot has to be perfect from Smoke.
Oh, not perfect at all, but hey, Smoke has been consistent up until this point, and it's okay because Core, it's an anti-eco, and that's how they know what they're doing. They only have 2 deaths though, which is quite surprising through 2 rounds. So Core definitely bolstered by some kind of plot armor.
Yeah, that pistol was just so flawless from them. And that last one barely losing a body. Orbs might take a little bit of a time to build up on their side though, because you do get one for every death. But that being said, the money starts to rack up very, very fast. A chance now for SRB to slow that momentum down. Not really swapping Smoke to a different site. Actually going to double up into B. There's a trap play happening for this one. Smoke and TP off. Then you have Exa, who's still left over, who loves to be in the fray. The trap.
Another B push, and Core, they are just gonna brute force their way through. No way SRB are gonna go for that again, and it's Core's turn to make the most out of that. But the perimeter now being forced, Moose has to pay attention. This does weaken the push for Core. They could probably just open the B-Link door, but now that Moose is gone, they just got to set their goal forward, which is now not having anyone alive anymore. So solid for SRB.
I forgot to check the side. I just saw that SRB are green, and that means so is Xander's shot right now. Every single time we're on defense, this guy has so much value for the team. From Split all the way to Breeze, and now here on the side of Lotus as well. Doesn't have the same level of rifle as some of his opponents either, is able to find that value. It's just huge, and they understand he's on the C side as well. Usually that's where you'd put your Sentinel. Usually that's where Chamber's playing as well to be able to TP off, but the meta's changed a bit to where Omen can also start on that side, and then Shadow step backwards as well. Ooh.
Umi has an op in round 4 as well. Interesting approach. Have different choices. I mean, Derek held one. Infiltrator did a lot of it on Split. There are many options on Core's side for these long-range picks. As the Viper wall comes down, open sight lines. SRB have Nature on the corner. It's gonna maybe spot this walk-in after the satchels from Infiltrator, and he's made his moves. Slight cut off there from SRB, but you couldn't stop the Core plan or the setup, especially where Moose is at this breakable door. Oh, but X's Judge is just nastier.
Yeah, is able to get that pick right off the corner of it, and that might just open up the round. 3 kills left to go for either side, for either team. Time ticking, advantage for Core. Door opens. Kumi, 2 different storylines to play with. Not going to be paranoid. I think he is. The quick scope not going to land. Exa is able to open up with 2. It's just Infiltrator at the top. No rocket, just the rifle. Smoked off, and that might be an advantage for him. Spray for 1. Nade active again. And that might bring disaster for SRB. Exa to close the gap. Going to get so personal with this. Time is ticking. Also for the classic Infiltrator. Shuts him down.
12 HP, by the way. What a clutch for Infiltrator. I almost thought he was greedy for taking the nade out after he noticed that second player. He maybe could have been shot through the wall. It doesn't land, and he gets to zone off the spike even more because of that nade. And I like that Exa just ran after him, but the boom bot perfectly timed. Infiltrator not caught with util in hand in both opportunities that Exa could have punished him. And Lady Luck smiles on Core as Infiltrator's looking as clean as ever, carrying that performance from Breeze all the way to Lotus on our decider to see who moves on to top 4.
The Core slows down the round. Their A take is disgusting in the best ways. Like how they choose to scale on that site, it's so hard to handle for the side of SRB. Scaling from the right side. This time though, defensive on the C side. Smoke on SRB. is still not going to be able to handle the way that QOR end up with these peaks, pushed back over with 10 HP, smoking the way again. The utility that QOR have for the moment is so overwhelming, and SRB are getting no angle.
The armor helps out for QOR. Infiltrator survives a body shot from the Outlaw at 10 HP and at least is able to trade blows. Smoke is doesn't really hinder him. Is actually now the paranoia does hinder him. QOR gonna make space, but what a read on the high ground teleport there from Flya. But the rest of QOR will supplement. They'll bail each other out. The showstopper trades. We're left with numbers on QOR's side. The plan.
Doesn't matter. Every single time QOR show up, there's an ability in the way. This time a Prowler held him with the entry. Hit after the plant. The scaling with utility is just so good. Every action has an extra little dot with it, and SRB have to go bonus mode, have their work, and then some more to be able to get the job done. C is not going to see much. Nature going to be with his teammate on the same side, so they can't really pincer the pit. It's so hard to penetrate. Finally able to find a way through, but they're going to be able to have a visit over to main. That's Kumi's sight line. Blocked, denied. They understand the ramifications of this 2v3. It's right there in their reach, but they just can't navigate the pit.
It took a swing at it after the Prowler from Nature marked someone in the corner. They thought maybe they could flush him out. There was a chance to take the pit down, but after they couldn't discover anyone on the outside protecting it and going into disadvantageous positions, XN and Nature made the correct move of just saving, especially where the economy is. You do not want to let QOR ramp up, just like they did on Breeze when they went on that 7-round win streak. You know that this is a team that the more hype they get, the scarier they become.
Absolutely. And this timeout from SRB comes in. I just don't know where the gaps are for QOR right now. Again, their util scaling is perfect. A smoke to block off the op that gets Raze, a showstopper, which gets Viper, the plant, which then gets the team a pit. You can see the links happening here for QOR are amazing. On the retake as well towards backside, Xander, who has not been solved so far in the series, not just this map, but the entire series, is peaked on in the perfect way up down and can't handle the pressure either. He gets seized. I mean, SRB are really backs against the wall right now, and that's crazy to say if you only watch the first half of Breeze.
Yeah. Even when SRB try to surprise him with like a B walk down or something, then Flya shows up with a 3K. Like, there's always someone from QOR that makes up for these deficits or these initial struggles, and that's the clutch power that QOR have had. I mean, talk about a 10-4 comeback. I mean, it doesn't get any more clutch than that. I mean, the Q stands for clutch, clearly. So I'm wondering if this maintains throughout Lotus, because we're only 5 rounds in.
Big thing for QOR as well. Their tough sides have been attack. They've only ever won a few rounds on these sides as well. Defense is usually where they have a bit more cohesion, a bit more of a game plan to break it down. Having 4 rounds on this one, looking this clean with it, is amazing for the team.
So being like these shotguns on lower buys. Last time it was Exa and the breakable door. Now it's satellite and tree. And QOR maybe sensing this, don't want to put themselves in situations where they can't outrange SRB, or they'd like to outrange SRB. Being so careful on these approaches, really working the distance between them and working for picks.
This is probably screaming not an A angle, though. The best way they've scaled it, QOR, so far is opening that tree door. So the less they see of it, the more the seaside smoke stays active. Up on mound in the weirdest ways. How do you solve this one? Headhunter not able to get a kill. Having the tour de force there would have been huge, but he's gonna play this around just with that pocket guardian.
When it came to smoke, I mean, he had 4 op picks on split, and that's just the op, not the outlaw, not the marshal, but it's Exa. Is taller and better, and to be stoic when there's a Raze like satcheling around or navigating an SRB, this snake bite, well placed. QOR will just pivot the map, flip it, and they already have Flya who teleported in to make that space. Out of respect, of course, this one way that's about to come up, and SRB got to take their time, and they got full util from satellite to flush out these corners.
Conditioning so good. Paranoid, fearful. Flya falls off heaven. SRB come flooding in. He's still alive, but overwhelmed. Xander activated with the sheriff. It's just Moose against 4. Too many angles, and the door finally opens up for SRB as they find their first good retake inside this entire half.
And post timeout, SRB finding success to cut that lead now in half. and just really impressed with what Satellite was able to create there on the retake. Boombot, nades, whatever it is, using speed to their advantage to break crosshairs. And now if Smoke can find more picks, if he gets an op online or any kind of sniper in the future, SRB, a huge part of their kind of what was working for them on Split is how many first bloods they had. It wasn't even all Smoke, but just his ability to be the strongest opera or just strongest sniper in the whole lobby was a huge strength of SRB. And now he has the Outlaw. There's some armor to try and chunk through though, and he watches carefully as Kumi just pokes his head out and best Smoke.
He unscoped just to get a lay of the land, and that land is getting absolutely lit ablaze. Exa as well, half HP locked down. It's covered. Nature up against a Smoke as well. I think it's the only way he's going to be able to find some value. The door finally closing, but Fly gets a penetration shot into wood. Tough for him there. Derek also finding value. This attack side cannot stop. Just completely flooding in. Satellite again tiptoeing, tap dancing past the seas. Has to go nuclear here.
Almost stopped by his own util, allowing Core to escape, but now playing off of each other. Satellite forced them, and they're all stacked for him. A showstopper just to boot, the cherry on top. And Moose, I mean, he is being hunted. And now the showstopper expired. You got the defuse going through. And what a moment for Satellite and the rest on a retake that looked kind of core-sided in that round.
Yeah, that's just talent coming in from Satellite. Perfect timing to be able to cross as well. We talked about some of the layering from Core, the utility that helped them stick onto these spots on these sites. I'm not seeing it, but in that moment against Satellite, you have to be able to get that trade. Unfortunately, I think Kumi exhausted all the skill onto Smoke at the start of the round. The first headhunter shot didn't have any left to confirm the trade towards the very end. So you got to be able to take it back and forth.
What was that, like basically a pseudo 1v4 for Satellite and working through a one-way to forcing Core to run away from him? What a clutch for SRB, and Xander is the first victim. Kumi is just heating up, and it's a save for Core. A bunch of sheriffs and a stinger. So wait a minute. SRB also, they have rifles, they have a pit and B, and you have Nature by himself, who even if he goes for a Nightfall, he'd like someone to fight with him.
Understands that the team's probably going to be going for that rifle or the weapon, whatever could be available at the door. But to fight for it, you'd have to throw the entire rest of the map away. Even if you win the fight, you're going to have Core being able to rotate all the way over to C before you get there. So rifle gotten, switching up a few things over. Ooh, big clash over in tree. SRB hold it down against the team with full sheriffs. Even a rifle doesn't matter. The scope now on its own will not be as a threat or as big as a threat from the side of Core.
Insane round yet again of Satellite getting a 3K. As soon as you heard they let that weapon that got dropped as bait, Nightfall's exchanged, and Satellite, look at him slapping his desk, and this is with happiness. Like, holy, really nice to see SRB kind of shake things off and be in a position where they're confidently leading and they're make the most out of a situation like this. I mean, they lost Xander early, let the weapon down, like I said, and made that into a situation where they bait them into a Nightfall.
It's huge to deny that as well. Core will time out now and start to get organized themselves. Again, the level of cohesion, the glue they had from weapon to utility just hasn't been the same since around round 5, since SRB started coming back into this one. This is a game of spirit, momentum, a game of energy between these teams. Strategy is definitely there, but it does feel like whoever is more confident right now is able to get their utility in the right place, is able to have those trades happen between their players, and SRB are really making these retakes work.
And Derek is busy kind of enabling the team, and he's having the quietest time right now, but he was also the hero of Breeze. Like, the amount of times the right side of the map was secured because of Derek, the information that he gives them. He's someone that especially shines when things look dire for Core. And the whole reason why they started win streaking went on that 10-4 comeback. So Kumi now has bought himself the ops, Smoke as well. Nature maybe has an Odin lineup towards the right side of the map. We'll see kind of what SRB have drummed up or that Odin. Lots of fun places for there, and yeah, right for a Rebel fight.
Not coming in. A little bit of showing over towards the A side, but C control is what Core is going for. They have it. Do they choose to lock it down over here or push back over to where their teammates lurking? Moose, who's so good at finding value and space on the map.
Smoke can take an aggressive peek and just teleport out if needed. Xander can blind and relieve some pressure as well. Smoke really needs to hit this shot, though. It's a big investment to go for the op at all the way down to 0 credits. A lot easier for Smoke as well on the defensive chamber, and he gets spotted on the jump. That was almost disastrous.
I can't believe Kumi understands that angle exists. He's just trying to go for some value. And it's crazy that Smoke doesn't commit to it. He just jump spots a little bit. So the chambers both fully online. They're actually committing to this, going all the way through. Moose is linking up back with the team. Spike finally finding his way over. Smoke interrupts. Flya, no regen. Smoke's coming in. Xander is there as well to lock things down as the overhead peak is getting stomped on, denied, heads chopped off and rolling down the stairs of back C site. It's bloody. It's messy. It's a massacre, and it's completely one-sided for SRB. Their hold, their link, their chain is too strong. Kumi will find a way to loosen things up just a little bit. Connecting 3 and finding a way to link up the entire round. Smoke says, please, no more.
Kumi killed way too much there. Like, how did he just swap the pistol, get out, and get that much value off of being solo? And I mean, Core could have even ended this earlier if Kumi hit that shot onto Smoke, which, like you said, was already an angle you weren't expecting. And I can tell that this off duel between Kumi and Smoke is going to have an impact on the future. Finally, Smoke starts off the round in good favor, but you kind of all staggered in to Kumi there, which made me worry about SRB's decision there. But hey, 1 round lead. Not the cleanest, but a win's a win. And you have an Odin and an op still in this picture.
Let's sneak up onwards. This B-side satellite knows that there's something wrong. Haven't seen anything on C so far. No challenge. There it goes. Blastbacks all the way. Nature finally down. So no fade util for the retake. This will be tough. SRB's relied on it a lot so far.
That's the main point of information. The boom bot's just a distraction. Exa, Mark's X is on the site as Core are surrounded. They have to fight with what they know against what they know, which is at least removing Exa. Numbers back in Core's favor on the post plant. Kumi gonna watch the C-Link door that is just open. That's a 1v1 that could decide a lot, and Kumi is clean as ever. The satellite against the world has earned a showstopper, but hey, Derek will not cower.
Confidence from Derek is the reason that Core is able to win that round. More than enough time there for Satellite to be able to find the next person coming through towards the right side. Crazy mess now. A little bit of the game devolving on all sides, just coming down to gunfights instead of the strategic stuff we've been seeing from before. I'm not seeing the same level of layering. I'm not seeing the level of trading either from the defensive side. Some solo player there from Nature to try to interrupt the people coming in. It's crazy. It really is ego versus ego now between these two teams.
If we go towards a 6-6 half, though, you remember what happened on Split? Like, SRB came alive, and hey, Xander better late than never, and wanting him to be that reliable anchor that you remember from literally every other map. And the Outlaw remains in the hands of Smoke, getting away from the op. Nature, the Odin, maintain pressure on the right side so he can be more independent as Core testing the waters here at C, and they get a lot of SRB's attention.
21 HP left on Infiltrator. No Sky on the other side. And yeah, you're talking about it earlier there. The entire idea, hold up, Smoke solved by Derek as he just tries to get some space while there's chaos on the map. 4v4 now. What is going on this round?
So many seconds into the round, you didn't think that Core would still be in spawn. They're scaling through the right side. You have no information on SRB's setup over here, thanks to all the Viper walls. And what they do know is how they can disrespect that Viper's wall by just going through the B-Link door. But this is something that's been really scary for Core to face, having to post plan into B. So they pivot back into A. And they have enough zoning to delay SRB's retake.
Everyone's ripped apart though, damage on all sides. Nightfall, nightmares, and a horrible angle for Nature to be able to hold for the moment with just 1 HP. Nobody challenging him though. Trapped behind this tree and bomb site. It's tough for QOR to even move. Sprayed down by the Odin. Found by every player on the side of SRB. Infiltrator, the insurance, also has no HP. Xander has taken a new identity of the retaker on his defensive side. Who would have thought that he gets better? He was holding sights down as an anchor, and now he's retaking them round after round after round.
Just a stiff breeze would have knocked over Xander at 1 HP, or not Xander, the Odin at the backside, but it's because of Xander that Odin could even peek at 1 HP. He puts the smoke down. How can you react? How do you kill something you can't see? So the Odin knew exactly where the targets were. The comms, very clean from SRB's side, from Nature and Xander, how they coordinated the final crunch and the retake. SRB have the lead, 1 round left in the half. No big ults to really worry about. We'll see what the weaponry is always going to help QOR, where there's a bunch of pistols in the picture.
Xander, 2 layers again, and that sense of community's coming back on the side of SRB. 1 teleports away, a drop down, and Xander will just win. God anchor, getting more value. The smoke is now that layer 2 on the site. Look at how much time he buys. The setup from SRB, it's just rifles, it's just positions, but it delays for so long.
You see Smoke thought about swinging and maybe making a play, and it's kind of 50-50 whether Smoke is able to achieve kind of on these aggressive peaks. And he looks over to Satellite, and it's, you have that nade, that raise nade, some satchels to delay QOR, and instead they play their lives. That's what SRB need to do, just play off of each other. They have the weaponries, they have the numbers, they don't need to take risks.
This is the first time that QOR actually will need the opposite. They've been so good at playing as a team. It's been missing a little bit now, but 3v4, you have a Stinger and then Tour de Force online. Somebody has to take a risk here. You have so much space. You cannot stay on the site. Okay, it's Kumi at stairs. So much to be able to deal with. It's just too close. It's not greedy enough. And the rest of the team from SRB, they're already here on flank. They're coming in fast.
Both the Vipers are still alive, so the walls are what's hindering SRB from the approach, or at least trying to isolate the fights. They go through tree. They hope that the range of these weapons will be enough. It's a 4v3. QOR is where the Stingers could ring true, but the smoke is what separates the teamwork of QOR. And SRB have a game plan, and it's to try and pull off this game 3. And a quick little crouch ends this half 7-5 for SRB.
Should be the opposite in scoreline on average for teams who are, you know, attacking overall. The attack side usually gets to 7. QOR started off really strong with synergy, really good utility. That was layered so well, as we've been talking about. Barely any gaps in their gameplay for SRB to even have a voice. And then after a few timeouts, after a momentum switch here and there, SRB come absolutely clapping back. Amazing patient rounds, positions from certain teammates, and specifically Xander on the retake is able to assist Smoke on the C site, assist his team on the retake for A. The global defensive man has done his job. It's up to the other 4 players now on attack to find more value. I'm looking specifically at Nature and Satellite to lead the charge here in taking space and getting kills.
Nature had a fantastic split in terms of just the clutch power he had just on his own. So many multi-kills. Different situation now, where he's more about gathering information than giving these huge leveraged fights compared to the Sky that's flashing in and whatnot. SRB back to dialing things back in spawn now on the pistol. It's SRB, you know. Oh, they're spotting the double mound push, and quick to retreat as Smoke, who is trying to minimize the risks that he goes for, and then re-peaks. Jesus, okay, Smoke, he'll fend off anybody else at C. Marking 2, SRB for the rumble fight above the wall, though. Almost Kumi's attempt to try and do the same thing.
Can't mimic his mirror. And now that door turns as well in tree. Things shattering on this side under pressure. Derek not going to be able to win the fight. Infiltrator's nade is the only thing that finds value. Kumi finally active, but the last headhunter cannot find its mark. Satellite is there, getting the kills. Nature's guiding him with the space, and now Xander's online protecting something. He gets a 200% damage buff, aimbot, axe, everything when he's playing defense. Flya, what can you do by yourself, buddy?
SRB on the offense, these pistols are a different beast, and so is Satellite, a 3K. Even just before we cut away from his POV, like the way he plays cover, he's so smart. He knows how to draw out and break your crosshair, get rid of all your ammo, maybe even force a reload, so he just guarantees himself the win. And the way that he just, well, not to make the joke, but to infiltrate into A and kind of be like by himself, get all these kills, a 3K on the pistol allows SRB to just get that much closer to top 4 if they can maintain the lead.
Yeah, this is an elimination match inside Challengers. One of the very last, versions of this tournament that's available. Next year, the VCT system's changing entirely. You might not see these orgs, you might not see these teams. And right now, SRB are linking together on all sides of the map. Why did they push A last time? Because they had the smoke pressure on this side. This time, Kumi solves the C mount. Meanwhile, the rest of the team blast back already into B. Need to find more space from here, though. They cannot get stuck inside the site.
Probably not Smoke's favorite site to hold with a Marshall, and thought he would have swapped positions with Exa to hold C mount, where Smoke looked good over there, but Exa's been a lurk that SRB have relied on before, and hey, it looks like the Marshall still does well even in close quarter situations. SRB able to match band for band, but here come the pistols at close range. Smoke just gets to continue to one-shot anything when there's no armor, and now there's nobody from QOR in sight left.
Really good walk away from Nature to get just far from the bomb site, and at the same time is able to lock things down for the team and insurance when that door does open. I also like the way that SRB lean onto that door and stay on this angle, backs towards their walls, making sure they're not exposed to multiple angles all the time. On top of all of that, QOR, a valiant effort, doubling up on door, having good timings all across in that retake, just didn't have the firepower, and now they do. Ultimates nowhere near in tow, so it is all that raw strategy. We talked about some of the hard hitters from the side of SRB. It's in the team so far from QOR. They have to link together, but it's Kumi who's falling apart by himself. Nobody ready on the angle. Exa is gonna get the surprise double spray, and individually every single piece falls. It's not a house of cards. It's a frayed deck that's damaged, dusty, and getting absolutely ripped apart.
And Kumi's been trying to be dynamic around the map, whether it's initially holding C to now being so aggressive in rubble. And once he lost that position, QOR weren't sure if SRB advanced into it. So as soon as those crosshair broke from QOR, SRB were at the right, well, Exa was at the right place at the right time. And SRB with clean decisions, clean awareness throughout this map. This is them getting to double digits and pretty dire straits for QOR in a moment like this.
Yeah, Lemon's been stressing about some of these free angles that SRB are getting 100%, and it's nice you pointed out again. It's very smart, and QOR can't latch on to what you are seeing right now because of the mess that SRB causes on all sides of the map too. C was the threat, which is why A was free to get for Exa in that angle. They're working the world of Lotus right now. They're not just focusing on one side of the map. Jesus. Danger towards the end. This is where things changed for QOR in the last map, though, remember? Even with losing a bit of the momentum inside the pistol and whatnot, they were able to come back in a moment where rifles, no rifles, way back against the wall. SRB started to make a few mistakes, and QOR were really able to lock things down. So let's see if that happens on this side as well. I'm just looking at the top 3 members of SRB, though. Satellite, Xander, Exa, so hot right now in so many different ways and portions of the game.
Even from Exa, that last round, that double kill was sick. Xander falls, and this kind of splits apart SRB, who have been the only team in the series to convert a bonus, which they did so on split. First time now in this map they do so. Huge boon for SRB to work with, despite losing one of their better players. They'll have to make do. This is where Smoke, oh, he's already forced to take a step back after the paranoia from Flya was thrown.
Not a full all-in, but Weird economy there. Blastback keeping Exa in. He didn't want to stay. Trolled by his teammates just a little bit. Satellite, you got to be able to pick things up after the fact now. Smoke put down to be able to get the second peek coming in. It's disaster a little bit for SRB to Smoke. Figure it all out. Double Marshall hits from the smoke into Smoke. And the remnants of that same Breeze comeback start to loom on the minds of SRB.
Especially with how low that buy was. Technically not a thrifty, but that they got to pick up 2 or 3 rifles from that encounter. I think going into that with 2 rifles, a Marshall and a pistol or something like that. So SRB, tough situation to be put in. Core benefit and even are able to afford a Kumi op. Smoke will have one as well. And this is that long sight line today. If it gets broken up by a Vipers, well, when does that get taken down? And that rubble control, you got to watch out for it. That's that lapse that Core got punished on before.
Completely different setup, by the way. Usually Kumi's on this side of the map. They've swapped over Omen and Viper. Both Flya and Moose to have so much stall. Paranoia to stop the players from coming in. Snakebite and maybe that orb as well to keep the smoke chain going. Yeah, this is going to be very tough without flashes to push through. Nature as well, just down to 1 Prowler. No orb available to get that Nightfall coming in. How do you push this through the smokes?
You march Derek using a Prowler in B main, getting some looks, doing so after you have Exa starting to clear. A B is pretty hard sight for SRB to try and defend, so they're just covering their tracks, covering their backs, and SRB starting to test Core and all these smokes. Are they just gonna send Xander to teleport in? Is Satellite just gonna satchel? Like, what's the plan here?
They have Paranoia. They're threatening this B angle, but with Derek on this site, they know that that pressure's fake. Look at their A setup. They have 2 players here to check what's happening on this side of the map, and they have infinite smokes. Paranoia to respond with. The blind is not going to be there in the composition, so the Haunt is the only threat. That's broken down. It's a perfect gapless setup from Core.
Reposition from Flya 2 to dodge the C's. Perfect timing on the Paranoia as SRB went to punish or be productive at some point. And SRB just happy to maintain or to keep what they have and meet an absolute ironclad defense. Just not able to work any picks or get vision on really anything.
Literal Mission Impossible setup from Core there in terms of you would need, like, what's his name, Ethan Hawke, to try to find a way to get onto that site. You had like 1 second of a gap maybe between the smokes, but even then, Paranoia coming in, you have to predict where Flya is going. You just mentioned his movement is solving those issues anyways. And there's another rifle round on the board here for SRB. Showstopper also available. They swapped over Kumi, the guy who can make these problems go away fast for his team, onto B, and he might have a sightline onto the stopper. He misses, he whiffs, but he TPs away. The stakes on this one. Satellite pushes forward, catches 1. There's no way he still gets value.
I'm just glad Satellite got a kill. He was 2 HP. That was like the best case scenario for him. So SRB, they are set up to plant.
Biggest best case, no Paranoia, no smokes on the retake. This is so much trouble, especially against the Viper Spit. You don't have the tools right now if you're Core. You have to just go for miracles.
And the Boombot just did not go deep enough for Infiltrator. He still has a nade. They can try to flush them out. And just the threat of the op just shooting through the pit. That's coming from Kumi, by the way. Getting SRB to play the edges of this pit. And now it's time to evict SRB. And standing tall is the rest. But the pit comes down. A chance for Core to assess. But they don't have the numbers. They may have a shot. But SRB have the trades. It's Kumi versus Nature. And HP prevails. 11-7 for SRB.
A messy round, the pit taken down, but it's just not enough. So many levels of insurance for SRB. And again, the tools not being there for the side of Core, trading in your raise. And Para was actually already used. I feel like there's nothing the side of Core could do then. What a hold. Kumi getting electric and online with that headhunter though towards the very end. It's still just not enough. 11-7. Economy available to be able to play with. Tour de force online for Kumi, and they've put him back over towards the seaside.
You want to play? Let's play.
No timeouts for Core to try after only winning 2 rounds this half. It's do or die. Last map, and in the lower bracket, SRB with a 3-2 split. hoping to greet some aggression over at Mount, not getting it. And Kumi has been so deadly on this side of the map. A different switch up, a showstopper from the sky, right into Exa and that lurk. And Prowler marks that there's more trouble around the corner.
That was a prediction on Smoke's rendezvous. And Exa is the one to take the bullet for El Presidente. Is it the best bullet to take as Smoke gets online, a shot through root, almost equalizing things down to a 4v3?
Even just knowing that that spike just got dropped, it got picked up, but it gives confidence for Core. They only have 4 members left, so they gotta, it's a 3 site, so they gotta spread themselves thin. SRB looking to wait for these smokes to expire, and Fly hopes to make them expire with another well-timed paranoia. And he has, of course, Kumi. I can bail him out if there's gonna be a raise satcheling in his face. Here comes Satellite Paranoia right through, and he couldn't react in time. Flya sacrifices himself, but SRB only have 2 left.
Span might be possible. Smoke is playing in no man's land and is not gonna find any value whatsoever. The core setup has numbers, had a threatened utility, and is able to win the round. 11-8, the game is closer than you think.
It really is. You got Nightfall online for Nature coming up. Core not even needing, like I said, a timeout to... They know that this is a map that they can win. They feel like they can execute their game plan. Core, I mean, they had something on the menu, the showstopper, to repeat, to go for a contact play with Spike in hand too. Like, Core just kept punishing SRB and denying that rubble space, which has been massive for them. Retake works out in the end. Nightfall v Nightfall, though. How are you going to play this tug of war? Because C has not been free for SRB to take.
You want to play? Let's play.
Really stretching forward. Kumi is going to be just solved now. I think in the fastest speed that SRB's found. Not the main target though, and no rotations for the side of Core on the A side. They're not convinced of the C tick whatsoever, and they are correct in their presumptions. A is the focus for SRB for the next little mode and moment. How much longer do they spend here is the question. They have a pop that's strong enough to get through tree. Will they even try for it for this time? Because they're stopped at rubble for now.
Ander grabbed the orb for his ult too, and he's could help out the team at any point. But Derek, if this door just opens, I mean, he could even Nightfall before it does, and it covers SRB, and they just panic. They react with their own Nightfall. Core can't even do anything about this, but rather be happy with the delay that they created.
4 players hit, so much information found. 45 seconds as players rotate over towards the A side. Infiltrator gets a better angle here as well. The thwarted tick that's coming in might catch people on the transition. The B pop is available. Exa wins another fight again. Paranoid is every player here in Flya. Needs to convert the kills. You can get 2. Smoke responds back. Exa in the god spot finds a spray. This could shut the entire game down. 1 player, 3 letters, 3 kills.
Planted.
Exa flashes of brilliance when left in a position to fend for himself. Infiltrator got distracted by a flying satellite, and Core's power positions thrown away. So maybe this whole series thrown away after the effort that Core made. It's match point, series point for SRB.
I like to see him as a player for everything. If it's cool, calm, and collected, Smoke can end up playing that slow round so well. If things get hectic, if they get scrappy, Exa loves that type of gameplay. You saw it on Split where he was jumping into his own smokes, fighting through every toxic screen in line. It was crazy, man. And then of course, if you need somebody to defend something, I mean, Xander is your guy. On the other side of things right now, Kumi is setting the pace for Core. A wall just like Xander that takes so much from SRB to solve. Derek's brought the Odin out again, ready to go, shooting on route. Exa is in another scrappy position.
There's the Boombot exploring B. Marks 1, gets him distracted. No. Kumi does not hit the shot, and he cannot be flustered at a moment where Core need him to the most. Exa will be in rubble. SRB looking to progress from there while having good spread around the map. The options are open for SRB.
Derek finding his own war on this side of rubble at the same time. The pressure on all points of the map right now is really expending all the resources from the defensive side to hold their line. Meanwhile, a gap, a chasm is being formed on the C side. Pressure from Kumi, who's missed that first shot, might give confidence for SRB to move towards the C side. They're going, the gap filler, Flya is there. but he's not on that same angle that's giving the team value. He's not playing on site.
Just the threat of this op looms, and it really changes the way that Core are approaching this defense. And now Infiltrator will watch as Smoke just walks up with it. Exa can't trade. The Spike's making moves within C, which Xander's not gonna stick. And he had the information, and Kumi had the answer.
He troubles up the round though. Both players headed onside. He has so much work to do. The flood's already come through. The pivot onto B. And Exa finds a way to open up the round again. How much value can Nature find? Not much, but just some damage. 2 versus 3. Do they play together or stretch out? Insurance from Satellite. The hero play from Exa.
He's wrapping around, and all Satellite has to do is listen for the tap on the Spike, but Moose is still alive. The wall could come up. Satellite could be closed off from the objective, but the timing is everything for Exa. He's coming in from behind. This is the SRB win, and no one's watching him. But Exa needs to execute. That's the whole plan. Satellite will get 2. Infiltrator will end the flank. Satellite needs to be the hero against his mirror. Satellite versus Infiltrator for the win. The Fuse just gets held. No! Satellite from the top rope. SRB to top floor.
Keeping the dream alive in the most scrappy way possible. There's a player on the team for every single situation. To get the top 4 in the playoffs, it's Satellite that pushes them through. Down to 0.05 seconds was this match between these two teams, and they both gave it their all. It was SRB that started the day off strong and ends it even stronger, confident that they deserve this win against Core.
And to bounce back through the psychological damage that was Breeze after they had a little too much fun being up 10-4, to get back on a deciding map, which is never going to be your strongest in your pool, to go up 7-5 and to just keep the streak going. Man, Satellite versus Infiltrator, I could watch that all day. After, you know, Infiltrator, I think he dropped like almost 20 deaths. Like, he was trying to do so much, and I mean, so much was done by Infiltrator on Breeze until Satellite and the rest of SRB were so well-rounded. They really support each other, and SRB get top 4 and a chance to return to that throne and maybe even take it, and they get their revenge over Core from that Stage 1 Grand Final. Different rosters, different script. We'll send it over to the desk, though, very soon to get our interview and their closing thoughts.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly Muley comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. Yeah, they're going blind! It's from Body!
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off, you'd imagine. But the spray through the smoke at least going to guarantee one as X is stat.
A crazy best of 3 series ending in a crazy way, but in the end it's going to be Shopify, Rebellion, Black to take the map, the series, and move along within the lower bracket, ending Core's dream at LCQ or play-ins. I mean, again, going into the series, you look at the predictions, you look at the conversation. I mean, the conversation was we expected SRB to be in the upper finals right now. So I mean, Vans, for it to be a series here in lowers up against Core that went the distance, I think was just so impressive coming out from both the teams, especially Core, to put up such a fight.
100%, especially when they had to come in with a different roster after stage 1 when they won and they had Smoke in the roster, right? And adding in Infiltrator, adding in Derek was a great addition to their roster overall. They put up such a good fight against SRB throughout this whole series. I thought it was again already a done deal after the first half of that second map of Breeze, yet they still had some fight in it, and they still made it very competitive in this third map until unfortunately once SRB got into the attack side, the SRB micro was just very good. So many good bait and switches coming out from SRB's side, and I think overall, not to discredit here onto the side of Core, but SRB, you had 2 players really stepping up to the plate on the defense, Xander and Satellite, being final bosses. Xander, probably the final boss of SRB throughout the whole series, but then on the attack side was a lot of Smoke and Exa. Those 2 duos working in tandem on both extremities, on both sides, just did an incredible job here for SRB tonight.
They really did. I love the shout out on Exa, especially because I feel like whenever we see him playing on this map of Lotus, it's like his playground, like the way that he's able to not just lurk around, but even I think Lemon and Shai were talking about it on the cast, how he loves some of those more scrappy moments, just being able to pop and weave inside, in and out of smokes and just play around the map itself. And a lot of these like close angles, the wall coverage that you have here on Lotus is something that he's really good at taking advantage of to isolate those 1v1s. So the fact that he was able to pop off today, something that I think was expected here on the side of SRB, but the way in which it happened there on that second half was absolutely crazy and really, I think, put the nail in the coffin there for Core, unfortunately, because of how momentous that attacking side was after they won that bonus.
Yeah, and I also want to tip my hat over to Kumi on the side of Core. I think they played an incredible chamber on this map as well, especially when you're playing against a Viper and you're blocking your line of sights, you're trying to find aggro lines. Kumi did an incredible job, had some great shots, great switches from like op to headhunters as well, as you see the celebrations out from SRB after winning here. But for me, Kumi, it took some time for that player to develop as well, and I think it developed at the right moment to really get into an upwards trajectory in these playoffs. Just unfortunately, though, it was too short, not enough for the side of Core to have that type of teamwork to fight back against SRB's teamwork themselves. And yeah, this is why Core unfortunately will get eliminated, but SRB, they still live on.
I mean, it's also just one of those things that happens when one of the teams that's expected to be in the upper finals gets sent down to a lower bracket early. Like, reasonably, I feel like there was definitely the world where Core, we would see them again in the lower finals, if not making that run, right? But to meet up a team like SRB at this point in the tournament, I think is just exceptionally tough. And the fact that they took it into the third map, again, I just think is so impressive. And looking at the player stats across the board, even if this is our farewell to Core, for a roster that, I mean, did get players taken away from it constantly, to seeing how them constantly rebuild with the meta, and like seeing how everyone's been able to step up to the plate like throughout, I think was so clean. Even if they weren't the winners in this series here, Ash, like Core, like it was really nice to see the fight that they had in them.
Absolutely. Those trials and tribulations that they went through during that second stage, and then that slow come up here during stage 3 while everything was finally getting settled for Core. Definitely heartbreaking for this team to be saying goodbye to them so early on. Well, I say early on, guys, we're like at the end of the season. But I mean more so at this point, right? It's heartbreaking for them, but they also definitely have to be proud of being able to, I think, step up as well from their placement in stage 2, even though it's not the level that they would have wanted.
I think it also shows for these 5 players for the side of QOR, Kumi, Infiltrator, Fly, Derek Moose, and even Note. It gave him opportunities to even shine in 2027, man. Keep an eye on that. But SRB, like I said, they're looking very good. Great fight back on their side as well. And they're on their way here to potentially try to secure that 2nd place. And it really comes down to these final matches.
I mean, it is a team that we've gotten to see everyone within this best of 3 truly be able to step up when the moment is needed the most. And the person who stepped up in that final round, well, we have Satellite on the line here for a Phillips Norelco interview. Satellite, congratulations on the win, especially to close out in the fashion that it did. It goes all 3 maps, but you're able to pop off in the last moment. You get the win. How are you feeling?
I mean, we're definitely feeling super relieved. Like that was probably the biggest match for us of the season, and it feels good to win, especially after we're winning 10-4 in Breeze and lost. So it was like super relieving.
I mean, I want to ask the tough question right away. Get it out of the way. I mean, obviously for SRB, it was kind of the conversations. M80, SRB, like we're gonna see them up for finals. We'll see them in grand finals, etc. So can you talk me through a little bit, like, after getting knocked into lowers, like, do you guys think it was just an outplayed on the day? Was it one of those, we can just learn from our loss and move on? Like, how are you kind of approaching this maybe unexpected hurdle, if you would say it's unexpected?
I mean, well, we obviously didn't play very well, but we watched it back, and it takes, like, every single round, it takes someone to make a horrible mistake for us to even be close with these teams. So, like, if we ever play normal, then that'll never happen. But I mean, we just, someone made a horrible mistake every single round, and yeah, it was so close. Like, we definitely should have won if we just played normal.
And then how is it now going ahead? You said that you're relieved after taking this victory. Like, was there starting to get a little bit of worries within the series? Like, you feel like that was kind of happening again, like little mistakes, or how do you turn it around to make sure you can win?
I mean, we definitely felt a bit of pressure after we lost Breeze, but both games were in control, so we knew their map, like, we just can't be dumb, and it'll be easy for us.
Makes sense. Now I want to talk about going forward with this team, specifically to your next matchup. You're going to be facing NRGA. I talked to your former teammate Shawnex earlier, the interview, and I was just asking, how he felt about moving on forward. And I'd love your thoughts on what he told me. He said, we can go very far if Satellite doesn't life game. I think we can beat SR, but if he life games, it's over.
I mean, I'm excited to play against him again. Like, I always like playing against my old teammates, but if he plays normal like he usually does, then it'll be an easy win for us.
Whoa, okay. We'll leave it on that one. We'll leave on those fighting words, but this has been a long series. You deserve your rest, Satellite. Best of luck in that match, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, back over to the desk. Wow, I thought maybe we'd get a wholesome answer there, and instead, Vance, okay, we're gonna have a fight on our hands.
No, I love it too, because I'm pretty sure like Mechanical or King Fred is probably watching the game as well, both cheering for Satellite and for Shondex, and then just see how they're gonna have to like see the divide between their kids pretty much playing against each other tomorrow. But it's fun to see that it's gonna be fun banter. It's almost similar to like that Derek versus Nature today, but with the newer generations.
Yeah, it's going to be so much fun to see how that match goes, because of course that's SRB as we take a look at a bracket. Moving on, and still alive in this thing, going up against NRGA. And of course, there's that upper finals that we've alluded to today, but that M80 versus SNA Esports. I mean, Ash, there's so much cooking here. These are our top four. Here are top four, and they only have 2 of the big 3 that we had talked about heading into playoffs.
Which is so crazy. And now the competition, tomorrow's actually going to be such a heater. I'm so excited to watch on the sidelines. I think that for SRB, this is also the first time that we really get to see them this year making a lower bracket run in the playoffs, right? So it's going to be, I think they're going to be absolutely on fire in this lower bracket. They came to play today, obviously. Satellite, he was saying the team made a couple of mistakes. He's sounding very confident going forward. So I'm excited to see how SRB want to continue to just power through the way that they have been. I gotta say, I know you didn't ask, but I'm with SRB for tomorrow's match between them and NRG Academy.
I'm glad we got that out of the way. I mean, for SRB to be able to approach tomorrow's match with, hopefully a little less off their shoulders. Of course, they would want to win this entire thing, but even at this point, if M80 take the win, they'll be good for LCQ. Of course, this is a team that's been growing throughout this stage. They've revamped so much, and with the win, it was in their capabilities as well. All I can say is this last 4 teams have been showing up so much. This is going to be absolutely so intense. Tomorrow's matches, I cannot wait. That is it for us today, though. I say like it's it, like it isn't 10:30 Eastern, and we've had 3 map bangers all day. But we're out of Valorant for today, guys. I am so sorry. Check the VOD, or I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone.
Stopper, yes, it's one of the main tools, but again, the extremities. Shondex has been doing such a good job at absorbing this pressure. He's opened up mid entirely, but they've gambled the right way. Finding the Viper, slithering in her den. Ooh, gonna be able to get a bite before going down. Zico implanted, spraying, praying, and a miracle comes through for Nightblood Gaming.
3 bullets, their anchor coming in through tree though, in exchange as NRGA Academy hold their back line. They have the Viper's pit covering this fight just barely in the NBG. They go to shake things up. It's the 3rd for Tuesday. The defuse is halfway against drop, and Shondex takes over. After giving up mid, X has seen no action towards B. They're pretty confident this core push is gonna end at A. 4v5, you have the weapon advantage, but not the amount of members. Now crossing through the smokes blindly. Core not met by any contact until Xander lights him up like pins and goes for a strike. And Core will not be spared any justice from SRB, keeping all their weapons and keeping the streak going.
Why I love them gutter when it comes to the scrappiness right now. I feel like SRB just have things on lock, are a bit more creative.
Thrown in, the reckoning will overwhelm Core. They take a step back, or split from each other. Now united behind Infiltrator. The Hunter's Fury hoping to knock down Core. It's Infiltrator and Moose that close the door. When it comes to this A main in the blink of an eye, Core are a match point.
The rest of the map away. Even if you win the fight, you're gonna have Core being able to rotate all the way over to C before you get there. So, rifle gun is gonna move things over. Ooh, big clap over in 3. SRB hold it down against the team with full sheriff. Even a rifle doesn't matter. Scope now on its own will not be as a threat or as big as a threat from the side of Core.
Insane round getting out of Solid, getting a 3K. As soon as you heard, they let that weapon that got dropped as bait. Nightfall's exchange, and suddenly, look at him slapping his deck, and this is with